Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had DNA Copy Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Yoichi knew that he had placed one for all in safe hands with Okada and Endo. Yoichi was certain that the two vigilantes were trustworthy and that they would cultivate power enough to defeat his older brother. He had given them specific instructions to not go out looking to fight all for one and to keep a low profile to not draw suspicion. Yoichi himself would be escaping to a countryside town and changing his name, as well as using a fake ID to secure himself a job that would allow him to keep an untraceable lifestyle. Fortunately, his quirk, transference, allowed him to not only pass on his traits via DNA consumption, but he discovered that he also could gain someone else's traits. You would think this would be a massive disadvantage. It is very illegal to just go around eating people for DNA, but Yoichi had a secret weapon. This wasn't really a weapon as it was more like a weakness with one benefit. Yoichi was anemic. This meant that he was eligible for blood transplants from a national charity. This also meant he could easily harvest DNA without becoming a local menace. This was hard for Yoichi as he felt like he was putting these people in danger, but he had to follow through to escape his older brother. It had been a few hours since the transfusion had taken place and Yoichi was appraising his new form. He had originally had white hair, pale skin and green eyes. Now he had chocolate brown hair and lightly tanned skin, although he still had his piercing green eyes. Exhaling, Yoichi stared at himself in the mirror of the motel he was staying at. So far, he was around about 300 miles from where his brother had held him and only about 70 miles from his new home. Hopefully, he can blend in and not get tracked down by his brother's criminal army and settle down. Tomorrow, Yoichi Shigaraki will become Yoichi Midoriya. Over 100 years later, Izuku Midoriya, an older junior high student, was currently sitting in class listening to his teacher babble on and on about making life-changing decisions and that this was the most defining choice of their life. He was just talking out of his ass though, as within seconds of finishing his lecture he threw all of the desired course forms, saying, "There's no point in me handing these out. I know that you all want to go the hero route." This caused the whole class, -2, to erupt into cheers, all activating their quirks. Izuku just put his head on his desk and covered his face with his arms. "Hey teach, don't lump me in with the rest of these extras," Katsuki Bakugo started. These guys would be lucky to become sidekicks to some D-lister. The class then began targeting Bakugo for their insults. "You aren't better than us," one girl shouted. "Yeah, we have the same chances as you," another boy argued. "You're applying for UA Bakugo?" the teacher asked nonchalantly, subsequently silencing the class. Murmurs spread throughout the class. Doesn't that school have a 0.03% acceptance rate? I heard it was in the top 5 best hero schools in the world. The students whispered. Bakugo then leapt from his chair, landed on his desk and flashed a cocky grin. "I'm gonna be the next #1 hero. I'm gonna surpass All Might and become a rich and famous hero." The rest of the class sat in awe at Katsuki's confidence. "I aced all the mock exams and I'm gonna be the only one from this shitty school to get into UA. Oh, Midoriya, you're applying for UA too, right?" Silence. "BWHAHAHAHA. Am I DORIYA a hero?" The class howled. "He doesn't even have a quirk." One girl snickered. Actually, they abolished that rule, so I see can still try." Izuku just wanted the world to swallow him whole. The teacher didn't even bother to defend him. Izuku then heard a voice which shook him to his core. "Deku," Katsuki growled like a rabid dog. "What the fuck are you playing at? Are you looking down on me?" No, Kaken. I just don't see the harm in trying," Izuku pleaded, trying to quell his former friend's rage. "It has been my DD dream since I was little, you know," Izuku stammered. Bakugo let off a small explosion on Izuku's desk, blasting him back enough to knock him off his chair. Katsuki loomed over Izuku's fallen form, explosions crackling in his palms. At this point, the teacher decided to begin the lesson and ordered both boys back to their seats. Izuku was hastily collecting his things and stuffing them into his backpack, afraid of what might happen if caught. Kaken had seemed extra annoyed today. And after what had happened in homeroom today, he wasn't taking any chances. But, unfortunately for him, fate had other plans. While he was rushing to grab his quirk analysis for the future #13, he began taking notes on different heroes and specifically on their quirks. Bakugo quickly snatched the notebook from him. "What's this? Your diary?" he sneered. "Haha, good one, Bakugo," one of his cronies chuckled from behind him. Katsuki flipped through the book, stopping every once in a while to examine a diagram. Izuku decided to speak up for once as this was one of his precious notebooks. "See, come on Kaken. You've had your fun, just give it back," Izuku shakily asked, his stutter once again breaking through as he reached out to grab the notebook. Bakugo quickly maneuvered the book away from Izuku, being both taller and stronger. "Are you trying to boss me around, Deku?" Bakugo snarled with anger dripping from his voice and causing Izuku to immediately backpedal and apologize. And no Kaken, that's not what I meant to do at all. It was just because I put a lot of time and effort into those notes, and it would be a shame if they got damaged in any way, and I'm not insinuating that I would adel beautiful or quent off biachi, and Izuku had gone off onto another mutter storm. He really needed to break out of that habit. As Izuku was off muttering about who knows what, Katsuki had gotten bored of Izuku's little hero fetish booklet, and his muttering was starting to annoy him. The blonde boy's twisted mind decided to teach the quirkless freak a lesson for wasting his time. Without a word, he raised Izuku's notebook between his palms and set off an explosion, turning the notebook into a charred piece of rubbish. Listen, Deku, sorry to piss on your birthday cake, but you aren't becoming a hero, EVER, Katsuki ranted to Izuku, who wasn't really listening to him, still spiraling from the destruction of his best notebook to date. Just give up and withdraw your application to UA. Call me a perfectionist, but I don't want you dirtying the halls of my future school, Katsuki stated as he launched the verdette's notebook into the koi pond below, causing him to give a terrified squeak. Oh, and Deku, I know a way for you to get a quirk, he stated with his back turned to Izuku. Jump off the school's roof and pray for a quirk in your next life. Izuku's mind instantly halted all trains of thought. The world went still and silent. Izuku couldn't believe his ears. He knew him and Bakugo's friendship had been strained the past few years, but that comment had truly opened Izuku's eyes. Katsuki Bakugo wasn't his friend. Izuku walked down the stairs and off of the school campus, giving up on the notebook and seeing it as too damaged to be repaired. He felt numb, his legs on autopilot and taking him wherever they pleased. But Izuku was too busy thinking to pay attention to his surroundings. How could he say that? He says he wants to be a hero, yet he says those things. Izuku thought to himself, what if I did jump? He would be charged for suicide baiting me and could never go to a hero school. He continued this train of thought until he finally concluded, still unaware of his surroundings. Alright, I'm going to be someone who stands up for people like me, the weak, he valiantly thought. I will protect them and be a her. Those were the last words he thought before a copious amount of sludge completely engulfed him. As Izuku thrashed about, trying to free himself from the vile substance, he heard a seedy voice say, sorry kid, but I need your body, we don't want him finding me. You were here at the perfect time. Believe me when I say, you're my hero. The mask seemed to chuckle to itself as it forced its way down his throat, giving him no opportunities to breathe. Izuku was finding it hard to stay conscious as he lost even more oxygen to the foul-tasting monster who was clogging his windpipe and was losing the strength to actively fight back. Suddenly he felt an electric feeling all over his body and suddenly started to fade even faster. The last thing the boy saw was a large man with blonde hair winding up a punch towards the villain. And then it all went black. Izuku was awoken from his slumber by a light tapping on his cheek. Again and again, the hand would tap his face, until Izuku remembered the situation he had been in before he fell unconscious. His eyes shot open, and Izuku practically had a heart attack when he saw that the symbol of peace, All Might, was standing no less than 3 meters from him. Izuku immediately scrambled around for his notebook and then remembered he had left it in the koi pond, which saddened him. Ha ha ha. All Might laughed. I'm glad to see you are all right, my boy. I was getting a bit worried you were no longer with us. He spoke with a cheerful tone, which didn't match the morbid sentence he had just said. Thank you for saving me, All Might, Izuku said with all the excitement of a child who had just been given free rein of a candy store. It is all in a day's work, my boy, All Might heartily said. But I must be off now. Duty calls. He laughed as he launched off into the sky. Izuku just stared after him in awe. Izuku was suddenly hit with a wave of fatigue that he had failed to notice beforehand. He looked at the time on his phone and called his mom to explain about why he was late. As he continued onwards towards his home, Izuku had begun to think about a training regiment to get him ready for the UA entrance exams. As he walked, he noticed the local trash heap, Takoba Municipal Beach Park. It had once been an amazing beach that boasted some of the best views in all of Japan. Unfortunately, the tide naturally brought garbage from the ocean and dragged it to Takoba Beach. As the trash began to pile up and up, the local deviants realized they had an easier time fly tipping on the beach. And they did. By now the beach had just become a giant trash heap, which was confusing as there was an actual waste disposal center only about 3 miles from the beach. That was when a bulb lit up in Izuku's head. As his training, Izuku would clear the beach. It would help Izuku grow stronger by working out different muscle groups. It was local and free, and most of all it was a heroic act and helped out his local community, bringing him a step closer to reaching his goal of becoming a hero. Izuku had made up his mind that every day after school he would go work out at the beach. It wasn't the most conventional means of working out, but he was determined to make it work. This was his first step towards becoming a hero. Izuku tried to sneak into his house, but unfortunately, the squeaky front door immediately alerted his mom of his presence. Izuku, where were you? I called you 8 times and you didn't answer once, she wailed, tears in her eye. Sorry, Mom, I got held up by a villain attack. Izuku didn't like lying to his mom, but she would probably have an aneurysm if he told her when she was unprepared. Oh well, that's fine. I know those can get quite hectic, his mother calmly said, nearly giving Izuku whiplash with the 180 in attitude. Your dinner is in the refrigerator. You can heat it in the microwave. Okay, Mom, Izuku said. I'm feeling kinda tired, so I think I'm just gonna go to bed. Okay, sweetie, I won't be in by the time you wake up and I need you to pick up some groceries, so I'll write a list of what I need you to get before I get home, his mother told him as he made his way to his room, pulling over a pen and notepad with her quirk and quickly scrawled down a list of things to buy, placing the note on the table and retreating to the living room after wishing her son goodnight. Izuku sluggishly dragged himself to his room, dragging his feet as he did so. He didn't know if it was the near-death experience or adrenaline in the moment, but he was far too tired to care. He just wanted to get to his bed as soon as possible. Izuku didn't bother changing out of his clothes or covering himself with a blanket. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he was out cold. Izuku awoke in a cold, sweaty heap, gasping for air after having a strange dream. As he looked outside, he noticed that the sky was still stained in a light pink shade. He checked his alarm clock, which read 6:04 a.m. The boy lowered himself back into bed. He had a few hours to kill until his mom returned home from work and decided to allow himself some rest as it was the weekend. Or at least he would have done it if it wasn't for the fact each time he fell back asleep his mind was flooded with images of a dark-haired man and 3 glowing orbs, one larger and white while the other 2 were smaller, one swampy green in color whereas the other was a pale red. Izuku defeatedly climbed out of bed after 10 minutes of this and changed out of his uniform and into his t-shirt and some shorts. After showering and brushing his teeth, Izuku made his way into the kitchen and made himself a drink and grabbed an apple. Taking a huge chomp out of his apple, he strolled over to the table and sat down to read about recent hero events on Hero News. Setting down his glass, Izuku continued to happily scroll through the different news while eating his apple. After finishing his news article, the verdette's gaze wandered the room. With nothing better to do, he recalled the different items: the microwave, the TV, the list of groceries he had to buy before Mom got home, a spot to wait, the list of groceries he had to get before Mom got home. Crap. He quickly grabbed the list, hastily standing up. As Izuku stood up, his elbow smacked into his glass of water, knocking it off the table. His mind went into hyperdrive as he saw the glass falling as if in slow motion. He reached out his hand to try and grab the glass in a vain attempt to try and catch it. He feared his mother's reaction to the sight. Izuku Midoriya was a soft-spoken and well-mannered woman, but messing with her furniture was a surefire way to incur her wrath, something Izuku was quite unhappy to do. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Izuku felt an odd pulsing sensation at his palm. Focusing on that feeling, a burst of slime shot out of Izuku's hand, wrapped around the cup and receded into his body, bringing the cup to his hand. Izuku stood there completely stunned. He had a quirk. Izuku pinched himself on the hand to make sure he wasn't dreaming. He wasn't dreaming. Izuku immediately sprung into action, placing the cup back onto the table and then texting his mother of the occurrence, his smile spreading even further when she said she was booking an appointment for a quirk evaluation immediately, and that they would be going straight after she finished her shift. The boy's excitement to use his quirk was overwhelming, yet he stayed strong to not accidentally hurt himself while using it. He went to collect the money from his wallet and picked up the list of things he needed to buy. Going over to the door, he put on his shoes and opened the door, stepping out into the outside world on a hunt for groceries. As Izuku and Inko sat in the waiting room of the quirk clinic, Izuku couldn't help but notice the strange glances that he seemed to be getting from the other children's parents. Sure, it was justified. It wasn't every day you saw a 14-year-old sitting in a hospital full of 4-year-olds, but they didn't have to be weird about it. He was there for the same thing as everyone else. Speaking of Midoriya Izuku, we have a QET for a Midoriya Izuku, the nurse called out, making her way over to the play area to search for him. Unfortunately, Izuku was over half a decade too old to be playing in there, and he had to go inform the nurse that he was in fact nearly in high school. Hello, I'm Dr. Kirishima. I will be your quirk doctor from now on, as unfortunately Dr. Tsubasa left quite recently. The doctor introduced herself. Izuku noticed her sharp teeth as she spoke. How about we get started? Can you tell me how your quirk manifested? What it felt like, and if there were any signs that it could have been about to manifest beforehand? The beratement of questions left Izuku stunned, not having much social interaction aside from his mother. Well, when it first activated, I was trying to catch a glass of water that I knocked over when I felt this pulsing in my hands. He paused, thinking of how he could best describe the slime. Then it was like this slime just shot out of my palm. It wrapped around the glass, then, sucked back in. Interesting, and your quirk is telekinesis? She asked, adopting an inquisitive look. Yes, my quirk allows me to attract small objects towards me, and his father's quirk allows him to breathe fire, Inko explained. Alright, Izuku, I'm going to need a blood sample to determine the mutation in the quirk gene. The doctor scribbled down on her clipboard. Huh, I didn't need one last time I came. Izuku thought aloud. What? Dr. Kirishima asked, a flabbergasted look on her face. Well, all Dr. Tsubasa did was x-ray my foot and tell me I'm quirkless. Was he supposed to? Cocking his head in confusion. Sigh, he was meant to do a blood test to determine your quirk factor. She chided. Okay, I'm going to run a QFD on your blood as well as a quirk gene analysis. I will also be writing a report against Dr. Tsubasa as this is a serious health risk if your quirk was dangerous. She turned to her computer and began rapidly typing, swiveling back to the green-haired duo, an annoyed tinge in her voice. All right, moving on. Did you have any odd occurrences before your quirk? I hadn't done much because I had just woken up, but Izuku searched his mind for every smallest detail of the morning before he found one oddity. I had been having the same dream over and over again when I tried to go back to sleep, Izuku began. But it wasn't like a normal dream. There was this man with black hair and he also had these piercing green eyes. There were also these glowing balls. There were 3 of them, one larger than the other 2. The larger one was a swirling white, and one of the smaller ones had a pale red color to it with lightning slightly crackling around it. The other one was mossy green and it also swirled, but it was a more liquidy texture. I can't describe it any other way. He finished his brain spill, taking a gulp of air. These are some interesting observations, but I think using these samples we can find out the true nature of your quirk, she said hopefully. If your quirk had come in at the normal time, I would have just recommended that you practice it at kindergarten. But you are 14 years old and can't practice it at school without getting detention. So I will recommend you go to a quirk gym at least twice a week. The memberships for minors is less to help hero hopefuls train up their quirks legally and people with hard-to-control quirks. If you want, there is a local one that I can recommend to you. My son and his friend go there a few times a week. She offered, a sly edge to her eyes. Oh, well, I'm not Sue. Izuku was speedily intercepted by his mother, who had the same sly glint as Dr. Kirishima. He would be happy to. Inko nearly shouted. Izuku was once again cut off, by his doctor no less. Great. It's a date then. I will send you the details. Your results will be ready tomorrow, so come in at 10 a.m. Okay, bye-bye. Dr. Kirishima shouted, shoving Izuku and his mother out of her office and slamming the door. Izuku had whiplash from the speed of the conversation. He turned to his mother, who was standing there with stars in her eyes as she was practically vibrating with excitement. He knew why she was excited. This was the first real friend he would be going out with since kindergarten, and she could get another mom friend. Nothing against his Auntie Mitsuki, but having only one friend since college can send you a bit nuts. Well, Izuku, Dr. Kirishima began, your results are in, and I must say these are the strangest results I have ever seen. We will start with your quirk factor. To put it simply, your quirk factor strength amounts to 75 QF. She paused, showing them the test results. The average person scores 25 QF on the test. If they have a powerful quirk, maybe 30. This news shocked the Midoriya family. I also discovered that although you can emit slime, your quirk mainly shows up as a transformation quirk. And what I see in your blood matches up with those who have a copying quirk. She paused after dropping another truth bomb onto the Midoriyas. There would also have to be a special way to activate it, as you would have thousands of quirks by now if you didn't. So the question I want to ask you, Izuku, is what have you recently done with a slime quirk user to attain their quirk? Oh crap, Izuku thought, having just remembered he had lied to his mother about the entire villain incident. He was in deep shit now. Dr. Kirishima must have felt his anxiety increase as she seemed to squint her eyes at the boy. Why you see, Izuku stammered, his ever-famous stutter in full effect. Was walking into an underpass when a 5-5 villain jumped out and attacked me. Izuku continued on to not allow his mother to respond. He was made of sludge, so he kinda engulfed me, shoving himself down my esophagus to try and choke me out. What? Screamed his mother, which made Izuku panic and start trying to defuse the situation. Wait, Mom, I'm okay. All Might saved me. I did pass out, but that is beside the point. Izuku got cut off by Dr. Kirishima, a thoughtful look on her face. Izuku, I think you may have another quirk on top of your slime and copying one, she stated very matter-of-factly. Huh, how? I haven't used any other ability but the slime one, Izuku asked. From what I have heard from your day, you must consume another's DNA to gain their quirk, she calmly explained. And since you had a large amount of slime in your lungs, All Might will have to have gotten it out. The most likely action a hero like him would have taken is to administer mouth-to-mouth. It suddenly dawned on Izuku. He might have taken a copy of All Might's quirk. Is there any way for me to check this? Or are we just guessing? Izuku asked disbelievingly. Well, Izuku, have I told you about my quirk? It is called Quirk Viewer and allows me to have a brief description of any quirk I see. She flashed a grin, briefly reminding Izuku of a shark due to her pointy teeth. It also allows me to use it on myself if I look in a mirror. I think you should copy my quirk so we can see if you have these 2 extra quirks, she said, plucking a hair from her head and thrusting her hand out into Izuku's face. Eat this, she proudly exclaimed. After gagging on one of Dr. Kirishima's thick dark hair, he had finally stopped gagging to feel a wave of energy pass through his body and a light feeling of fatigue tug at the back of his mind. I think I felt something, he said hoarsely, still not having recovered from the hair. All right, kid, I don't know how to explain this, but tense your eyes. You'll know you'll have done it when you start getting information about your quirk, said encouragingly, passing him a mirror. He tried and tried, but he couldn't get it to work no matter how hard he tensed. He raged to himself, what kind of quirk is this? As he thought, this information passed into his mind. Quirk, unnamed. By ingesting another person's DNA, Izuku Midoriya can copy their quirk. Although the quirk gene ingested will mutate, causing a multitude of different reactions, the gene can mutate, causing the quirk to change from the original in functionality and ability. The next change is a type change, which means that an emitter can turn into a transformation type, and a transformation into a mutation type. The third type of change is a quirk fusion, where the newly copied fuses with a previously copied quirk to create an entirely new quirk which has properties from both parent quirks. And the final fourth kind of quirk is a strengthened quirk, where the quirk grows in power far faster than its original form. Please keep in mind that a copied quirk will have the strength of when it first manifested in the original user, thus you will have to train up your quirks your way. Current quirks, unnamed, ability to copy quirks, transformation type quirk, branch off copy quirk, slimokinesis, the ability to create and manipulate slime, emitter type quirk, kinetic store, your body absorbs any kinetic energy it contacts and converts it into quirk energy store that increases strength. Each time you absorb kinetic energy, you increase the store, thus the strength you can tap into. Current maximum, 0. 0x enhancement emitter type quirk, branch off accumulation quirk. Izuku was truly flabbergasted. He had never expected to have a quirk this powerful. He quickly relayed all of the information back to Dr. Kirishima, who typed it all down onto his quirk registry profile. His mother, Inko, just sat there slack-jawed, unable to comprehend the power her son now wielded. Of course, she was happy for him, but this really gave him a chance at becoming a hero, and she didn't know how she felt about letting her baby run out into danger. Quickly, Inko steeled herself. She had let her son down once before, and she would not do it again. If her son wanted to become a hero, she would support him 110% of the way. So kid, what is the quirk's name? Dr. Kirishima inquired. I don't know, it just said unnamed for the quirk's name, Izuku answered. Well, get to naming it. We haven't got all day. She chided him. Oh, okay. Let me think, Izuku stammered, scrunching up his face in thought. How about inheritance? Izuku proudly declared. Lame name, but it's your quirk, I guess. Dr. Kirishima grumbled under her breath. Well, we will be on our way now. Inko cheerfully chirped. We need to get that gym membership paid for. As they walked out of the hospital, Izuku couldn't help but smile to himself. This was his first step to becoming a hero. Izuku stared out the car window, watching the city's scenery speedily fly by him as he kept using his quirk viewer just to make sure his quirks didn't disappear like some bad dream. When you use your new quirk, your eyes light up. Did you know that? She softly asked, a slight grin on her face. A deep red spread across the young boy's face. What? Why didn't you? I'm so embarrassed. He quietly squeaked. Oh, it's fine, Izuku, she cheerily replied, stifling a chuckle. I'm just happy to see you playing with your quirk. It's like watching a little kid. She failed to hold her laughter any further and let a slew of giggles escape. You also have your playdate after school with Dr. Kirishima's son. She reminded him, practically vibrating with excitement at the thought of her son having any form of social interaction with a boy his age. I know that the kids at your current school aren't very nice, so I have requested Sasamara Junior High to see if they will take you in. I should be getting a response in about a few weeks. She unloaded onto Izuku. What? How did you know I was being bullied? Izuku stopped, not being able to go further. Teased, he finished, overlooking the playdate comment. Izuku, I wash your clothes. Do you think I would miss scorch marks on a clear white school shirt? She asked sarcastically. But it's not that big of a deal. And now I have a quirk, so I can show them it and they won't tease me anymore. He exasperatedly exclaimed. Izuku, I don't want you to be around people who torment others just because they are different, and deep down, I think you don't want to be either. You can tell them about your quirk and you can try to make friends with them, but Inko looked over to her son. Her big green eyes focused on his. I am getting you out of that school. They are also a bad influence on you if you still want to be a hero, that is. Izuku perked up at the statement. What? But I thought you said it was too dangerous. He asked with excitement in his eyes. That was because you would have no way to defend yourself. Now you have 5 quirks, with even more on the way, she said as they parked up next to their apartment building and began climbing the stairs. Although I still have my concerns, I am willing to look past them and support you in any way I can. his mother said as she unlocked the apartment door and walked inside. Which is why I want to give you this, she stated, closing the door and plucking a hair from her head. She then held out the hair in her hand for Izuku to take. There was a long silence between the two of them. What are you giving me? Izuku asked blankly, still not mentally adapted to having a copy quirk yet. My quirk, his mother shouted, thrusting the hair further into his face. All right, Izuku said, startled. Quickly, he grabbed the hair from his mother's hand and swallowed it, trying to ignore the sensation of the hair traveling down his throat. Suddenly, he felt an electrifying feeling travel across his body, signifying his quirk's acceptance of the power, and quickly went to take a nap after thanking his mother. It turns out that his quirk converted his stamina into energy, as instead of an hour-long nap he had slept for the rest of the day and was only woken up the next day to his phone alarm, which meant he was already going to be late. Rolling off the couch, Izuku groggily made his way to the bathroom and brushed his teeth. He got on his uniform and checked the note that his mom had left him on the front door before he left, which read, I packed your gym clothes for your playdate after school. Hiroshima's son has black hair and sharp teeth like her. Make sure to meet him at the gym by 4:30. Love, Mom X. It's not a playdate, damn it. He grumbled a complaint under his breath which he wouldn't ever actually voice to her. He opened the front door and began the long, arduous journey to school. While sitting at his desk, Izuku stared off blankly, just wishing for the lesson to end already so he could get out of there. So far his day had gone the exact opposite of how he envisioned it. He came in halfway through the first period and was told off by the English teacher for being tardy. At the end of the class, he announced that he did have a quirk, which went a bit like this. Everyone, I have an announcement to make, he said, getting a few disdain-filled groans in response. Well, I'm going to see, cut straight to the point. I have a quirk. This caught the attention of the whole class. It called inheritance, and it allows me to copy someone else's Q quirk by ingesting someone else's DNA. He explained, getting a few intrigued looks from some of his classmates. So what you're saying is you will steal all our quirks? Bakugo slyly deduced. What? No, I wouldn't, never. I want to be a hero. Izuku weakly defended. You can't become a hero with that evil quirk. Idorobo, the blonde shouted, pointing at Izuku with an accusatory tone. The other students quickly followed Bakugo, with their faces filling with fear of losing their individuality. That was the point where Izuku became an even bigger outcast than before. Recalling that yesterday he copied his mother's quirk, he decided to use Quirk Viewer to check it out and pass the time. Tensing his eyes, Izuku focused on his mother's quirk to get a more detailed description. Quirk Orbit. This quirk allows you to create a gravitational field around an area. The field can be chosen to not affect certain objects of the user's choice and can also be made to affect the user himself. You can speed up the orbit of the object, and you can increase the gravitational pull of the field by increasing the density of the field's center. Izuku was surprised by the quirk's development. His mother's original quirk was just the ability to attract small objects. This quirk would be useful for hero work. If he trained it enough, he could mutter. Izuku went on another mutter spree for the rest of his class, talking about the possible situations in that the quirk could be used, hypothetical combinations with his others, and future abilities it could have. His continuous ramblings to himself had gained the attention of the class, who were less than pleased. Shut the hell up, Dorobo, Bakugo shouted, using the thoughtful new name he had created for him. Sorry, Kaken, Izuku squeaked while turning bright red. The bell signaled the end of class, and Izuku quickly packed his things up, making use of orbit on his body to pick up things quicker. He managed to escape the building before Bakugo and his cronies tried to hassle him. As he scurried out of the building, he checked the time. 3:30 p.m. the clock read. He had an hour to get to the Quirk gym, and that was enough time. Izuku was walking towards the train station while checking the Hero News website, seeing that the police were doing a raid on a drug den in Hasu. Horrible news. What? Why did he think that? Heroes of today should be ashamed. Once again, not Izuku's thoughts. You will show them what a true hero is. Although he did want to be a good hero, these thoughts weren't his thoughts in his head. They felt foreign and separated from his normal thoughts, like they were placed into his brain. He pondered this as he sat down on the train, getting lost in his thoughts while the train began to move. He had decided that the thoughts were just someone with him using their telepathic quirk to mess with him. It wouldn't have been the first time. Izuku entered the gym very awkwardly. It was his first ever time being in a gym, and he was petrified. Going into a new gym for the first time was already scary enough. Add that in crippling anxiety, and whatever mental image you have is Izuku at the front desk. Hello, welcome to West Musutafu Quirk Gym. Is this your first time? The woman at the front desk pleasantly asked. Would you like a tour? She cocked her head to the side, smiling cutely. This was far too much for Izuku to handle, and he shut down. Will I am meeting a friend SSON no T, thank you. He rapidly waved his hands in front of him, a deep red glow slowly growing across his face. Okay then, sir. Just come ask me anything you need help with. God damn it, why was he so bad at talking to girls? Well, he was bad at talking to men too. He would just be intimidated and hide. You are just bad at talking in general, Izuku. How large was this quirk's area? And how did it know his name? Izuku was starting to get concerned. Last time it was just some guy who was making a prank video. This guy was practically stalking him. You must be Izuku Midoriya. A plain-looking boy with sharp teeth and black hair shouted while walking over to Izuku. Wait, black hair, sharp teeth, this was Dr. Kirishima's son. Why, yeah, that's me, Izuku spoke shakily. You must be Kirishima, he said, a nervous smile on his face. Yep, but you can just call me Ijiro since we are going to be gym buddies. Wow, this guy was excited. First name straight off the bat. You can call me Izuku then. Having never made a first name basis friend before, Izuku was having a very good day now. So, where should we start? He asked Kirishima. Well, first we have to start by seeing where you are with your quirk already. If you don't mind me asking, what is your quirk? My mom said it's the most interesting she has ever seen. Kirishima said, stars in his eyes. Izuku's friend filled high immediately dropped as the reaction of his classmates earlier that day flashed through his mind. WLUSC, my Q quirk allows me to permanently copy anyone else's as long as I ingest some of their DNA. Izuku finished, ending in an almost shouting type tone. Kirishima stayed in stunned silence, his brain whirring. That's, he began, he continued, manly, he shouted, reminding Izuku of himself when he was younger. It was Izuku's turn to be surprised this time. You aren't scared? Izuku asked, still not believing what he was hearing. Of course, think of all the possibilities with a quirk like that. You could copy another hero's quirk to help on the field, beat a villain with their own quirk, or just become the strongest person on the planet. Ijiro babbled on. Izuku's head spinning with all the information, he still doubted he wasn't scared. It was hard not to. The dark-haired boy seemed to sense this as his eyes softened. If you want, he pulled a hair from his head, you can have my quirk too. He offered with a big bright smile. I like this kid. Meet a disembodied voice. Why? It's your quirk, and we just met. Who am I to use it? Izuku asked, tears pooling in his eyes. Although he likes to brave it out and put up a strong front, people calling him Dorobo and moving their chairs away from him really got to him. He especially didn't like the faces that his classmates made when they told them his quirk. The pure terror on their faces was something he would never want to make another person feel. You're my friend, why wouldn't I? Ijiro nonchalantly asked, placing the hair in his hand. You eat this, and I'll be over by the testing area. The taller boy patted his shoulder and walked into a room with a steel door. Scary. He quickly swallowed the hair and wiped the tears out of his eyes. He didn't want to look like a mess for his first friend. He felt an electrical feeling hover over his body before disappearing. New quirk, hardening, obsidian style. You have copied the hardening quirk, but a little different. While Ijiro Kirishima can spread his hardening all across his body, you can only have it on 25 of your body at any time. This can be increased with training. Do not worry though. While Ijiro started with the hardness of eggshells, you start at the strength of obsidian. You also can strengthen your power at around double the speed of his. This was a lot. The original form of hardening was already fit for hero work beforehand. But now it was perfect. He had to show Ijiro, and he wasn't that tired. It looked like the more quirks he absorbed, the less its drawback could affect him. Ijiro, Izuku waved at the other boy, interrupting his wall-punching session. Yo, Izu bro, did you get it? He asked, excitement in his voice. Not exactly, he said, raising his arm and activating the quirk. Immediately his skin turned a solid black color. Parts of it glinted in the lights from the ceiling. Whoa, my quirk doesn't do that, he said with an exasperated look on his face. Yeah, when I copy quirks they always change in some way, like how my mom's went from attraction to orbit. He explained, using the quirk on a piece of the wall near his feet. Your quirk got harder and easier to train when it transferred to me, but I can only use it on 25% of my body for now. Izuku quickly added at the end. Well, how about we start training then? The dark-haired boy slammed his fist into his arm, a grin making its way across his face. Tell me what your quirks are and show me them in action. The first quirk I have is called slime okinesis, he said, creating a football-sized glob of slime and dropping it onto the floor. Izuku then explained his quirk. It allows me to create a slime-like substance from anywhere on my body. He made the slime transform into a multitude of shapes before solidifying it and making it drop to the floor with a muffled thunk. I can then control the slime any way I want and can change the properties. I can also make it dissolve at any moment, he said, flicking his hand to make the slime dissolve. I can make about 120 gallons of slime and control it before it becomes too taxing. Next is orbit, which I copied from my mom. It gives me the power to create a gravitational field anywhere in a 20 meters radius around me. The max strength of the fields decreases the further away the field is from me, Izuku said, attracting a few pebbles up his body and releasing the field as they hovered over his palm, dropping them into his hand. I have a fourth quirk, but I can't show it to you. It says I need to collect kinetic energy to use it, but I think it enhances my physical abilities," Izuku explained. "Well, you know there is only one way to test that," Ijiro stated, a grin widening on his face. "How do you know?" No, Ijiro, we can talk about this, please." The green-haired lad's expression darkened, and he began to back up. "Detroit," Ijiro began, giving Izuku a chance to begin running. Izuku had managed to make it about 7 meters from the boy before he rushed to him, swinging his hardened fist hard at him. Smash! He screamed, imitating the famous #1 hero. Izuku quickly hardened his face just before the collision, sending him tumbling to the floor. Although he was still in pain from the fall, the point of contact wasn't damaged. Izuku checked his kinetic store quirk to check, and yep, 0.1x enhancement. He hated how Ijiro was right. "Did it work?" Ijiro asked, reaching out a hand for Izuku to grab. "Yes," Izuku said quietly as the other boy pulled him up. "Sorry for springing that on you. I didn't mean to hurt you." "How do you punch someone while not trying to hurt them? If it makes you feel any better, the way you took that punch was so manly," he said, trying to lift the other boy's spirits. Izuku immediately turned red after being described with the unfamiliar adjective. Well, it's nothing. "Really? I just hardened my F face where I thought your F fist would land," the young boy sputtered, waving his hands to cover himself. "It was still manly," the other boy protested. "Anyway, we should probably go check out that quirk of yours," he exclaimed, dragging Izuku to the gym area. Being set under a pull-up bar, Izuku had only just gotten out of his stupor and began noticing his surroundings. "What are we in here for?" "We are going to test your normal physical capabilities versus your enhanced ones." The taller boy revealed a grin, a laugh etched into his face. "Oh god," Izuku thought as Ijiro ordered him to do as many pull-ups as possible. After agreeing to meet every other day and exchanging phone numbers, Kirishima let Izuku go. It seemed that Kinetic Store's current output only boosted his abilities by a very small amount. After greeting his mother and eating the protein-packed dinner she made him, Izuku decided to go to bed and practically fell asleep right away. Izuku awoke in a strange place, a smoky black void with nothing around him but glowing orbs he recognized as his quirks. Suddenly a glowing white figure arose from the darkness, its form constantly changing as if on fire. The being settled on a humanish form, as close to human as being comprised of entirely white mist can get you. Izuku Midoriya, the humanoid, spoke. "Grow strong, make friends, and work hard." He paused. "The path will be dangerous, and you may feel you are not up to the task at hand, but always remember you have a power far beyond that of others. Use that power to protect others by any means necessary." The man finished. Suddenly he began to fade, his wisps becoming fainter and less common. "It seems my time is almost up." He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "I know you can become the greatest hero this world has been graced with." The mask said warmly as if it could smile. "I shall be speaking to you again very soon," and with that, he was gone. God, Izuku was in pain. For context, Izuku had come to the beach as he had promised himself, but it was far from what he had expected. So far he had had 3 pieces of trash fall onto him, fallen off a trash pile into the sand below, and been attacked by a seagull. It was safe to say he wasn't having the most pleasant of times. But the plan worked, and that's all that mattered. His muscles aching meant they would get stronger, and he had gotten his kinetic store to 0.03, so he was making progress. He needed muscle to become a hero. That was just a fact that he was ready to accept, but geez, this was hard. Izuku huffed as he heaved a piece of a car into the scrap yard. His legs felt like jelly as he walked out of the scrap yard. He headed back to the beach to collect his things. He needed to get home soon as it had already gotten dark out and Inko would begin to worry. The boy slung his rucksack over his shoulder and began to walk back to his house. "Nice job, kid." The voice was becoming far more common, and now he was certain it wasn't a quirk. Walking through his front door, Inko pleasantly greeted him. "Izuku, welcome back. I made you dinner. I didn't expect you to be out so long, so your lunch is in the microwave waiting for you," she explained to the boy. "Thanks, Mom," Izuku said, sluggishly grabbing the plate of food and placing it on the table. He sat down and practically inhaled the meal off of the table, savoring every bite. Placing his plate into the dishwasher, he wished his mother good night and dragged himself to his bedroom to sleep. 1.5 months later, Izuku had been working on himself a lot since the start of his training. And so far he had managed to increase his gravity field range to about 23 meters, increase the amount of slime he can create to 124 gallons. His obsidian form had grown considerably more durable, and he could harden 27% of his body. The biggest change of them, although, was his kinetic store quirk. He had increased the enhancement ability to about 0.5x added onto his base strength, and he had also discovered that enhancement meant enhancement. His quirk had enhanced everything about him: his reaction speed, his perception, his information processing speed, and his regeneration speed. When at the lower strength it wasn't very noticeable, but once you start watching people talk out of sync as you have 1.5 5x the perception speed of a regular human, you begin to notice. Or when you cut yourself on a piece of metal only to find it fully healed after 2 days. Or when you have finished the first 5 pages of a book in less than 2 pages. Luckily, Izuku had figured out he just had to actively choose not to use the quirk in those areas. But he had discovered a secret perk of those abilities. He could regenerate his muscles faster than the normal person, meaning his workouts become far more rewarding. Instead of having to wait for 8 weeks to see any results from working out, he would only have to wait for about 6, which sounds far less useful than it is. If Izuku can get his kinetic store to double his normal functions, he could finish the beach cleanup in half of the projected time, giving him more time to master his quirks. Overall, Izuku was very proud of himself. Okay kid, time to wrap things up. Your mom will be waiting for you. The voice in his head echoed, sounding like an old man. Okay, why I will, Izuku thought in response. It was very strange. The green-haired boy had formed a coexistence bond with the voice, like a "you don't bother me, I won't bother you" agreement where both parties had mutual respect. He had managed to pester the thing enough for it to reveal its name as Y, which was a bit too mysterious for Izuku's liking. But oh well. Things at school hadn't gotten any better since we last saw Izuku, maybe even worse. The boy was being avoided like a clown at a funeral. Nobody looked at him, nobody spoke to him, and everybody had moved their desks as far away from him as they were allowed to make sure he didn't copy their quirks. He had started to miss the times when they bully him. At least then he interacted socially with people. Now the only people who spoke to him were Ijiro, his mom, and why, you have to know you are lonely when a third of the people you speak to are a voice in your head. Izuku was very lonely. Ijiro was a great friend, but Izuku was too scared to ask him if he wanted to go out in case he interrupted his hangouts with his friends from school. His mom was, well, his mom. He couldn't just ask her if she wanted to hang out because she is your mother, and that is just called helping run errands. And finally, why wasn't chatty at the best of times and was, once again, just a voice in his head at the end of the day. Thus, Izuku just focused on training his body quirks and mind. He had practically stopped cutting his haircut, and so far it had grown about 2.5 inches, which is quite a lot. He still showered and kept hygienic, but only to the bare minimum that was socially acceptable. He got home and walked over to his mother to greet her, but stopped after noticing she was hyper-focused on her phone. "Mom, is everything all right?" he asked, tapping her on the shoulder. "Izuku, honey, I have just gotten an email from Sasamara and they said that your report was immaculate and that we can have a tour on the weekend." She squealed the last part, tears in her eyes. "Wow, really?" Izuku sputtered. "That's great. I can't wait," he almost shouted. "You can finally have a normal school life," she said excitedly. "Go out with friends, join clubs, get a girlfriend," Inko continued, a sly smile creeping across her mug. Izuku spat out the drink he had just picked up and drank. "Well, Mom, we don't need to go thinking all about the future now, do we?" Izuku quickly exclaimed, trying to keep a shade of red from reaching his face. Inko just chuckled as they sat down for their meal. She loved how the boy reacted whenever she brought up girls around him. Izuku went to bed that night with his brain racing, thinking about this new chapter of his life he was about to begin. One where he met nice people, or one where it all went to shit again. Who knows? Well, Izuku would after he was formally added to the school's student list in a few weeks. So he had lots of time to think. Izuku was shaking. He thought he would be alright seeing as it was only for about 8 months, but geez, his anxiety must have been worse than he thought. It made sense though, as the past 2 months since his quirk manifested. That also means that the boy has only really had a proper conversation with 2 people. This meant that his social skills had almost gone into the negatives. So he wasn't expecting to be making any friends today. He thickly swallowed, fiddling with the button on his sleeve as he waited to be called into his new homeroom class. The teacher seemed to have just finished roll call as she then once again began to speak. "Before your first period, I would like to introduce a new member of our class," he heard her say through the door. "You can come in now, Midoriya," she said. He slid open the door, expecting a bunch of faces to be glaring back at him, but luckily they seemed to be mostly just intrigued by the green-haired boy. This was a relief to Izuku, as he had gotten accustomed to the moods of his classmates drastically dropping once he entered the room, yet this time it was not the case. He stepped up to the podium to introduce himself. "Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya," he stammered, briefly wondering if kinetic store amplified his stutter. "I have transferred from Aldera Junior High. I hope we can be friends." The word friends felt foreign in Izuku's mouth. "Okay everyone, you can question Midoriya in your own time," the teacher blandly stated, as if anyone questioned him. "Midoriya, go sit at the free desk next to Fukushima," the teacher instructed him. A blue-haired girl with a pretty face raised her hand to signal him to where she was. "Why, yes ma'am," he mumbled while making his way to his seat. "So class, get out your maths textbooks and turn to page 103, the teacher stated, beginning the lesson. Izuku was only about 15 minutes away from the bell signaling the end of the first period before he felt a light tapping at the back of his head. He ignored it at first, until the tapping became harder and more distinct, like a small bouncy ball tapping his head. Izuku, something hit you. Thanks for the information. I hadn't noticed, Izuku sarcastically thought. He then heard giggling. Oh no, he knew what was happening and couldn't say he liked it. But being the non-confrontational person he was, he let it be. It was only a few minutes until the between-lesson break, so he could leave. In the quarter of an hour left of the lesson, Izuku must have felt at least 60 different balls of varying sizes ping off of his back. Where are they getting all of these bouncy balls? He thought frustratedly as another ball pinged off of him. Whoever was doing this was persistent to annoy Izuku that day. The bell rang and the teacher dismissed them. Finally got to see the cretin who had been flinging things off of him a quarter of the lesson. He turned to see a pastel pink-haired girl with pink and blue heterochromatic eyes and a malicious look on her face. What are you looking at? She snarled at the greenette. And nothing, Izuku squeaked, turning away and shrinking into his chair. He wasn't liking the new start so far. Damn it, he thought things would be different. Izubro, shouted a familiar voice from the doorway. Ejiro, Izuku shouted back, his face glowing red as everyone turned to look at him. I thought you went to a different school, the boy said in a normal voice while pulling up a chair, to not cause Midoriya any further embarrassment. Why, yeah, I did, but I transferred, Izuku spoke softly, as usual. I didn't know you came here. Izuku returned the question. Well, that doesn't matter. How long have you been coming? Ijiro inquired. Today is my first day. It's not going too well though, Izuku complained. What? How come? Ijiro asked, worried about his friend's well-being. Well, you see. He told Ijiro about the pink-haired girl in the seat behind and how she was flinging things at him in class. I also don't know what to say about my quirk. I'm scared everyone will be scared of me again if I tell the truth, you know, Ijiro. Izuku noticed that his friend had up and vanished while he was ranting about his problems and went to start an argument with the previously mentioned problem. Hey, have you been throwing things at my friend? Ijiro angrily asked the girl before him. She looked up at him with an appraising look before she put her phone away and stood up to face him. And what if I did? You sure ain't doing nothing, she said with a smug grin. Izuku just watched in horror as his best friend began burning all of his potential social bridges. Who do you think you are? Kirishima raised his voice, gaining some of the class's attention. IG, it's not that big a deal. Just leave it, Izuku said, trying to defuse the situation. Shut it, broccoli head, the mean girl snapped, silencing Izuku but enraging Kirishima. Don't talk to him like that, you beetroot-headed bitch. Ijiro roared with pure fury. What did you call me, UPS? PS $, PS. She screamed. Oh, you in $PS and percent and $PS $percent $percent and in $% PS $PS percent Ijiro retaliated. Soon the two just began stringing together profanities that would make them fit in an Og-Ko-D lobby. At least Izuku had learned a few new words at school. Once Izuku had managed to drag the taller boy away from the inevitable fight and teach him how to calm down, the two boys decided to meet outside next to the field to eat lunch together. Hopefully, the day got better after this. It did not get better, in any way, shape, or form. The pink-haired lass, whom Izuku had learned was called Asahi Saki, increased the quantity and speed of her balls, which pummeled Izuku's back around every 30 seconds. I don't think she likes you. Good observation, Izuku thought to his ethereal buddy. Y had been extra vocal today and Izuku didn't want to be rude. The bell went to signify the beginning of lunch and the teacher walked out of the classroom. Izuku quickly began to pack up his things and made sure that his quirk notebook was the first thing safely stored in his backpack. He then stood up and left the room to search for the spot where he would meet Ijiro. It seems both the boys seemed to overlook the very vital fact that Izuku had no idea how to get to where he was going, meaning he was just wandering around the school like some ghost. Given his long hair that only just managed to cover his eyes and his hunched posture, he could have very easily been turned into an urban school legend. Izuku had just found the door to the outside world, having a sigh of relief once he found Kirishima waiting for him around the corner. With a girl. Izubro, over here, Ijiro yelled, without waiting for the other boy's response, grabbed him and dragged him over to his previous spot. Hey, Ashido, this is the gym bro I keep telling you about, he said excitedly to the pink girl, who seemed a little disappointed. Oh man, I thought he was gonna be a super buff hunk type of dude. Turns out he was just some scrawny kid. No offense, she complained to herself. Izuku was too flustered to respond. The boy didn't know how not to be offended. He had worked hard for his muscles, damn it. Ijiro must have heard his internal struggles as he immediately jumped to defend him. Izuku is buff. His muscles are just more compacted. For efficiency, Izuku almost felt bad for how his friend tried to compliment his physique, but then remembered it was completely his fault he was in this situation. Yeah, the pink girl gave one last glance, just to make sure, Sure. Dear God, please kill me now, Izuku mentally pleaded after the confrontation. Can we just eat now? Izuku quietly asked his friend. not having the confidence to ask the girl. Sure thing, we were talking about where we should eat just before you got here, Ashido said, causing Izuku to blush furiously. He didn't get much social interaction with girls in his old school, so he was a bit jumpy around them. Ashido noticed this and a devilish grin spread across her face. She had a new toy to tease. The group made their way towards the spot the other two had agreed on earlier. Walking around the school, Ashido decided to make some light conversation. So Green Bean, what's your quirk? She asked innocently. Izuku had known this question would come up, but his precious brainstorming time was cut short due to his hardening friend. Ajiro looked at him knowingly. He had come to understand Izuku's predicament. There would always be people scared of his quirk no matter how hard he tried to prove him wrong. Both boys stopped walking. WLYUSSC Izuku stopped as he felt hardening activate all over his upper chest. What the? He was then alerted by Y. Something is about to hit you. Why, what are you talking about? Izuku asked, taking a step backwards. Although it wasn't uncommon for Y to speak to him, he had no idea he could affect his body, never mind his quirks. Izuku then felt a small round pellet smash into his left pectoral muscle. He then saw a marble-like object fall out of his shirt. Izuku, are you okay? Kirishima shouted to his friend. Running back, seeing he was on the floor, Izuku quickly ripped open his shirt to check the damage. Luckily, Y had activated hardening, so the damage would be reduced, but holy moly, that hurt. He saw that there was a dent where the bullet had hit and lots of the surrounding material had chipped and fallen off. Izuku deactivated his quirk, which was one of the biggest mistakes he could have made. Almost instantly, the area started bleeding profusely as the originally hard material had kept his blood inside his body. But now he was back flesh. You couldn't see the dent and cracked spider webbing out of it due to a large amount of blood leaking out from them. This didn't even cover the pain he was in now. Sure, the impact hurt, but that was like comparing a bug bite to a shark bite, completely different. Oh shit, Ashido said, noticing a large amount of blood flowing from Izuku's chest. We need to get him to the nurse. Now, although weak, the nurse's healing quirk would be useful to try and stop the bleeding. Ijiro quickly hoisted Izuku over his shoulder, making sure to be careful not to hurt him. Izuku, harden your wound to stop the blood. Izuku followed the order, although due to losing so much blood he was on the verge of passing out. As the group rushed to the infirmary, Izuku couldn't help but notice a certain shade sticking out from the green of the tree. Pink, Izuku wondered aloud, before passing out. Asahi had made a mistake. A really big mistake. She hadn't meant to hit Broccoli Head, just scare him a little. It's his fault for stepping back. Was it? The girl just stood there in shock, only startled into motion by the bell signaling the end of lunch. She quickly ran to her next lesson, which she just so happened to share with her most recent victim. She prayed he was in the classroom, but she knew he wouldn't be. Her quirk, Oddball, allowed her to create a pink ball of varying size and properties. She could then fire them off at high speeds. When it first manifested, she could only make very soft balls that were the size of small marbles, and she could only fire them off at about 5 meters per second. But after hitting puberty and training to become a hero, she could fire them off over 500 meters per second and make them into the size of basketballs. She can also increase the density to the point they are almost mini diamonds. So she knew he wouldn't be in class as she had practically just shot him with a handgun. She was actually surprised he had managed to stop the ball in its tracks. She sat down in her seat and pulled out her notebook. Could Asahi Saki please make their way to the infirmary? Thank you, the speaker above the door screeched. Shit, the girl mumbled. Well, Miss Saki, it seems that you have had quite the afternoon, the principal said to her as she walked up to him. I assume you know why you are here, he asked with a quirked eyebrow. Asahi nodded solemnly, not making eye contact with the large man. Usually I would expel you on the spot. The girl winced at the bluntness of the man. But I know you have applied for UA's hero course, and this sort of thing would ruin your chances of any hero course, never mind UA. Once again the girl found herself cringing at the sentence. So I will let Mr. Midoriya decide your punishment, as he is the victim of your attack. Asahi's head snapped up at this. She was sure she was going to lose her chance at being a hero. Well, she still could lose that chance, and it wasn't looking very good for her. Her future was now in the hands of the boy that she just shot. Oh no. Well, how about we go in and ask him? The girl didn't have a chance to respond as she was pushed into the room. Good luck, the teacher wished the girl before closing the door and leaving the girl bewildered. The girl turned away from the door and immediately was met with Izuku lying in one of the beds, half of his shirt ripped off and a bandage on his chest. Hello Midoriya. The girl immediately turned red from embarrassment after such a scuffed entrance. Hopefully, she could salvage it. Hello Saki, Izuku softly spoke. What do you need? The boy was very clearly apprehensive to talk to the girl. To be fair, she had been mean to him all day, so she could understand. WLUSC, Asahi swallowed, steeling herself. I have come to apologize, she said bowing. What for? Class? It's okay. Ijiro shouldn't have been rude to you. Izuku sputtered, turning red and waving his hands in front of his face. Asahi felt a pang of guilt pulling at her heart. No, well, that also, she said, scratching the back of her head. But also this. She pointed at Izuku's newest wound. Oh, that, Izuku said, sadness crossing his face for a brief second. Well, it's fine, my hardening quirk took the brunt of the damage and the impact increased my strength. Quirky. Izuku slapped a hand over his mouth and made a little squeal-like noise. It was very clear he didn't mean to say that. You have 2 quirks? Asahi asked, quite befuddled. Well, actually I have 6, Izuku corrected the pink-haired girl. Okay, anyway, the girl proceeded, I was trying to scare you earlier, but I didn't expect you to step backwards, she said sheepishly. The principal said that you are the one who decides my punishment. He said he didn't immediately expel me immediately because I want to be a hero. She revealed, it's okay if you want me expelled since I, shot you. She snorted humorlessly. As if on command, the principal walked into the room. Well, Midoriya, what is her punishment? He asked. Izuku adopted a thinking face. He knew that she could have killed him if not for why she had also been nasty to him in class, launching her bouncy balls off him, but something was caring about her. It was something he couldn't put his finger on it, but he could tell she wanted to be a hero just like him and Ijiro, although for different reasons. I have decided, the boy declared. Both listened intently, Asahi more so as her entire life's work was on the line. Saki will receive detention for the time it takes for me to heal this wound, Izuku exclaimed proudly. The 2 listeners just sat there flabbergasted. That's it, they shouted in unison, causing Izuku to reel back. Listen, Midoriya, the principal said. She shot you, and you are giving her 2 weeks detention, he stated in a very confused manner. Well, it will only be about 1 week because of one of my quirks. But at this time I won't be able to train, so I will be there too, Izuku protested. Very well then, Asahi Saki, as of today, you have a week's detention and I will be informing your parents. The older man sighed defeatedly. The girl was stunned at this boy's level of forgiveness. She had almost killed him and he gave her a week-long detention. Just trying to think about the boy's logic made her head hurt. Okay then, there's no point in either of you going back to your current lesson, so just go to your next lesson when the bell goes. Goodbye, the principal said, getting up and walking to the door. And Saki, he said, turning to look at the girl. Don't shoot anyone else. He finished sliding the door shut. Why would you do that? Saki quietly asked, looking down and trying not to make eye contact with the boy. Huh, do what? Izuku innocently questioned. Let me get off scot-free, she said angrily, tears pricking her eyes. I almost killed you, and you still let me become a hero. Why? She demanded. Well, you just seemed nice, he said, flashing his sunshine smile, almost blinding everyone else in the room. The girl just snorted. Dumbass, she said, standing up and wandering to the door. You might want to get a new shirt. The next lesson is in 5 minutes. This caused the green-haired boy to burn red, quickly covering himself with his hands. See you later, Midoriya. She waved to him. Izuku quickly got a new shirt from the nurse and began walking to his next lesson. The day had gotten much better. In detention. So Saki, what's your quirk? Izuku idly asked the girl in a desperate attempt at making conversation. My quirk? Oh, it's nothing interesting, she said surprisingly humbly for her personality. It's called Oddball. It gives me the ability to create any kind of ball I want, then lets me fire them at high speeds. She spoke nonchalantly. Don't know how I'll get into UA with it, but I'll damn well try, she said, a determined edge to her voice. Nothing interesting. That quirk is way cool. It basically makes you into a walking armory. Izuku fanboyed with stars in his eyes. You can rapidly fire out balls without much thought, spreading the opponent instantly, or use more compact and precise shots. Like a sniper. It's not that cool, she protested with a tint of red leaking onto her face. My uncle can turn objects and people into marbles, then turn them back by touching them. That's way cooler, Asahi argued, although your uncle's quirk is more flashy. He can only work at close range, but you can work at any range, Izuku countered with ease. Well, what about your quirks? How did you get so many? Saki asked, changing the subject to avoid any more praise. Oh well, my original quirk is called Inheritance and allows me to copy another person's quirk by ingesting some of their DNA. Then I got a slime quirk from a villain, a strength quirk off a hero, a telekinesis quirk from my mom, and a hardening quirk off of my best friend Ijiro. Izuku finished the list. Wow, you must be so lucky. How do you keep track of them all? She asked curiously. Oh, my doctor also gave me a quirk that lets me see my other quirks. But I wouldn't say I'm lucky, the boy stated. When I copy a quirk, it isn't exactly how it was before and it changes, making them harder to understand. And it starts back at 0, meaning I have to train it up from the level of a 4-year-old to hero material while training other quirks also, he explained. Oh man, that's rough. The girl empathized. I remember how hard I had to train to get my quirk from being bouncy balls to bullets. She laughed. Yeah, also people at my old school were scared of me. Izuku somberly said. Scared of you? Why? She confusedly questioned. I think they were just afraid of losing their individuality. It didn't help that my ex-childhood friend started calling me Dorobo, Izuku said, sniffling back a tear. Noticing this, Asahi did the only thing she knew how to cheer up her new friend, insult someone. Well, I think that he's an asshole. Your quirks are really cool, she shouted. Why, you know what? Dorobo's super cool hero name, she said, not thinking. Really? Izuku said skeptically. Dorobo is a good name for a hero. He splayed out with a hint of amusement on his face. Saki's face gradually warmed up, realizing what she just said. It's just shut up. The girl slammed her face on the desk to hide her embarrassment. All right, you two, you can leave now, the teacher watching them said. I'm home, Izuku shouted as he walked through the door of his house. Welcome back, Izuku. How has your day been? Did you make any friends? His mother rattled off the questions as if rehearsed. She was already standing at the door. Well, funny thing actually, Izuku began. Jiro was there, and he introduced me to this girl called Ashido, his girlfriend, I think. Anyway, she has pink skin and black eyes. Here came the part he was dreading. I met this other G girl, Asahi Saki. She was nice. Izuku Midoriya's mind had a blue screen. It seemed her mother's software wasn't up to speed with her son's age due to him being a complete social piranha since the age of 4. It seemed she now got to ask the more grown-up questions. Is she cute? This one question had caused Izuku Midoriya's mind to blue screen. And no. And not and no, as she is quite pretty. Wait, no. And not pretty. It's, Izuku sputtered like a fish out of water. Interesting. He concluded. She had a very interesting face. It would have been believable if he hadn't adopted a red glow that was on par with a dwarf star. Her face was interesting. She asked with a knowing look and quirked eyebrow. Yep, he said with a wobbly smile. Sure, I'll believe you. What else happened? She said, swiftly moving on. Oh yeah, and I got shot. Izuku had forgotten to text his mother about this while in detention with Saki. His mother did a double take. You got shot? By who? How? His mother worried over her son. Oh well, Saki tried to scare me with her quirk, but I stepped back and ended up getting hit by one of her marbles. Her quirk is really interesting actually. It lets her create these balls and mutter. Inko only really listened to the first half of the sentence. Izuku, your new friend shot you? Inko asked, fury brimming from her small form. Why yeah, but it was by accident though. Izuku had only seen his mother this angry when he had spilt orange squash onto her newly clean carpet when he was 10. That was a scary experience. If that girl ever tries to hurt you again, I will personally end her existence. Izuku was sure he could see red glowing from her eyes as she said that. Okay, Mom, Izuku squeaked, I'm going to go to eat my food now. The boy had learned that the best thing to do in these situations was to let his mother cool off unless he wanted to face her wrath. As Izuku finished up his food, his mind gravitated back towards the incident at school today, specifically how Y reacted. He knew Y could react to the outside world, but not to the point where he can predict marble shots. Also, the voice, which to Izuku's knowledge so far wasn't able to control the boy's body, had managed to activate one of his quirks, meant that he could at least control his quirks. Hey Y, how come today you were able to use my quirk without me commanding it? Izuku asked the voice. We will talk later. The voice was very vague with its instructions, and Izuku would wait for 2 hours until he decided the talk wasn't coming and went to bed. As he tucked himself off to sleep, Izuku began to see images of a black-haired man with piercing green eyes. Well, we meet again, Izuku. What Izuku presumed was why spoke. I know you have many questions about today, but first I am going to explain something about quirks you may not know. The voice began. Although quirks are very much a physical thing, they rely heavily on the mental strength of the user. This is why they begin weak and hard to train. But as you grow older, they become stronger as your brain develops more and more. If you don't train your quirk, it won't affect your mental capacity, but if you do the opposite, then your brain won't be able to handle the quirks and your brain will shut down. Usually a human brain can contain one quirk to its maximum and issues don't occur. But when you begin adding more quirks to one brain, things get messy. Izuku's expression darkened as he began to process what Y was saying. That is a problem that your quirk was faced with when you first manifested, and that is why I am here. Y continued, unfazed by his previous statement. Your power had to create the equivalent of a supercomputer using your genetic code. Instead, your quirk created the person with the strongest mind in your bloodline and made their mental strength grow over time, so your quirk didn't kill you as soon as you got over multiple. Your quirk made me combat the effects of singularity, and due to being used as a store for your quirks and connected to your mind, I can use your abilities. I, however, cannot control your actual body. Izuku was flabbergasted by this information. He didn't know it was possible to have quirks that created sentient beings. Your quirk viewer will tell you your capacity and how close you are to reaching it, and as you grow, your quirks will increase gradually. Y finished his explanation. I hope we speak again soon. Izuku, Y added before fading away, stirring Izuku awake. Izuku woke up soaked in sweat, his pajamas clinging to his body. He looked over to his clock which read 4:30 a.m. He decided it was time to get up as there was no way he was sleeping after that conversation. He turned on the shower and began to strip. Then a thought occurred. Hey, why? Can you see me right now? Yes, I can. Why are you looking at me while I'm changing? Pervert, he screamed, his face turning beet red. Izuku, there is no need to be bar. Like hell there isn't. You are like my grandfather or something. The boy interrupted him. That's weird. Izuku, I am part of your body. I have seen everything you have done in the past 2 months. So what? Izuku then adopted a look of embarrassed understanding. Never mind, he mumbled sheepishly, clambering into the shower. Once he felt adequately clean, Izuku got dried off and went to grab a snack from the kitchen. Activating Quirk vision, Izuku checked for changes with his quirks. Quirk, inheritance, ability to copy quirks, transformation type quirk, branch off copy quirk, capacity 6/8, +1, 43%. Quirks collected, slimokinesis, the ability to create and manipulate slime. Emitter type quirk, kinetic store. Your body absorbs any kinetic energy it contacts and converts it into quirk energy store that increases strength. Each time you absorb kinetic energy, you increase the store, thus the strength you can tap into. Current maximum 1. 13x enhancement emitter type quirk. Branch off accumulation quirk. Orbit. User can create gravitational fields around themselves in a certain radius. The user can choose what is and isn't affected by the field. Current radius 25 meters. Emitter type quirk. Hardening. Obsidian style. The user can transform their skin into an obsidian-like substance. Though it starts at around the strength of glass, you can easily train it up by just damaging it and letting it repair. Currently the strength of copper. Transformation type quirk. Holy heck, that was a massive increase in the kinetic store. On Sat it was only 0.55x. It must have been the balls that were hit off of him the day before, and maybe getting shot had something to do with it. The capacity reader was also new. Y was said to increase the capacity. He had to work on his quirks. It was that or die, and Izuku liked being alive, so he needed to train. Unfortunately, his injury caused by his newest friend prevented him from going to the gym in case of any further damage. Speaking of which, the incessant stabbing pain, courtesy of the wound, had been absent all morning. Izuku raised his shirt and slowly unwrapped his bandage, which had blood all over it. He was dazzled by the lack of a wound. The only thing, there was a large scar that resembled cracked glass. Izuku liked it. He thought he could look really menacing with it. Unfortunately for him, he was the least threatening person in Japan. After finishing his snack, Izuku decided to go down to the beach to get some training before school. Although the skinny man with long blonde hair who Y pointed out to him was a bit strange. Izuku was hyping himself up to confront the man but was beaten to it. Are you cleaning this beach by yourself, young man? The stranger asked. Why yes, Izuku stammered squeakily. He wasn't ready to be questioned and was caught off guard. Why? This was a question Izuku was more prepared to answer. Many people had asked him this while they watched him drag pieces of car to a scrap yard. I'm training to go to UA and become a hero, Izuku answered wholeheartedly. It also helps the community out. This beach used to be beautiful but fly tippers covered it in garbage. So I'm trying to clean it all as training. The man nodded, humming to himself. And why do you want to become a hero? This question had thrown Izuku for a bit of a loop. He had never really thought about it. It was just something he always wanted to become. Even after his quirkless diagnosis, Izuku scoured his brain to try and find the answer. He decided the dream began once he saw All Might's debut video, and then the answer came to him. I want to save people with a smile. I want to make people feel safe and stand up for the weak, Izuku concluded. Good answer, kid, the man said gruffly. I hope I see more of you in the future. He swiveled around and walked away. Okay, Izuku stared off after the man. Checking his watch, Izuku did some mental calculations and decided to go in around 30 minutes to make it to school on time. He then set back off on carrying trash to the scrap yard. Yo, broccoli head, Asahi barked. It seems even after their friendship had been established, she still had her thuggish attitude. You want to eat lunch together? The girl's face had a tinge of red to it as she asked, playing with her hands and not making eye contact. Izuku almost had whiplash from the shift in her demeanor. Sue. Izuku was swiftly cut off by a protective voice. I will not allow you alone with that girl without my supervision, Izubro, Kirishima said, putting himself between the two. A panting Ashido was close behind him. However, Kirishima, can we please go for lunch? I'm starving. The pink girl whined. No, not until he is away from this harlot, he shouted defiantly. Harlot, Asahi stammered. I am not trying to do that. Red spread across her as she covered her face in embarrassment. Ijiro, it's okay, we are friends now. Izuku offered to try to quell Ijiro's rage. You can go have lunch with your girlfriend. We aren't like that. Both teens shouted simultaneously. Fine, you can go. The boy backed down. Just remember, I'm not fine with it. He gave one more glare to the pink-haired girl before stomping off in a huff, followed by Ashido, who seemed a bit more pink than usual. Making their way to the lunch hall, the two ordered their food and sat down. There is something I want to give you, Asashi said to Izuku as they ate. The boy acknowledged as he stuffed his face. I want you to copy my quirk, she said valiantly as if giving him a knighthood. Okay, Izuku simply replied. A bit caught off guard by the short response, Asahi put out her hand. Well then, get on with it, she stuttered as Izuku just stared blankly at her hand. You do remember how my quirk works, right? Izuku asked disbelievingly. I need to consume some of your DNA to copy your quirk, he exclaimed, visibly amused. On the other hand, Asahi had become a glowing red color, 1,000 fantasies rushing through her head. Well, I guess it's fine, the girl mumbled. The two inched ever closer to each other. Sexual tension filled the air as the two's lips began to interlock, and they began passionately. Ouch. Saki's fantasy was interrupted by a sharp, painful sensation on the top of her head. Did he just eat one of her hairs? Well, why how? The girl had plenty of questions, but Izuku just looked at her. What? I needed your DNA. What else would I have done? Izuku asked innocently, tilting his head to the side. You baka, she screamed, being the most embarrassed of her whole life. That was the first time Izuku had ever been slapped. The next day, well, what quirk did you get? I bet it's really cool since it came from me, Asahi asked while jumping up and down. Not unlike a little girl getting a new puppy. Quirk, skin shot. Sorry, but it's as gross as it sounds. You can detach parts of your skin and shoot it off at high speeds. Unlike the original quirk, you can shape your projectiles before you fire it. Luckily, due to this, your skin passively regenerates at super speeds. Well, they can't all be powerful, Izuku thought aloud to himself as he processed all of this information. This caused Asahi to become worried. What's wrong with my quirk? Izuku explained the quirk to her and she seemed to share his disgust. How the fuck does this come from my quirk? Well, you create your own ammunition, so it wouldn't be surprising if you made them from dead skin cells, Izuku analyzed. Saki inched away from the greenette. Have you been watching me? She asked suspiciously. Nananoyava got a tolong igistrial like quirksandir sisriala coolant. Izuku was flustered by this accusation and dumped his brain out in words. Dude, chill, it's fine, she said calmly. It's funny how you geek out over quirks and stuff. Izuku visibly relaxed at this. Anyway, class is about to start, she said as the teacher walked in. 3 months later. So far, Izuku had hit a plateau with his quirks. His orbit had reached 40 meters. He could create twice as much slime. His skin was as hard as iron and he could cover 32% of his body. He could now amplify his body by 1.46x. He had made a minimal effort with his skin shot quirk as he didn't see the point if he couldn't use it for hero work. He still used it to see the capabilities, but tried to not use up his other quirks' training time with it. So far, he had discovered he could regenerate all of the skin on his hand in under 3 seconds and he could fire it off at around 50 miles per hour. It would be useful, but due to skin's fleshy nature, it didn't have much attack power. His quirk storage had increased by 4 and was resting at a comfortable 12 quirks, far from Izuku's current amount of quirks. Izuku was currently sitting on the floor of the quirk gym, having just put a massive dent in the wall due to his repeated punches in an attempt to strengthen his hardening. He noticed that his hardening seemed to chip far more than Ijiro's. The shards were quite sharp. Ijiro had learned this once he had tried to pick up one of Izuku's shards, which had led to an trip and a lot of stitches. Izuku shuddered at the memory. He had never seen so much blood come from one hand. Hey Izubro, can I ask you something? Ijiro interrupted Izuku's train of thought. Yeah, sure. Taking a swig of his water, he looked up at the taller boy. Since you can amplify your processing speed using kinetic store, he began. Can you amplify your other quirks? They are also part of your body. Izuku was a moron. How had he not managed to think of this sooner? He was meant to be a quirk geek. He had watched thousands of videos of heroes doing combo moves and mixing their quirks to create a certain effect. How had this not crossed his mind? I don't know, I've never tried it. Ijiro just stared at him slack-jawed. Izuku stood up and put his hardening all over his arms, head and pectoral muscles, maxing out the output of his 32% hardening. He then activated kinetic store on his hardening quirk and briefly, his hardened skin spread to around 40% of his body. His obsidian also seemed to be more the strength of steel rather than iron. This development sent Izuku off on a muttering storm. This was until he began to feel a strain on the hardened sections of his body as if he had just kept it active for over a day with no breaks. Quickly deactivating both quirks, Ijiro adopted a face of worry. Hey, are you okay? You were doing it, he queried. I'm fine. I think that my quirk wasn't prepared to be boosted to that extent. Maybe I should try to keep it at lower levels instead of just 100% all the time. Izuku explained. Well, that's good. You had me worried for a sec. Ijiro sighed in relief. Well, I'm gonna head out. See you at school. He waved to Izuku, who was still on the floor with a thinking face. Oh, bye. Izuku waved back, startled by his friend's sudden exit. Izuku stood up to leave with his mind still whirring with possible uses for this new power. That was until he decided to do one last test. Turning to one of the target dummies, Izuku hardened his palm, slowly covering it in an inkai black shine. Then he used Skin Shot, detaching the hardened skin and firing it at the humanoid figure's head, completely shredding the right side of its face and piercing right through to the other side. Izuku was amazed. Those dummies were made of reinforced carbon fiber and not even a bullet could get through them. Yet he had just managed to practically slice its face off. A shiver traveled up his spine when he imagined if he used that on a person. He informed a staff member of the broken dummy, who would have not believed him if not for the chunk he had brought with him, and hastily left before they could charge him for property damage. Not bad, kid. That was pretty clever, Y remarked. He had begun speaking in multiple sentences since their chat. He had also become even more frequent than last time, occasionally giving him pointers on how to use a quirk more effectively or keep him motivated during his workouts when he wanted to die. It was pleasant to have a voice in your corner to help you out, even if he would sound schizophrenic if he ever told anyone about him. 2 months later, Izuku was currently dragging a washing machine to the scrapyard while being cheered on by Mr. Yagi. Go Midoriya, my boy. You can do it. The man was shouting. Go Izuku, pull as hard as you can. Y simultaneously cheered. With one final heave, the boy managed to get it into the scrapyard and fell to the floor exhausted from the torture he had inflicted on himself. For the past 3 months, Mr. Yagi had begun watching him train and telling him how to do certain exercises. At this point, the two were teacher and student. Yagi said that he used to be a personal trainer, but after an injury, hung up the profession. As the two headed back to the beach, Izuku looked at his work so far and was proud of himself. Over the past 7 months, he had managed to transform the beach from a pseudo-landfill into a decently clean area, with only the odd piece of trash lying around. All things considered, he could probably finish the project by the end of the week. Midoriya, I forgot to ask, what is your quirk? Toshinori asked. Izuku wasn't scared to tell Mr. Yagi about his quirk. The man himself was quirkless and didn't seem to have a prejudice bone in his body. My quirk is called inheritance. It allows me to permanently copy someone else's quirk if I consume some of their DNA. But if take too many quirks at once, I can die. Yaga's eyes seemed to light up with interest once he heard his quirk. That is quite the interesting quirk you have. It reminds me of my friend's quirk, he said with a smile while scratching the back of his head. Really? The doctor said this was one of the rarest quirks she had ever seen, so I'm quite surprised you know someone else with a similar one. Izuku stated nonchalantly, still staring at the beach. Did you mean what you said when we first met? Yagi asked, a burning determination in his eye. Yes, with my whole heart. I'm going to become a hero who protects the weak, and no one is going to stop me, he said looking back to his friend, matching his determination easily. Very well, go here after you have finished your training. You could say I have a reward for you, the man said, then turning around and walking away. The week flew by as fast as lightning. It was fairly easy to haul the last few pieces of garbage to the scrapyard, seeming as though they were just small pieces of refrigerator. Izuku had made his way to the spot Mr. Yagi had selected for his surprise reward. Although the boy highly respected Mr. Yagi, he had to admit this was a bit far for a reward. Young Midoriya, Yagi shouted as he rounded the corner. I'm sorry if I kept you waiting. I was having some work-related issues, he explained, scratching the back of his head. Izuku greeted the man with a warm smile. No, I actually only just got here. I see. Well, on to business, he said, coughing into his hand. Well done on clearing the beach. I have to commend you for such a feat in such little time, but unfortunately, I have not been fully honest with you. Izuku was surprised to hear that the man he held so highly would lie to him. I have never been a personal trainer, and I certainly have a quirk. You see, I am All Might, he said, buffing up to the 7'2" man's form. Hey, Izuku squeaked. But how? The boy floundered around with a face like a fish. Around 5 years ago I got this injury, he said, lifting his shirt to show his gnarled flesh. Izuku reeled from the sight. The fight was never televised, but the villain possessed many quirks which he had taken from others. His power emerged at the dawn of quirks, and using a copious amount of longevity quirks, he has survived until that fight. What many don't know is that he had a sickly younger brother, who was quirkless yet had a strong sense of justice. Not wanting a weakling brother, this villain forced a quirk onto him, the ability to stockpile power over their lifetime. Izuku was on the edge of his metaphorical seat. But Mr. Yagi, or All Might he should say, continued. His brother did have a quirk, the power to pass on his quirk. The two quirks fused, creating the power to stockpile power and then pass it on to the next generation. This power was dubbed. All Might raised his palm, a glowing light flowing from it. One for all. One for all, both Y and Yagi said at the same time. and I want you to be its next wielder." The man finished. "Are you sure you want me? I mean, there are hundreds of strong heroes you could give this to. So why me?" Izuku was a bit doubtful of his capabilities. In his mind, there was no way he deserved All Might's power. "Although there are hundreds of strong heroes, you were the only one helping the community on that beach. I am choosing you because of your selflessness and willingness to help others, not power," All Might explained. Izuku had made up his mind. Although he still had doubts, he wasn't going to argue with the number one hero. "I accept your power," he said, determination filling his very being. "That's good to hear," Mr. Yagi grinned. "Now, eat this," he said, pulling a strand of hair and thrusting it into Izuku's face. Saki sat at the cafe she had agreed to meet Midoriya, taking a sip of her tea to calm her nerves. The green-haired boy was nearly 15 minutes late and hadn't called or texted to say where he was, and her insecurities were getting the best of her. "He's bailed on me," she thought. The girl had asked him out on a whim and he had very reluctantly given her his number. She knew he was a social pariah, but she didn't know it was self-inflicted. As Saki was about to get up and leave, she heard the jingle of the door and saw a familiar face. "Asahi, sorry I'm late. I was training and I lost track of time." Izuku apologized profusely, bowing so far he almost touched his feet. "It's no problem, really. I just got here." The girl lied, looking away from the boy. Izuku picked up on this immediately. "You liar, you have finished your drink." The boy's deduction skills were beyond human. Saki was sure even detectives would have a challenge if they tried to compete with him. "All right, I got here 20 minutes ago, but that's fine because you still came." She flashed him a smile, causing his cheeks to burn red. Izuku ordered some green tea and Saki ordered a latte. "So, which hero school do you plan on attending?" Asahi asked. "Well, I plan on becoming the number one hero someday, so I'm aiming for UA. But if I can't get in, I'll probably shoot for Isamu or Ketsubutsu." Izuku answered, rubbing his chin in thought. "Damn, that's a pretty big dream. I plan to go to UA too, but not to become number one or something like that. I want to be like Lady Nagant." Izuku swore he could see stars in the girl's eyes as she said this. Izuku nodded as he spoke. "With your quirk, you could probably become exactly like her. If you can better your aim, you could become a living sniper rifle, but please try to not kill anyone." "Yeah, that would probably end my hero career pretty quickly." She chuckled, taking the final sip of her drink. "Well, where should we go next?" Izuku asked, seeing as they had both finished their drinks. "I don't know, maybe the park. There's supposed to be a free concert happening there." The two paid for their drinks and began to walk for the door. Izuku decided to be a gentleman and hold the door open for Asahi, although he was bright red as he did. "After YU," he stuttered, allowing the girl to pass. "Good job, kid. You'll get to first base in no time at this rate." A woman's voice chuckled in his head. Shut up. I'm being nice," Izuku weakly defended. "Wait, you're not?" "Why?" was the last thing the boy thought before passing out. Hey kid, wake up." Izuku opened his eyes to see a bald man slapping his cheek. Alarmed by the sight, he swiftly crawled back out of fear, noticing there were 7 more people, one of which was YW. "Who are you people? Why are you in my void?" he cautiously asked, making sure to stay far away from them. Izuku calmed down. Y spoke up with irritation in his voice. "No, there are 7 strangers in my mind." Izuku rightfully argued. "He's got a point there, Yoichi." A man with black hair and a high-collared shirt defended him. "You aren't helping N." The woman in the group scolded N, as he was called. "My name is Akata Yamagachi. It's a pleasure to meet you." A man with spiky pink hair introduced himself. "Hey, you don't get to introduce yourself first." You were the most opposed to Tashinori giving him one for all. The bald man shouted while pointing accusingly at Akata. "It's not my fault you took so long." The man only got shouting in return for his response. "Everyone shut up," Izuku shouted, gaining the attention of the whole group. "Please explain why you are here and then introduce yourselves," he ordered, gaining a snort from Y, or Yoichi as Zen had called him. "Well, Izuku, these people are a part of One for All, the quirk I created over 200 years ago. They are all previous users of the power. Yagi is also here," he said as a yellow figure waved at him. "They will introduce themselves by order of user, starting from the second as you have already met me," he directed as the others got into a line. "As I said earlier, I'm Akata Yamagachi. My meta ability is called Gear Shift," he said, seeming annoyed. A man with blue hair tied back into a ponytail stepped up. "I am Endo Hayashi. My meta ability is called Fanjin." Next up was a tall man with white hair and a large scar running down his face. "Greetings. My name is Hikage Shinomori, and my meta ability is called Danger Sense." "I am sorry for the intrusion," he said politely. The bald man stepped forward, a grin on his face. "Degoro Banjo, Pro Hero Lariat. My quirk's called Black Whip. Don't mind these geezers, they were from a time before quirks were called quirks," he said, pointing a thumb to the other 3, getting a few annoyed looks. "My name is En Suzuki, and my quirk is Smoke Screen," En said while trying to ignore Degoro, who was currently trying to hit one of his predecessors. "And finally, best until last," the woman confidently stepped up. "Me, Nana Shimura. My quirk is called Float." Try not to fall in love with me too quickly. She ended with a wink. You look too much like my mom. And Mr. Yagi is last, Izuku commented flatly, causing a tick to appear on Nana's head. I'm starting to dislike this kid, she said, rage brimming in her voice. Yagi, unfortunately, can't speak as he didn't have a quirk for one for all to store, thus only part of his consciousness is here, Yoichi informed Izuku. Thank you for sorting that. So why am I here? Izuku questioned Yoichi. Well, you see, when you ate Toshinori's hair, your quirk also activated during the transferal of one for all. And because of the sludge incident, you already gained kinetic store from the stockpile quirk, which means that you have processed 7 separate quirks, Yoichi explained. Because of the stamina drain of your quirk, you got 7 quirks worth of fatigue at once and immediately passed out. What? But I was out with Asahi. What if we missed the concert? Izuku asked, concerned. Kid, you passed out on the street. You were probably in an ambulance, and pointed out, making Izuku snap back to the reality of the situation. Anyways, Yoichi began, interrupting the little conversation the two were having. You're waking up now, so make sure to check your new quirks, he said as they began to fade. Have fun with your girlfriend, Nana shouted right before he woke up. She's not my girlfriend, Izuku shouted as he lurched up in the ambulance, almost causing the driver to crash and headbutting Asahi as she was leaning over him. Jesus broccoli head, you're awake, Asahi shouted as she rubbed her head. And who's your girlfriend? She asked, a hint of jealousy in her voice. And no one, he squeaked, clamping his hands over his point of impact from Asahi's face. Well, whatever, she cared. Why did you pass out like that? You were fine a minute earlier. Then you were face down on the pavement, she said while waving her hands around. I think it might have been my quirk, Izuku said without thinking of the consequences. How? Did you copy someone else's quirk? She asked, tilting her head to the side. Oh crap. Izuku had to think up a lie on the fly. He already couldn't lie and now he had seconds to. Well, you see, Izuku began, not knowing how to continue. I think it was the cups, he said in a brain splurge while trying to think of a good excuse. The cups? Are you okay in the head, dude? She questioned, thinking he may be having side effects of passing out. Yeah, because they have other people's DNA on them. Yes, finally a good lie. That makes sense, I guess. She skeptically. Have you checked yet? She asked. No, I've been talking to you. Izuku once again responded flatly. Well, check then, she shouted, annoyed at his smartassery. Okay, calm down, Izuku said, trying to quell some of his friend's anger. Quirk, gearshift. This quirk allows the user to alter the speed of anything you touch, allowing you to accelerate the force of the target. You increase speed in gears. Gear 1 gives a 10% boost and higher gears increase by 10% each time. The quirk uses up stamina, which also increases per gear. You can only use up to Gear 1 for now. Emitter-type quirk, branch-off manipulation quirk. Quirk, float impact. This quirk allows the user to make anything in a certain area begin to float if the user impacts the floor. The strength of the impact affects the area and floating power. Emitter-type quirk. Quirk, sixth sense. This quirk allows the user to be able to sense anything in a certain area constantly. This quirk is passive and cannot be shut off, but you can sense even the twitch of a muscle without looking. The quirk will activate in 12 hours. Emitter-type quirk, branch-off sensory quirk. Quirk, smoke. This quirk allows the user to transform into smoke and then manipulate said smoke as if it were part of them. The user has a time limit on how long they can transform for and is immune to the negative effects of smoke on the body. Transformation-type quirk. Quirk, black hand. This quirk allows the user to sprout shadow-like arms and hands from their body. These appendages are hard to control and react to the user's emotions. You can also only make a certain amount of them and have the strength of the user, but size can vary. Emitter-type quirk. Quirk, big guns. The quirk, transferal, picked up the traits of the most recent one for all user, Toshinori Yagi, making the user taller and more muscular than the average person, meaning you are slightly stronger than normal. This change will take place in 12 hours and will be extremely painful. Mutation-type quirk. Izuku told Asahi about all of these quirks, excluding the one for all details, and she seemed to have blue-screened at the information. Sensory overload perhaps. It didn't matter. What did matter was Izuku's lack of clothes for this. What if he went from his 5'3" to 5'7"? He would have no clothes. Asahi, he shouted with a worried tone. Why yeah, she hadn't expected the authority in his voice. He began, his face darkening. I need you to go shopping with me, Izuku pleaded. Izuku walked through the front door of his house with Asahi in tow, both carrying around 5 bags in each arm. Izuku welcome Ho and Ko stopped mid-sentence. Who is this young woman you have brought home with you? She said, a sly glint in her eye. And nice to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya. As sorry for the eye intrusion, Asahi shakily greeted the woman, the weight of the bags crushing her. My name is Saki Asahi. Oh please, call me Inko. and allow my son to carry your bags for you. Inko effortlessly lifted all of the bags and dropped them into poor Izuku's arms, almost causing the boy to snap in half if not for the use of kinetic store at the last second. Asahi, where have I heard that name before? The woman wondered aloud while handing Asahi a cup of tea. Well, you see, I'm kinda the girl who shot Midoriya. The girl admitted she had managed to come to terms with that fact a few months back with help from Izuku. Inko immediately froze. I beg your pardon. Izuku then walked into the room, his cheery attitude immediately changing the dire situation. Hey, so Mom, Izuku said in a soothing tone as if trying not to awaken a dragon. I went to a cafe with Asahi today, and I accidentally absorbed 7 quirks and passed out. Izuku could already see the panic spread across Inko's face and tried to salvage the situation. But it's okay. Asahi called an ambulance for me and helped me shop for new clothes because I got a mutation quirk. Oh, that's fine. Everything is fine. Izuku is fine. Inko psychotically whispered to herself. Izuku slowly inched away from the livid woman. Izuku, honey, could you please go put the cups away in the kitchen, please? It was more of a demand than a request, and the boy did as she was told. As Izuku walked off into the kitchen, Inko leaned in so that only Asahi could hear her. I will allow you to continue to see Izuku since you saved him by calling the ambulance. But if you ever pull another stunt like the gunshot again, I will personally make sure you never become a hero. Asahi didn't know that she was a nurse and probably couldn't stop her from becoming a hero, but it was about sending a message. So, Asahi, you will need to go home soon, huh? Inko said, far louder, returning to her previous cheery persona. It's getting pretty late. You don't want to get caught out in the dark, she said, quickly ushering her to the door. Oh, well, I'm sorry for intruding. And thank you for the tea, she said as she was pushed out of the door by Inko. It was really no problem, and thank you for helping me shop for clothes. Izuku held the door open against his mother's wishes and her upper body strength. See you later, he shouted after her, releasing his grip on the door and allowing his mother to slam the door. Huffing and heaving, Inko looked up at her son, a puzzled look on her face. Did you like her? Izuku asked, causing his mother to go on a rant about why she wanted to punch that little bitch in the face. Izuku awoke to a roiling pain in his flesh, as if his muscles were being ripped apart and sewed back together. The pain spread from his muscles into his bones. He could feel them crack and splinter, being pulled further and further apart, only for them to be reconnected and the process to begin again. He wasn't sure he could take much more of this pain, but at the same time, he couldn't pass out from the pain. It was a vicious cycle, and the boy was sure he was in hell from the amount of pain he was experiencing, and wondered what god he had offended to suffer this torment. Slowly the pain began to fade, and by the time he had managed to drift back off to sleep, it had progressed into a dull pain across his body. The next morning, Izuku woke up to the sound of his alarm ringing in his ear. Yawning, the boy stretched his arms out, getting a satisfying popping noise, and groggily stumbled his way into the bathroom to brush his teeth. Reaching for the door handle, Izuku used the same force he usually would to open his bedroom door. Except, unlike usual, he took the door off its hinges. Oh shit, Izuku thought. If his mother ever found out about this, she would kill him. After collecting all of the things he would need that day from his room, Izuku used his newfound height and strength to place the door back into place and sealing it in place with some cemented slime. He quickly brushed his teeth and headed down to the Quirk gym after shooting Mr. Yagi a text message. As he got on the train, Izuku questioned the other users on their quirks in case they had any notes that could be useful. He could already feel his sixth sense working away and tried not to think about all of the naked bodies he could see right now. It also turns out that Black Hand can be activated on impulse, much like how Slime-O-Kinesis first activated. Squaring up to the test dummy, Izuku decided to test his quirks in user order, starting with big guns. From what he had recorded, he went from being able to bench press 102 kg to being able to bench 146 kg, which, although not superhuman, was a drastic increase. He had also noticed that his physique had also changed. He went from the beginnings of a 6-pack to a very noticeable 10-pack. Izuku hypothesized that this may be a cause of All Might's prime form, which had at least an 8-pack from what his costume revealed. Izuku then swung his fist at the test dummy's head, a loud thunk coming from the impact. Oh. Izuku clutched his fist in pain. He should have hardened his fist before punching. Although his fist hurt like hell, he did manage to knock the dummy back a few inches, seeing as they weighed the same as a fully stocked refrigerator. Next was gear shift. The quirk said that anything he touches can be affected by his quirk. He would think that Newton's first law will be a large barrier for his quirk, picking up a rock from the floor using orbit and throwing it at the test dummy. He then repeated this but activated Gear 1 on the rock. The results were minimal, and Izuku decided it would be best to move on. The next quirk was Float Impact. Izuku got 3 balls of varying weights and placed them in a line. He then hardened his fist and brought his fist down to the floor, creating a small crater. The 5 kilograms ball shot into the air the quickest and stayed about 2 meters in the air. The 10 kilograms ball floated about 1.5 meters in the air and reached it at a medium pace. The 20 kilograms ball was the slowest at raising and only floated about 1 meter in the air. After further testing, Izuku found out that he could climb on the balls and hang off of them without them falling out of the sky. He could move them horizontally, and he could cancel the effect whenever. But he couldn't use the quirk on himself, and although he could control how high the ball would go, a ball couldn't go past its original maximum height. For 6th sense, Izuku got a tennis ball launcher on a track that would fire towards him. He then blindfolded himself and tried to dodge the tennis balls. Izuku had managed to dodge around 1/6 of the balls fired at him. The main problem was that he didn't have enough time to process where the ball was coming from. Smoke was the most interesting quirk he had ever used. It allowed him to transform his whole body or parts of his body into smoke which he could control. The sensation of being air was amazing. Although it was extremely slow, he could fly. He could also phase through physical attacks by turning into smoke right before he got hit. Unfortunately, this did not extend to his clothes. Finally, there was Black Hand. The hands individually had the strength of his normal arms. He could produce 4 extra arms, and he could combine them to make bigger and stronger arms. The arms could extend out to around 50 meters. Just so you know, Izuku, you have no free quirk slots. What? Izuku shouted, gaining the attention of most of the gym. Better get training, kid. Daigoro chuckled, earning a groan from Izuku. Day of the UA exams. Izuku stared at the giant gates of the prestigious Hero Academy with stars in his eyes. This was the next step of his life and the start of his heroic future. Ironically, the first step he took had him plummeting towards the concrete. Well, guess I'll just die, he thought as the pavement got ever closer. The boy had managed to lose all hope in the first 5 seconds of entering UAS premises. That was until Izuku felt the earth's pull on him vanish and a small hand grab his shoulder. Hey, are you okay? A cheery voice asked him. Sadly, Izuku's severe lack of social experience meant he was practically unable to respond. The only reason he had managed to befriend anyone was because of Ijiro. Even then it was only really Ashido he had become friends with. Asahi was an anomaly to this, however. He had managed to create a friendship with her despite her clear hatred for him at the start. Thanks. He managed to stutter out. It seems his social skills had deteriorated worse than he thought. Sorry for using my quirk on you. I thought you probably wouldn't want to fall before the exam. She chuckled to the still catatonic Izuku. Well, I guess I should get going. Don't want to be late. See you later. She waved as she walked away, and Izuku just stared after her. It took the boy a minute to snap out of his stupor within reminding him about the exam. As he ran into the exam hall, he seated himself next to those in his school who had also decided to do the exams. Out of the 280 students in his grade at school, around 40 of them were opting to go to UA, about 25 on the hero track, which was far higher than Aldera, which just had Bakugo. Sitting down, Izuku was just reading through the pamphlet on the hero exam. It said the usual stuff that you would expect to see, like the cutoff score was usually around 30. And that villain points were awarded differently depending on which type of villain he defeated. He then saw some not so usual things in there, such as severe injury as a possibility and death has occurred in the past, so that was encouraging. The boy was shaken out of his morbid discovery by a tap on his shoulder. Hey Midoriya. Ashido greeted enthusiastically. I didn't know you were taking the exams, she said, sitting down next to him. Oh, yeah I am, but I'm not very confident I'll get in, he explained with a shy look. He may have a lot of quirks, but he hasn't had much time to train them compared to everyone else who had years to train with and strengthen them. This was in addition to the fact UA had one of the hardest entrance exams on Earth that even the strongest of applicants had trouble with. Izuku's chances were looking pretty grim. I'm sure you'll do great. She gave a supportive thumbs up. What makes you think you won't? Is it your quirk? As soon as the girl said this, she gained an inquisitive look. Now that I think about it, you've never told me what it was. This was true. Every time she asked, Ijiro just gave her a look that said drop the subject. It wasn't that Izuku didn't like his quirk, but more like he was scared of her reaction. Izuku thought of her response. He might as well tell her. This would probably be one of the last times he ever spoke to her. My quirk is called inheritance. It allows me to partially copy someone else's quirk permanently. Sadly, they start from scratch and need to be trained up from their weakest point, he explained to the pink girl, who had a thoughtful look on her face. Yeah, that does sound like a pain. I can see why you never told me. If you just told anyone, you could be in danger, she said, nodding her head and earning Izuku a confused look on his face. You could become a lab rat like that kid in North Korea who got tested on because of being able to contain 2 quirks. That would be pretty bad, Ashido elaborated. Izuku's face changed from confused to worried in an instant. What? I was just scared of your reaction. I didn't even think about the possibility that if I had been more careless I could have taken and experimented on. he admitted to the girl, who feigned offense. "Come on, Midoriya. Do you think so little of me that I would hate you just for your quirk? Mine makes me look like an alien." She laughed, gaining a chuckle from still a worrying Izuku. Suddenly the pro-hero Snipe walked out onto the stage and a thick textbook-sized booklet came out of a hidden compartment on the desk. "The written portion of the test shall now begin," he said dully into the microphone. It was very clear he felt bad for the children. Oh boy, Izuku thought as he looked at the novel of a test. This would hurt all 9 brains inside of his head. 2 hours later, and they had finally finished the monster test. He hoped he had passed that section of the exam, seeing as he had the combined intellect of 9 people from the dawn of quirks. Now Present Mike walked onto the stage, clearly happier he got to present this section of the exam. "Hey there, little listeners," he screamed, not needing a microphone. "Are you ready to rock?" Yeah, it was clear he was waiting for a response, which he never got. The only noise heard was from Izuku, who was rapidly spewing facts about the hero on stage. "Tough crowd," Mike said to himself. "Anyway, in this exam you will be destroying robots. The types of robots give different points. There are 1-pointers, 2-pointers, and 3-pointers. Any questions?" A singular boy put up his hand. "Yes, Examine 7111. Mike shouted enthusiastically after getting his first piece of feedback. "Mr. Mike, it clearly says on the pamphlet that there are 4 robots. If this is a misprint on the official pamphlet, UA should be ashamed. And you," he pointed right at Izuku, "you have been speaking this entire time. If you are not taking this exam seriously, I suggest you go home." Izuku turned bright red and slapped a hand over his mouth. "Thank you for your concern. You see, the 4th type of robot gives 0 points and is more of a gimmick to try and avoid," he answered, causing Examine 7111 to sit back down. He then began to explain the arenas and other small details of the exam. But Izuku was too busy thinking to listen. "Ashido," the boy whispered to the girl, "you should stay away from the 0-pointers. He hid them for a reason," he explained to her. "And remember, kids, hurting other applicants is a big no-no and will have you immediately disqualified." The man explained, "I will end this presentation with our school motto, go out there and go beyond. Plus ultra," he shouted as students began to file out of the room. Izuku stared at the giant faux city in awe. He knew UA had a lot of money but not enough to build a small city. "Hey, kid, it's that girl who helped you. You should go thank her for the lack of a broken nose," Nana's vestige said, making an appearance. He had recently found out that the past users could appear before him in the real world. Degoro liked to abuse this new power often. "You're right, I should." Izuku had developed a habit of accidentally speaking out loud to the vestige, which just made him seem insane. The boy slowly made his way towards the girl. About to call out to her, he noticed someone was walking over to him. Oh no, not him, Izuku thought as he turned around to see Examine 7111 reaching out to tap his shoulder. A bit startled at Izuku's precognition, the taller boy recoiled slightly before composing himself. "Ian, were you about to go and distract that girl there? Trying to get rid of the competition, are you? I shall not allow it." Examine 7111 was a bit too intense for Izuku, whom was beginning to shut down from the leaps in logic. WWW was. Izuku needed to get a hold on his stutter. "Start," Mike shouted as the doors flew open. "Huh," Izuku managed to squeak out before everyone else began running without him. Activating kinetic store at 185x. The green-haired boy quickly began to catch up to the pack and he split off down a street to fight some villain bots. Spotting a 1-pointer, the boy used a combination of skin shot, hardening, and gear 4 to fire off one of his newest attacks, Black Bullet. He mentally screamed. The projectile quickly shredded through the machine's head, shutting it down instantly. 1 point. His victory was short-lived as he sensed 5 1-pointers, 3 2-pointers, and a 3-pointer heading straight for him. Using Orbit, he smashed 2 of the 1-pointers into each other, which in turn destroyed a 2-pointer. He then activated Gear Shift, Gear 2 on his whole body while using Kinetic Store and smashed his foot into the ground, causing the remaining 1-pointers to fly into the air. Using Black Hand, he grabbed onto a 1-pointer and launched himself into the air, barely avoiding a rocket from the 3-pointer. He shot 3 black bullets at the head and tail of the 2-pointer, which was shaped like a scorpion, and dropped the 3 1-pointers onto it, killing all 4 instantly. He kept himself afloat using his black hands and lowered himself to the ground. Now it was just him and the 3-pointer. Activating hardening up his arms and up to his knees on his legs. Izuku then activated Gear Shift, Gear 4 on himself and flattened his hands to become as knife-like as possible. What Izuku had discovered throughout his training was that his obsidian was far better at slicing than taking hits. Sure, he still trained to harden and could now become as hard as titanium, but now he trained in slicing. Izuku blasted off as fast as he could, using impact float as he ran to try and keep the 3-pointer from moving. He then swung his arm as hard as he could, slicing the 3-pointer almost in half. This shut down the final robot. Izuku slowed himself by firing out slime to attempt to lower his velocity. He still hit a wall but much softer. 13 points, he thought as he ran off looking for more prey. While running along, the bow began to pick off any one-pointers he found with black bullet. He had almost been blown up by a rocket at one point if not for sixth sense and smoke. He had so far dispatched 6 one-pointers, 5 two-pointers and 2 three-pointers since his first battle, leaving him at 35 points. Though he was past the cutoff point, he needed a lot more points if he wanted to get into the top 30. As Izuku ran around, he noticed the very apparent lack of robots around, his concern growing ever more due to his lack of points. He was amazed he had managed to get this far, seeing as he expected to get less than 20. But he had heard a few people saying they had scores in the 50s. He checked his watch to see he had almost 2 minutes left on the exam. Crap, I need to step up my game. In the examination room, this year's batch seems quite promising, huh, Nezu? Midnight asked, not taking her eyes off of her screen. Indeed, the creature began. Some rely on their information-gathering skills to track down their targets, whereas others use their speed to get ahead of their competition. Of course, raw destructive power is also a good ability to have. The mammalian squeaked. The most successful applicants have a mixture of all of these features. Well, the real test is yet to come, an examiner said as he pushed a large red button. Izuku had managed to destroy 3 one-pointers before he felt rumbling beneath his feet. Several buildings crumbled around him as a ginormous figure rose from the ground. The machine had a huge 0 painted on the side, pretty big for just a gimmick, Endo said with a worried tone. It seemed that Izuku had been correct in his hypothesis about the 0-pointer, though he doubted it would be to this extreme. I need to get out of here and get more points, he thought to himself as he turned to run. Oh, a high voice cried, gaining Izuku's attention. He watched in horror as the robot loomed ever near, its treads crushing anything in its path. Without even thinking, the boy's body ran back to the girl as fast as he could, reaching her in less than 3 seconds. Using his enhanced body and black hand, the boy lugged the boulder that was trapping the girl, all the while Sixth Sense continued to warn him of his impending doom. "CC, can YUMM move?" he shakily asked the girl. "No, I think I broke my ankle," she said, rubbing her ankle. Izuku then used Black Hand to create a makeshift stretcher for her and used that to transport her while he ran as fast as he could away from the giant threat. In time, Present Mike shouted. Izuku collapsed from exhaustion after using Gear 4 for so long. "Excuse me, young man, but are you going to get up? The exam has ended," a slightly aggravated voice asked. Oh, yeah, sorry," Izuku stammered, standing up to face the woman. "It's all right, are you hurt?" Recovery Girl smiled. No, I am fine, thank you," he said, mentally fanboying over the heroine he was next to. OHMYGOSH. It's Recovery Girl, he mentally screamed. "Well, that's good," she said, handing him some gummies. "Eat these to regain your energy and make sure you get a good night's rest and you should be fine," she instructed the hero otaku before moving on to another examinee. 1 week later, Izuku knew he had bombed that exam. He had only managed to get 39 points. That surely wasn't enough to get in. He expected people with scores around 60 to get in, and he was over 20 points away from that. He poked at his fish as he had this self-scolding, gaining the interest of his mother. "Izuku, are you okay? Do I need to be worried?" she asked, distressed. He was snapped out of his thoughts by this. "Oh no, I'm fine, just thinking about the exam is all," he partially lied. Inko seemed to pick up on this. "Izuku, I want you to know that even if you don't get in, you are still a hero in my eyes," she said reassuringly to her son. Just then Izuku sensed someone walk up to the front door and rush to it. He had been doing this all week in case it was from Yue. This time, however, it paid off. "Mom, it's here," he shouted as he ran back to the living room, dining room, kitchen, not being able to contain his nervousness. "What? Quickly bring it in here," she said, quickly rushing to clear the table so they could both read the letter. Reaching the table, Izuku ripped open the envelope only for a small disc to fall out onto the table with a clink. The disc then lit up with a blue light as a hologram appeared above it. "Hello, Mr. Midoriya, how have you been? Don't answer that, this is a pre-recorded message," a voice squeaked. "I am Principal Nezu of UA Academy and have sent this letter to inform you of your performance in the entrance exam. In the written portion of the exam, you scored an impressive 87%, which is the 6th highest in the entire exam. Good job," Nezu said encouragingly, possibly to soften the letdown of what he said next. "Next is the hero exam," he began, a screen popping up behind him which showed the highlights of Izuku fighting. "You managed to score 39 villain points. Unfortunately, that isn't enough points to pass." Izuku felt tears well up in his eyes. All of that training was wasted. He would need to give one for all back to All Might, if that was all we counted. Nezu continued. "What kind of hero academy would we be if we didn't accept those who run headfirst into danger to save someone in need?" A video of Izuku saving the nice girl played in the background. "Due to saving that girl, you have been awarded 19 rescue points, leaving you at 58 points in total and 9th place overall in the exam. Nezu revealed, causing Inko to burst into tears of joy. "Welcome to your Hero Academia," he said as the video shut off, and now both Midoriyas were in tears. "I did it, Mom," Izuku sobbed, smiling at his mother. "I'm gonna be a hero." The boy's attitude was infectious, and Inko found herself as excited as him. You will become a hero." After a few minutes of crying, the two checked the envelope inside to see the details of where to get his uniform and submit his costume design. Wait, costume? Oh crap. The boy thought as he rushed to get a pen and paper. He needed to get a costume designed by the end of the week. He knew little features he wanted, like a knife and the materials needed to be able to transform with him, but other than that he had no idea. He needed to get this designed, and fast. Walking through the halls of UA, Izuku keenly searched for Class 1A. Sadly, Sixth Sense was useless in this situation as it couldn't detect what was said on any of the doors. Thus he aimlessly wandered the halls, hopelessly searching for his homeroom. "Hey, do you need some help?" A lively voice called out to him. Izuku turned to see his savior, seeing a boy just a few inches taller than him with blonde hair and a bright smile. "The first-year classrooms are over there. I'm assuming you are a newbie, seeing as you have no clue where you are going." The boy laughed while pointing in the opposite direction to where Izuku was headed. "Well, I hope to see you again soon. See ya," he said, walking off to his respective classroom. As Izuku approached the first-year area, feeling like his stomach was fighting an anaconda, what were his classmates like? Was Ichiro there? Did his tie look stupid? Would he get made fun of here too? Would he get shot again? All of which were questions that continued to swirl through the boy's mind as he approached the door of Class 1A. And, as he neared the room, however, Izuku's heart sank from what Sixth Sense told him. Izuku reached for the handle of the comically large door and tried to sneak in without being noticed. He entered the room only to see Katsuki Bakugo bickering with examinee 7111. "Get your feet off of the desk. You are insulting our seniors who worked on them previously, the woodworkers who crafted them, and this entire school as a whole," the taller boy demanded, getting a snarl in return. "And who are you to tell me what to do, Four Eyes?" Bakugo questioned, only for the recipient to bow in front of him and introduce himself. "My name is Tenya Ida from Sumi Private Academy. Now please, take your feet off that desk at once," he continued to plead. "So Sumi shoved that stick up your ass. I'll make sure I get it out when I blow you to bits." Katsuki cackled as Ida continued to reprimand him. Izuku used this chance to slink away to his seat, but seeing as they were the only three in the room apart from a girl with a spiky ponytail at the back of the room, it was hard not to get seen by at least someone. As the boy sat down, the girl behind him spoke up. "My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. It's a pleasure to meet you." She introduced herself with a warm smile and outstretched a hand for him to shake. Such a sudden confrontation with such a beautiful girl had left Izuku very startled, to say the least. Hello. My name is Izuku Midoriya." He was cut off by an explosion to the desk which he had overlooked, being distracted by Yaoyorozu. "How the hell did you get in Dorobo?" Bakugo interrogated the boy, venom dripping from his voice. Izuku may have been taller than him now, but that didn't stop him from being just as threatening. "I bet you cheated, huh?" he growled with sparks popping in his palms. "Hey, get away from him." Ichiro came to the rescue, running through the door and getting between the two boys, rocking a new spiked red hair look. Yaoyorozu checked on Izuku to see if he was all right. He was on the verge of tears. The two boys looked ready to fight there inside the classroom. "Out of my way, extra, before I turn you to ash. You don't know Dorobo's Quirk. He's a villain." "I know him." "No, he's not, you asshole." Kirishima defended his friend valiantly. Not that it meant anything to the Pomeranian. "Please, could you take this conflict outside? We can resolve this civilly," Ada shouted, trying to usher the two boys out of the room in case there was a physical altercation. "Are you okay?" Yaoyorozu softly asked Izuku, rubbing circles on his back to try and help him calm down. Izuku sniffled and wiped the tears that were threatening to spill. Why yeah, I just need a minute." The boy took out his notebook to try and occupy himself until the start of the lesson, occasionally looking up to see someone walk through the door. "Yo, Midoriya," Ashido greeted, walking up to Izuku's desk. "Why is Kiri trying to fight some blonde?" she asked, leaning on his desk. "Oh, well, he said something that he didn't like." He said he wasn't exactly lying, but he was missing out on some vital information. Next to Walken was Asahi, who he gave a slight wave to. She may have had a fever because she went bright red and immediately averted her gaze from him for some odd reason. And now they were just missing 4 students and the teacher, who was nowhere to be seen. Next in was the girl he saved from the 0-pointer during the exam. She seemed to light up when she saw him. "Hey you, broccoli head," the girl said while running over to him, oblivious to Asahi, who was burning holes into the girl's back with the glare she was sending her. "I never got to thank you for saving me. You were so cool. You were like, can you stand? And when I couldn't, you picked me up like a damsel in distress," she said, rather loudly, to the boy who seemed to be overloading by the amount of information. It seemed that the girl had unleashed a monster she hadn't yet realized was in the room. Asahi strolled up to Izuku's desk. She held so much murderous aura that she could kill someone by looking at them for too long. Who is this girl you are talking to, Izuku? She used his first name. He knew she was pissed. But why? Hey Asahi, this is a girl I saved during the exam. Her name is... Izuku had completely forgotten to ask for the girl's name. How could he be so rude? Hello, I'm Ochako Uraraka. It's a pleasure to meet you. She bowed, managing to match the girl's overwhelming hatred with something far stronger, mischief. I hope we can become great friends, she said with a grin. Name's Saki Asahi, she said, flipping her hair and walking back to her desk, clearly jealous of the brown-haired girl, but Izuku couldn't figure out why. Soon after the confrontation, a shaggy-haired man with a gray scarf walked in with Ida, Kirishima, and Bakugo in tow. I want to make this very clear. I don't care if you don't like each other, but please try not to attack each other in the hallway over a disagreement, the man tiredly explained to the boys as they walked in. Everyone go put one of these on and meet me outside on the field, he said to the class, dumping some gym uniforms onto a desk. But Mr. Uraraka spoke out. Aizawa. The man introduced himself flatly. But Mr. Aizawa, what about orientation? She continued unperturbed. At UA we have free reign to teach however we want to, meaning I don't have to make you go to menial things like orientation. He silenced the whole class and walked out of the room. The rest of the class decided to just go along with it and made their way to the changing rooms. As they got changed, the boys idly chatted about random things. Hey you, Cabbage Patch, a boy he learned was called Kaminari called out to him. I noticed you looked towards the door before it was even open. What's up with that? He asked. Oh, my quirk is called Sixth Sense. I can sense everything in a 54-meter radius of me, Izuku explained, once again withholding a bit of information so he doesn't become a social pariah again. Ijiro flashed him a knowing look before returning to putting on his gym uniform. Wow, that sounds super useful. Is it on right now? Kaminari said with a pervy grin. Izuku turned bright red and looked away. I can't turn it off, he admitted meekly, not making eye contact with the other boys. Really? That was just a joke, he giggled to himself. How detailed is it? He was pummeling Izuku with questions now. I can tell you your BPM without looking at you. That really shocked Kaminari. I think we are going to be great friends. He smiled devilishly as he said this, though he did seem genuine. After getting ready, the boys walked to the training field as Aizawa instructed. Kaminari decided to make some light banter with Izuku. So Midoriya, what is it like perving on every girl in 50 meters of you? He quite possibly said this a bit too loud, seeing as most of the girls were within earshot of them. What? Asahi cried, getting the attention of the mandem. Izuku and Kaminari's faces dropped as they saw a group of flustered and angry girls walking towards them. Midoriya, I am so sorry. I will try to fix this, the blonde-haired boy whispered to his friend apologetically. Hey, listen, it was just a joke. There's no need to be so serious. The boy was cut off with a shot to the gut. Ew. Asahi loomed over Izuku like an angry dragon, ready to kill at the slightest disturbance. Explain yourself, now. Although she was over half a foot smaller than him, the boy was still quivering from fear. It's JJ, just SSS 6th Sense, Asahi. Izuku swallowed heavily, sweat pouring off his brow. CC can't CC control it. The boy wanted to die, from embarrassment and fear, he didn't know which. Settle down, children. Aizawa cut the confrontation short. We have wasted enough time already. You will be doing a series of physical tests, much like the ones you did in middle school, but this time you will be using your quirks. The Ministry of Education is furthering the fantasy that everyone is equal, but they aren't. This test will help me gauge your abilities with your quirk. Tossing Bakugo a softball, ordered him to the circle. You ranked first on the entrance exam. Use your quirk however you want as long as you don't leave the circle. Bakugo had a villainous smirk as he cocked back his arm and swung forwards, unleashing a large explosion, propelling the ball even further as a result. Die, he hollered as he launched the ball. The machine in Aizawa's hand took a few seconds to calculate until it finally announced the result. 905.2 meters, the small machine said, causing many in the crowd to sputter in awe. This is going to be fun, some unlucky soul said, causing Aizawa to promptly stomp out any joy. Fun, huh? Then let's add a challenge. Whoever comes last place will be expelled immediately, he said with a cold stare, silencing the class. What? That's not fair. We worked hard to get here, Mina shouted out definitely at Aizawa. What else is unfair? Natural disasters, villain attacks, and crime. It's our job as heroes to combat this unfairness. Izuku's mind flashed back to the sludge incident. Welcome to UA. Let's get started, Aizawa said with a terrifying grin. 50-meter dash. Izuku watched as the different participants went up to run, thinking about the best quirk combination to gain the lowest possible time. He watched Asahi in a frog-like girl race, the girl hopping all the way along in 4.58 seconds. Asahi used a similar approach, bouncing off bouncy balls about the size of basketballs and getting a time of 5.34 seconds. The fastest by far was Ida, who achieved an impressive score of 2.04 seconds, Bakugo being second with a score of 3.14. Next up was Izuku and Yaoyorozu. Getting into a running stance, he activated Gear 5 to boost his speed. Over the break, the boy had managed to unlock the next level of gear shift. As Mr. Aizawa told them to begin, Izuku shot out 4 black hands and used them to slingshot himself, gaining even more velocity. He shot past the sensor, getting a time of 4.38 seconds, having to slow himself by firing slime out of his arms to create a sort of cushion. A moment later, Yaoyorozu passed the finish line using some rocket-propelled roller skates. The machine called out her time of 5.70 seconds. Luckily, it seemed only Yaoyorozu and Kaminari saw Izuku's use of slime, as he had made sure to quickly dissolve the substance to try and keep attention off of him. Walking back to the group, Izuku tried to keep himself away from the two in case they asked any questions. The group then moved on to the next exercise, grip strength test. Although he used gear shift, kinetic store, black hand, hardening, slime-o-kinesis, and buff-up's extra strength boost all in tandem, he still only reached 467 kg on the handheld grip device, which is quite impressive, but compared to a large boy with 6 arms getting 783 kg and Yaoyorozu maxing it out using a hydraulic press isn't very much at all. Though he did get a few eyebrow raises from some of his classmates. Standing long jump. A standing long jump seemed to be where a lot of the class flourished. Bakugo flew across using his explosions, and Asahi used a very bouncy ball to almost clear the box. The frog girl just leaped the whole box. Heck, even Ada, whose quirk focused on ground movement, still managed to fly over half the box by using the engines on his calves. Izuku couldn't think of a way to fully leap across the gap without a running jump. Sure, he could get pretty far using Gear 5 and Kinetic Store, but he had already used a lot of energy using Gear 5 in the other activities. Izuku swallowed thickly as he was called up to the line. He activated Kinetic Stockpile and Gear 2 to at least have a slight boost in velocity. Bending down, the boy waited for Aizawa's signal, go. Izuku leapt off of the spot, reaching around 6 meters before he began rapidly to lose speed. In the end, he only managed to make it less than half the box, one of the lowest in the class. Repeated side steps. Izuku had tried to use Gear 3 for this, but it seemed that it was far too fast for him to control at this point, as he just ended up falling over, which lowered his overall score on the test. More and more of the boy's classmates were getting suspicious of the boy's quirk. At first, it could have easily been played off as Black Hand, but since he managed to jump over 9 meters without using it, he was getting some questionable looks. At least Ijiro and Ashido were cheering him on. Asahi still seemed miffed over the Sixth Sense situation. Softball throw. The softball throw was also an area where many quirks prospered. As we know, Bakugo scored over 900 meters, but others found this task the easiest. Ada had managed to dropkick the ball to 455 meters, Ijiro punched the ball to 363 meters, and Uraraka managed to get infinity. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. Okay, if I use Gear 2 in Kinetic Store, I should manage to get the ball just over 320 meters, though it will look suspicious. Izuku readied his quirks. The boy cocked his arm back and flung his arm forward. Izuku then watched as the ball flew forward at a normal speed and landed pathetically in front of him. 89 meters. The robotic voice said, as if mocking him. What happened? I had my quirks readied and everything. The boy mumbled to himself. He then realized his sixth sense was gone. I have erased your quirk, Mr. Aizawa said, his hair and scarf floating, revealing his yellow goggles hidden beneath. It is illogical to hold back during a test, so why do you? Are you scared of something? The man questioned. Izuku soon felt his second sight return to him as Aizawa sighed. I am giving you another throw, but if you don't give it your all, I will expel you immediately. This caused the boy to straighten up immediately. He had worked too hard to allow this chance to escape him. Catching another ball from his teacher, Izuku began to brainstorm ideas, not caring if his classmates saw his quirk. He just needed to get a high score. After thinking of a plan, the boy placed the softball on the floor. Looks like Dorobo has given up. I knew he was useless. Bakugo laughed. Izuku then used an unpowered stomp to make the ball float around waist height. He shot Black Hand out and activated Gear 5 on both himself and the ball. Izuku then used Enhancement 2, 4x, and wrapped his feet in slime to keep himself from falling out of the circle. He then began to spin. He had gotten to the point of being like a black and green tornado, but it wasn't enough for the boy. He needed more. Faster, faster. I need to go faster, he thought to himself as he began to amplify gear shift using Kinetic Store. Izuku, you need to slow down. Nana spoke to him. You might hurt yourself. Her words made no difference to the boy as he kept going. Once the boy had maxed out at gear 15, he oriented himself using sixth sense and released the ball. This caused a giant shock wave through the air, the wind pressure created blowing back a few of his classmates. Releasing all of his quirks, the boy slumped to the floor, passing out. Aizawa just stood there in shock, as did the rest of the students. This boy, who had been doing below average on the test so far, had just output so much energy he had shredded half of his shirt and launched a ball over 1.5 kilometers. Asahi, get him to Recovery Girl's office, Aizawa ordered the girl, who seemed a bit distracted. The rest of you will be completing the test, he said, watching Asahi struggle to move the larger boy with amusement. After 20 minutes of dragging the large hunk of a 15-year-old, she finally made it to the nurse's office. Seriously, why did Mr. Aizawa pick me of all people? The girl thought to herself. Oh, dearie, let me help you get him. An old voice spoke out to the girl as two robots came over and plucked Izuku from the small girl's grasp. A dislocated shoulder and signs of severe quirk strain. What has Shota got you children doing? The woman chided. Well, we are doing a quirk apprehension test, and he said to Midoriya if he didn't try his best he would expel him immediately, Asahi answered, not realizing it was a rhetorical question. Thank you, dear. Tell your teacher that if there are any more of his children here today I will be having words with the rodent, she directed with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Now you hurry back to your lesson, she said with a wave. Asahi sneaked one more peek at the boy's muscles before closing the door and walking back to her homeroom. Although she would never admit it, she enjoyed the feeling of Izuku's body against hers as she carried him, even if he weighed 200 pounds. Sliding open the door, she caught the brunt end of what seemed to be an interrogation. Tell us what his quirk is. I'm so curious, Kaminari demanded, shining a spotlight in Kirishima's face. Never. It would be unmanly of me to do so. Kirishima stayed strong, not breaking to the torture. Ugh, please. We really want to know. An invisible girl, which Asahi had learnt was called Toru Hagakure, pleaded with the redhead. Just then the door opened to show a tired Izuku trying to sneak into the room, unsuccessfully as everyone turned to look at him. His arm was in a sling and he had bags under his eyes from how tired he was. Izu bro, are you hurt? Is there anything I can help you with? Anjiro broke out of his restraints with the power of friendship and helped his friend collect his things. Excuse me, Midoriya, but is it okay if I walk with you and Kirishima? Yaoyorozu politely asked the duo. Yeah, me too, Kaminari said, throwing an arm around Izuku's shoulder, almost causing the boy to collapse from the strain on his body. Yeah, you can as long as you don't do that again. He is suffering from quirk strain, so he's very weak, she said, protectively putting herself between the two boys. Who said you were invited? Anjiro said, glaring at the pink-haired girl, tension building as she returned the glare. What's up with those two? Kaminari whispered to Izuku as the other two bickered and Yaoyorozu just awkwardly smiled. Izuku turned to the yellow-haired boy with a delirious look on his face. He doesn't like her because she shot me, he explained, too tired to be nervous. Here's the scar, pretty cool, right? He said, pulling his shirt open to show the crack-like scars. Izuku, don't undress around that seductress, he scolded the boy, quickly buttoning his shirt back up to hide the flesh. Seductress, Asahi shouted, practically glowing with how red she was. How dare you? The group continued to walk towards the train station, idly chatting about their thoughts on their teacher and how they found the test. After a while they noticed Izuku was lagging behind significantly, so Ijiro just opted to give him a piggyback. Soon the subject of conversation moved on to quirks. Hey Midoriya, your quirk seemed very strange when you showed it during the quirk test. So, if you don't mind, what is your quirk? Yaoyorozu innocently asked, trying not to overstep any boundaries. Ajiro and Saki immediately gave her looks telling her to back away from the subject, but it was already too late. Izuku was already answering. Oh, that's because I have more than one quirk, Izuku obliviously said, most likely due to having no energy to think properly. Ah, I see. Yaoyorozu paused. She hadn't expected this answer. You have 2 quirks, that makes much more sense now. She partially lied. Nope, I have 13. He corrected her, getting an explosive reaction from half the group. What the hell? How do you have so many? Kaminari shouted, attracting the attention of some bystanders. Even Yaoyorozu's polite mask cracked from the information. Could you please elaborate? She asked, hoping to get an explanation. Oh well, my original quirk allows me to permanently copy someone else's quirk if I consume some of their DNA. He was once again oblivious to the looks he was getting from his 2 newest friends. Still, that situation doesn't happen very often. Most people would be surprised to get 2. Who were they from? Yaoyorozu was really on a roll asking all of these questions. Well, I got 1 from a villain, 1 from a hero, 1 from a doctor, 1 from my mom, 1 from Ijiro, 1 from Saki, and 6 from a cup in a cafe, he said, accidentally using Asahi's first name, causing her to become a flustered mess. Wait, how did you ingest DNA from Asahi? He said, a teasing tone in his voice and a grin on his face. Oh well, you see, Asahi began, already red from her previous freakout. She was swiftly cut off by Izuku, who said exactly what happened. I ate her hair. This caused the group to burst out with laughter, at the duo's expense of course. After the group disbanded to go their separate routes home, it was left up to Asahi to get the green bean home safely, seeing as she was the only one who knew where he lived. After an hour and a half of trying to move the behemoth of a boy, she finally made it to his front door. Granted, the sun was almost completely set. Knocking on the door, a sound of crashing was heard as a worried mother ran to the door. Izuku, what took you so long to get home? Oh, you. Inko's distaste for the girl was apparent as soon as she saw her. Why are you with Izuku so late? She asked with a stern edge to her voice. Well, you see, he overused his quirks today and it totally tired him out. I was the one tasked with getting him home. I'll be on my way now. She quickly explained to not give her the wrong idea. Hold on there, Inko said, pulling Asahi into the home. I may not like you, but I still won't let you go out alone at night. Way to be subtle about it, Asahi sarcastically thought to herself. Message your parents, you're sleeping here tonight. This threw Asahi for a loop. Ho. And no, I couldn't possibly. The girl was shut down by Inko, who just shushed her. Nonsense. You can sleep in Izuku's room and he will sleep on the couch, she nonchalantly said. In his bed. Asahi had almost fainted at even the thought of it. Well, it's happening. I'll find you one of his t-shirts for you to wear since mine will be too big for you, but not big enough to fully cover you. Inko casually dumped her Sam onto the sofa and went on a hunt for a shirt. Asahi just looked around the small apartment, looking for anything to put her off of her current situation. I found one. Inko's tune had completely changed in the past 10 minutes and Asahi didn't know if it was better than before. Well, I'm going to bed since I have an early shift tomorrow, but you can entertain yourself with the TV or something. Good night. The girl just stood there stunned. What just happened? She asked no one in particular. Izuku bolted up from his slumber, rolling off the couch and hitting the floor with a loud thump. Oh, he said, rubbing his head. Why am I on the couch? Izuku stood up and walked to take a shower. His sixth sense was still booting up for the day. Izuku savored the calm of not knowing what his downstairs neighbors were doing at 6 in the morning. The boy shivered at the memory. The boy swung open the bathroom door groggily and began brushing his teeth. Unfortunately, Izuku's lack of attention had caused him to walk into quite a predicament. As he was spitting his toothpaste into the sink, sixth sense managed to fully kick in, giving him around a second to move out of the way of the projectile that an embarrassed Asahi shot towards him. Due to utter exhaustion, Izuku didn't have enough time to react and was sent flying by marble to the chest. Get out of here, you pervert, she shouted, slamming the door in his face. I didn't mean to. The boy weakly defended. He knew he should have heard the shower, but he was really tired. Maybe he should get an energy drink on the way to school. He walked into the kitchen and brewed himself some coffee. This would probably give him enough energy for the rest of the day. Over the past few months, he had begun to wake up feeling tired and sluggish. He didn't know why, but it had just started happening, possibly due to training. His mother had noticed this and decided to teach him how to make coffee, to give him some extra energy for the day. Asahi walked into the room, not making any eye contact with the boy. Do you want some coffee? He asked, getting a disgusted look from the girl. You walk in on me showering, and the apology I get is bean juice, she said with the same disgusted look as she had before. How can you look at yourself in the mirror? The girl spoke to him as if he was the scum of the earth. Well, I'm gonna take a shower. You can just find yourself something to eat. Izuku's sweat dropped and hastily exited the room, hopping into the shower to wash off all of the previous day's grime and muck. Come on, Asahi, I said I was sorry, Izuku pleaded with the girl, who seemed to think of him as a dirty pervert now. The two walked into Class 1A as they spoke. The green-haired boy tried to give little notice to most of the heads snapping towards him as soon as he walked through the door. I'm just saying, man, she said, shrugging her shoulders. The fiasco about sixth sense yesterday and the situation this morning, I might start believing you are a pervert, she exclaimed far too loud for Izuku's liking. But in all seriousness, if you do that type of thing again, I will put a marble through your skull. She then trotted away to her desk like she hadn't just threatened the boy's life. Good morning, Midoriya. How have you rested? You seemed quite tired yesterday. Yaoyorozu pleasantly greeted him. Gee, good morning, Yaoyorozu. I slept quite well, thank you, he squeaked, not yet used to the girl's caring nature. You can call me Momo, you know, I don't mind. I know my surname is a bit of a mouthful, she chuckled. Okay, Izuku was cut off by Asahi, who managed to move at light speed to her friends' desks. Oh, are we sharing our first name? You can call me Saki then, Izuku. The girl's grip on his shoulder was possibly enough to fracture it if he wasn't careful. I thought you were mad at me, Saki, he said, with far too much sass from someone in his situation should. Well, I got over it, Izuku. Her grip tightened even further on his shoulder, causing him to wince. Momo cleared her throat to get the two's attention, who seemed to be passively-aggressively arguing. Well, anyway, Midoriya, I would like to ask you about your quirk. What manifestations does it have? The girl hoped that her consideration didn't go to waste. Izuku just looked confused. After a few seconds of silence, Asahi whispered something in his ear and slithered away back to her seat. Oh, my quirks manifestations. Well, I actually have a notebook to list them. Manifestations. Izuku almost slipped up but managed to save the cover. Izuku showed Yoyorazu his different quirks and explained them to her in as much detail as possible. It was the first time he had ever really had someone to geek out over quirks with. The girl seemed to be absorbing all of this information with ease, even stopping him at certain points to finish reading the contents of the entire page. Midoriya, I have seen this phrase quite often scribbled in your notes on your quirks, but there isn't much detail on exactly what it is, the girl said, looking up at the boy. Oh yeah, ask away. Izuku was getting too caught up in the quirk sharing he forgot something about the journal. It was his private one. What's one for all? The question was like a punch to the gut for the boy. How could he have let such an important piece of information slip? WWUSSSC. The boy didn't have any idea of what to say. If he told the truth, then he could be putting her in danger. Mr. Yagi had made that very clear. But if he lied, she would surely be able to tell. Right, it's the name of what I hold my quirks. He was quite proud of this lie. He was definitely getting better. Really, she didn't seem fully convinced yet. It looks like she managed to see through the boy's expert lie. Why yeah, it's just saying quirk collection would get super tiring, so I shortened it. She definitely wasn't buying it, but she seemed to sense that he didn't want to talk about it and dropped the subject. The boy turned back around as Cementosa walked into the room to teach them literature. Good save, Izuku Nana sarcastically commented, causing a tick to appear on his head. If Mr. Yagi spent 40 years dealing with these guys, no wonder he had the patience of a saint. Izuku pulled his textbook out while Cementos introduced himself to the class and explained the subjects they would be covering this year. He wondered what foundational hero studies would be like and who his teacher would be. He knew Mr. Yagi had been hired at the start of the school year, but he had been put with the third-year hero students, apparently because they needed more combat experience before going out into the field. They were the next batch of heroes and had far less time left to train up than he and the first years did. He hated the fact that it was a good point. He wanted to be taught by All Might, damn it. Izuku focused back on the lesson. He didn't want to miss out on anything Cementos or Mr. Ishiyama had to say. Lunch hall. After getting through the first 3 lessons of the day, Class 1A traveled down to the lunch hall to get their lunch. Surprisingly, the food had been crafted by the one and only cook hero. Lunch rush, meaning it was possibly one of the most delicious meals that the group would ever have. The majority of the class had ended up sitting together. Bakugo had gone to sit alone and Saki had gone to try and communicate with the other hero course class. The boy had so far been able to keep a low profile among the class chatter, possibly due to him being near the end of the row and being hidden by the massive frame of Mizo Shoji. But this piece must come to an end eventually as the topic of conversation moved on to quirks. Izuku knew he was going to be mentioned at some point and began formulating an explanation of his quirk. So, Midoriya, what's up with your quirk? She innocently asked in a sing-song tone. Yeah, yesterday in the test it looked like you had 2. Zero chuckled. If only he knew how many more he really had. WLYYUSC Izuku began to explain until he was cut off by a shout. You're the one with the copying quirk. A blonde-haired boy bellowed at the top of his lungs while pointing at him. Was he trying to tell the whole school? Izuku turned bright red from all of the eyes on him at once as the hall went deadly silent. He was cut off once again as the boy dragged him away. Give us back our Izuku. He heard Ijiro roar after the boy before he got too far away to hear Class 1A over the chatter of the other student. Where are you taking me? Izuku shyly asked the blonde, who seemed to have stars in his eyes. To a better class than your old one, he said, still dragging Izuku along. As he neared another table, he noticed a pretty girl with pink hair that he recognized. Saki, he asked as he was forcefully made to sit at the table his kidnapper had brought him to. Asahi, is this guy the one you won't stop talking about? The blonde asked, the one who can also copy quirks. Asahi seemed to turn atomic red at this statement, choking on her drink. I wasn't constantly talking about him. She shouted in her defense, not seeming to convince the rest of the group, and yeah, that's him. She squeaked quietly, her blush only glowing brighter, to which a group of girls squealed and began talking about things foreign to a dense boy such as Izuku. As they did that, the boys fussed over the green-haired boy. What a coincidence that 2 people with copy quirks made it into UA in the same year. Only about 2% of the population are born with them. A boy with silver hair and long eyelashes said, All right, Midoriya, how did he know his name? I'm Nido Monoma, my quirk is called copy. What's yours? Monoma fanboyed over Izuku like he was a celebrity, which he definitely was not. And my quirk is called inheritance. It allows me to partially copy quirks. He was still nervous about these new people. Wow, how long is your time limit? Not to show off, but mine is 10 minutes. How do you activate it? I need to touch someone to activate mine. Izuku was pummeled with questions from the boy. To activate mine, I need to consume some of the target's DNA. And I don't have a time limit. I permanently copy quirks. This seemed to destroy Monoma's self-image, clearly shattering his self-esteem from how superior Izuku's quirk was. I see. I apologize for thinking of your quirk as less than mine, sensei, he said, bowing his head in apology to the superior copier. Sensei. Izuku was shocked by the boy's 180 in attitude and the new title he had claimed. Why, you don't have to call me sensei. My real name is fine, Izuku sputtered while waving his arms around in front of him. Suddenly he was grabbed from behind and dragged away from the group for the second time today. Come on, Izuku. We are going to class, Asahi unexpectedly blurted while speed walking away from the table for some odd reason. The girl with green hair like himself was dying from laughter, and the other girls seemed to also be very amused, grinning from ear to ear. But I haven't had any food, Izuku whined, only annoying the girl even more. I will buy you a Snickers, the girl shouted as they left the hall. Oh, what a happy couple, one of the girls mocked. In class. Hello, welcome to your first Foundational Hero Studies class, Aizawa said flatly. Your teacher will be arriving shortly, just sit tight. The group began murmuring about their new teacher and who it might be. Izuku just happily munched away at his Snickers bar, courtesy of Saki. Midoriya, if you don't mind me asking, why are you eating a Snickers? Momo asked the greenette, confusion clear on her face. Oh well, Saki dragged me out of lunch before it had ended, so she said she would buy me a Snickers, Izuku explained. I'm a bit concerned. When we left, Saki was really red and the girls were laughing at her. She was super aggravated. Do you think she is getting bullied? Izuku leaned in to say this part, not wanting to alert Saki that he was talking about her. Oh, Momo had finally realized something about the boy she hadn't seen before. Izuku may have been really smart, but he was super dense. And no, I don't think she is getting bullied. I think she's getting teased. She purposely left out the part about it being because of him. Really? Girls are weird, he said, finishing off his Snickers. The class was silenced when they heard the clacking of shoes echo through the corridor. The suspense in the room was suffocating. The students watched the door eagerly. Their bets on which teacher they got had been a bit too intense, and some people had upwards of 40,000 yen on the line. The door slid open as a woman with dark hair and fair skin walked into the room. Kaminari seemed to be very happy to see her. Well, you must be 1A, she said to the class boisterously. I'm your Foundational Hero Studies teacher, the 18+ hero, Midnight. But you guys can call me Miss Kayama. The hero finished with a wink. Not the sort of thing a teacher should do to their students. Flashy as always, Aizawa mumbled under his breath. Well, I'll be leaving now. Make sure to not let them get too hurt, he remarked as he left the classroom. I already know your names and quirks, so I don't need to embarrass you with introductions, she continued as if Aizawa hadn't even been there. Today we will be doing 2v2 battles to help me gauge your cooperation and combat skills so I can help you individually grow, she explained to the group of students, who were eating up all of the information. But first, you need to look the part. Midnight then pressed a button under the desk, causing the wall to split into segments filled with cases with numbers that corresponded with the desk. Go put these on and meet me at training site Gamma. The mob of children rushed towards their cases, although Izuku was caught by the collar before he escaped the room. Midoriya, a word please, the tall woman said as she dragged him back. Why yes, Miss Kayama, he asked. He hadn't even done anything and was already pulled away. I have read your file and I must say, you have an interesting quirk. So I want to make an offer, she told the boy, plucking a hair from her head. I want you to have my quirk, or at least as close to it as your quirk can get, shoving the hair into his face. Eat this. It's why yours. Izuku did think the quirk was amazing and he had 5 free quirk slots. But it felt rude to take a quirk without asking why. Well, isn't it obvious? I'm your hero teacher. I get paid specifically to make you the best hero possible, the woman joked, getting a snort out of Izuku. But seriously, I want you to have it because you have the potential to become the #1 hero, and I want to help you get there. Izuku accepted this answer and swallowed the hair. Now go get changed, Midnight ordered, rushing him out of the classroom. Training site Gamma. Midnight stood at the site entrance, waiting for her students to show up in their new gear. Well, it took you guys long enough, she shouted as she saw the group making their way towards the end of the tunnel. I feel like a mother watching her baby take its first steps. The woman pretended to wipe a tear from her eye. Their costumes came into full view of the teacher, and there was little to say. She was impressed. None of the previous year's students had designs as unique as theirs. Looks like we are missing someone. Kayama had noticed her favorite green-haired boy wasn't there, possibly due to her. Sorry, I'm late. He came running out in a black jumpsuit with a hood which had 2 rabbit-like ears pointing out of the top. He had a metal mask which covered his mouth and nose, and his suit had dark green accents on the sides. He was of course also wearing his iconic red shoes. All right, let's get started. We will be doing indoor combat trials and deciding teams by lots. The woman pulled out a box of tickets. Ada raised his hand robotically. Miss Kayama, don't you think it's a bit ineffective to draw lots? He asked. Well, usually in the field, heroes don't get to pick who they work with, it's just whoever is on the scene. Their teacher explained, surprisingly logically despite her personality. So who's going first? After everyone had picked their lots, it was revealed Izuku was with Shoji on Team C, the boy giving him a slight wave as he walked over to him. Next was deciding who would fight. First up was Team A, Yaoyorozu and Uraraka as heroes versus Team E, Aoyama and Ishido as villains. This match ended quickly as Aoyama exhausted himself with one naval beam and Yaoyorozu caught Ishido in a net trap she made. The next match was Team D, Eda and Todoroki as heroes versus Team J, Kirishima and Shiro as villains. Ijiro looked super pumped up but was encased and iced within 2 seconds of the match starting. Shiro was only spared of this fate because he was hanging from the ceiling using his tape. Shiro had tried to protect the bomb from Todoroki but hadn't seen Ada sneak by him and touch the faux explosive. Next up is Team as the heroes. Miss Kayama announced, holding the piece of card up in the air. Oh, it's Saki and Bakugo this round. I wonder how that will go. Izuku sarcastically thought to himself, and Team C as the villains. Oh no. Izuku dared a glance towards his ex-childhood friend and Saki. Katsuki had a feral grin with murderous intent seeping from his form. As the duo walked into the building, the green-haired boy was pale, thinking about all of the horrific ways Bakugo would mutilate him. Shoji seemed to pick up on his nervous energy as he put a hand on his shoulder. Are you okay, Midoriya? You look ill, the behemoth asked Izuku. He nodded. Why, yeah, I'm fine. Jay, just a little nervous. The boy lied. All right then, we need a plan. My quirk allows me to duplicate any part of my body onto these tentacles, Shoji stated, waving his extra appendages. I understand that you have a copying quirk, but that is the limit of my knowledge. Would you mind cluing me in? Izuku proceeded to explain all of his quirks as briefly as he possibly could, seeing as they only had 5 minutes of prep time. I see. Then could you add my quirk to your arsenal? It may prove useful for us to both have it during this lesson, he said as he plucked a hair from his head and gave it to Izuku, who swallowed it without a second thought. From the number of quirks he had absorbed over the past year, the stamina drain had been reduced significantly from his first time, where he had passed out instantly. Quirk Black Body. A fusion of the quirk Dupli arms and the quirk Black Hand has given you the ability to create tendrils much like Black Hands, the difference being you can create any body part at the end of them. These extra parts function exactly as a real one would. Eyes give you extra sight, ears give you more hearing, etc. You can increase these effects by stacking the tendrils you use. Your current maximum distance is 100 meters. Emitter-type quirk. So for the plan, I think I should use Black Body to create mouths to send Saki and Bakugo on a wild goose chase around the building to try and avert them away from the bomb while you try to go and capture them. I faith that you can easily overpower Saki and Bakugo will most likely ignore you to try and fight me. Izuku paused for a breath. If you manage to keep Saki's arms and feet from aiming, you have practically defeated her. And if you have to fight Bakugo, then I will come down and assist. Izuku stomped the floor, causing the bomb to float up to the ceiling. He then used Black Body to mower the bomb over the doorway. If they are just glancing into the rooms to look for the bombs, then we can win if they can't spot the bomb. Shoji just stared at the boy, shocked. Izuku had managed to formulate a plan with minimal confrontation and had discerned one of their opponent's weaknesses. Villains, your preparation time is up. The heroes are entering now, Midnight announced through the boy's earpieces. Izuku immediately sensed the hero team enter the building and shot out his Black Body mouths and signaled Shoji to go capture Saki. She is to the left of the entrance moving up the stairs, he informed Shoji as he kept Katsuki busy on the first floor. The bomb was hidden on the 5th floor and Izuku was on the 4th floor to further misdirect the hero team if they managed to find him. I've captured Asahi, but she managed to injure a few of my arms and my leg. Also, I think Bakugo has discovered my location. Izuku heard a distant blast as Bakugo rounded the corner where Shoji was. Izuku watched in horror as Bakugo unleashed a flurry of explosions on the boy, sensing all of the blood coming from him. Activating Gear 5. The green-haired boy sprinted to his teammate's location on the 2nd floor. He sensed Bakugo hide from him as he reached the scene. Izuku had watched the incident happen, but it was far more gruesome to see it in person. Shoji was slumped against the wall with blood leaking from his face. Multiple of his bones were sticking out of his flesh, and his right leg was bent the wrong way. So you've seen my handiwork. Bakugo chuckled as he strode from his hiding spot. Izuku didn't bother to look at him. I would say I went overboard, but a heinous grin spread across the boy's face. The monster had it coming. I mean, look at him. Better off a villain than a hero. Izuku felt rage overwhelm him. Bakugo had gone too far, calling Shoji a monster. He knew Bakugo had quirkist beliefs, him being a victim of it in the past. But he hadn't known about his prejudice against those with mutation quirks also. Izuku felt a stirring inside himself as Degoro called out to him, "Calm down, kid. Your quirk is reacting and we don't know what will happen if you get any angrier. His warning had fallen on deaf ears, however. Izuku began to use his quirk to discreetly attack Bakugo. He looked over his shoulder to glare at the boy. And you want to become a hero? Bakugo was taken aback. He had never seen Izuku speak with such evident hatred before. He quickly steeled himself, but something else was bothering him about the boy. His eyes were very dimly glowing. If you weren't looking for it, you probably wouldn't even see it. But these eyes pierced Katsuki's soul as if they were knives. Izuku stood to face Bakugo, allowing multiple black tendrils to shoot out of his back. Bakugo's grin returned as he flung his arms back and blasted forward using a dual explosion. "I'm gonna kill you, Dorobo," he screamed. Izuku charged up Gear 4 in Kinetic Store, using them to launch himself towards Bakugo. From what he could see, the blonde would be starting with his signature right hook. Moving up to Gear 5, the greenette sidestepped Katsuki's attack and wrapped a tendril around his arm, using it to smash him into a wall and activate Gear 5 on the boy. Bakugo hit the wall at an incredible speed, a web of cracks spreading from his impact, pulling himself out of the wall. The blonde once again rocketed towards Izuku using the speed increase of Gear 5. Thinking fast, Izuku cancelled the quirk's effect on Bakugo, who was unprepared for the shift and plummeted into the floor. "I just need to outrun him," Izuku thought, amping up to Gear 7 and flying away from his opponent. Checking his watch, Izuku noted that he had 3 minutes left of the exercise. Sensing Bakugo, the boy darted up the nearest set of stairs, seeing Katsuki jump out from around the corner. While running through the halls, Izuku found himself running out of steam and thus lowered his output of Gear Shift to just Gear 2. Izuku felt the floor crumbling underneath him as Bakugo destroyed the floor using a large blast. "I've been saving this attack just for you, Dorobo." Bakugo howled with menacing laughter as he pulled a pin on his grenade gauntlet, releasing an explosion so large Izuku had not time to react apart from hardening the part of him facing the blast. "Bakugo, no." He heard Kayama screech through his earpiece. Surprisingly, he survived the blast, but the hardened parts of his skin had large cracks through them, like glass that had been dropped. His costume hadn't had the same fate, however. The majority of it had burnt off, and only parts of his pants remained. Almost the whole wall behind him had been atomized. "Damn it, Dorobo, you just have to ruin all of my plans," the blonde growled, preparing to unleash another ginormous explosion before he began to slowly sway and fell to the ground, nausea attacking him. What the hell is this?" he croaked before vomiting on the floor. "It's the side effects of nitrous oxide, laughing gas," Izuku explained as he walked towards Bakugo. "I drugged you with it when you were talking earlier using my quirk." "Villain team wins," Kayama announced through their earphones. "Villain team wins," Izuku heard announced through his earpiece. He watched as a medical bot came to retrieve Bakugo, who was thrashing around on the floor and spewing his guts up. The green-haired boy began to feel the adrenaline leave his system as his attention quickly diverted to the open wounds webbing across his body, allowing the medic bot to whisk him away towards Recovery Girl's office. Izuku felt his eyes fail him as consciousness slipped from the boy's grasp. "Hey, kid." Daigoro shook Izuku awake, a frantic look in his eyes. What? He shouted after being startled out of his slumber, looking around his familiar void. Izuku realized that in the Inkai blackness there had formed large cracks which spanned from the very top of the space to about halfway down and periodically pulsed white. "What happened here?" Izuku asked. "It seems that your earlier emotional reaction caused your quirk to go into hyperdrive, absorbing quirks far faster than it ever has before," Yoichi explained, signifying towards the cracks. "But I wasn't absorbing any quirks," Izuku said, confused. "That is what we thought too," Nana stated. "But this answers a question we have had since you met us. Where did the stockpiled power of One for All go?" This was something that Izuku hadn't even thought about. He knew that his quirk copied the stockpile and other quirks, but he was given One for All. He knew enough from science class that energy didn't just disappear, only transferred, and he assumed that the same was valid for quirk energy. "We have deduced that your quirk has been trying to find a way to break down this energy since you were given One for All. But it was so much that it would take possibly years to be fully digested, because your quirk was amplified by your emotions and caused this process to be sped up drastically, and now your quirk is going through a second awakening using the power of One for All," Akanda explained to the boy. Now Izuku's head was spinning. "What is gonna change?" he asked. "How long will it take?" "I estimate that it will take a few months for your quirk to fully evolve, but it could take over a year." Yoichi adopted a thinking face. "Anyway, kid, try not to do that again. You scared us." Daigoro scolded the boy. "You will be waking up soon. Make sure to keep an eye out for any changes," and chimed in as the group began to fade away. Shooting up in his hospital bed, Izuku frantically surveyed his environment. White room, sterilized smell, angry old woman. "I guess I made it to Recovery Girl," the boy deduced. He checked over himself for any damage, noting there was a network of scars across the front of his chest, before alerting Recovery Girl of his arising. It's the second day and you have already been here twice. The woman admonished him. This better not become a reoccurring issue, young man. Turning back to her monitor, she waved the boy towards the door. You are fully healed up, so get out, recovery girl ordered. Oh, and that blonde you came here with won't be bothering you in hero studies for a while, she added as Izuku closed the door behind him. Trudging his way back to the changing rooms, Izuku checked the time, 2:50. Most of his classmates were either getting changed or had already gone back to the classroom. As he rounded the corner, the boy felt a small impact in his abdominal region. Looking down in horror, Izuku saw the red face of Saki. Was now a bad time to realize he was shirtless because of the attack. Are you okay? Asahi asked Izuku, catching him completely off guard with her sincerity. I saw what he did to that shoji kid and was scared of that happening to you. Her face had lost all of its usual anger and jealousy, only filled with compassion and worry. Why yeah, I just had a few cuts but I was fine in the end, he explained, nervously scratching the back of his head. That's good, she nodded, suddenly regaining clarity in the situation, turning bright red. She fired off a marble at the boy's stomach, causing the boy to keel over in pain. Don't do something so stupid again, Asahi said, regaining her tsundere attitude as she quickly walked away. Okay, Izuku weakly responded as he began to drag himself towards the male changing rooms. Once he entered the room, he realized there was only a handful of the boys remaining, with the majority having headed back to the class. Heading to his locker, Izuku began to change as quickly as possible so he could go and reassure his friends he was okay. Hey Midoriya, a voice called out to the boy. Turning to the boy, Izuku recognized the boy as Zero. Did you hear about Bakugo? He said as he walked up to Izuku. After he woke up and came back, Midnight totally chewed him out. She said that he was a disgrace to the hero program and then said he was suspended from doing any hero-related subjects for the next few weeks. Izuku was flabbergasted at this. No teacher had ever even raised their voice to Katsuki before, never mind punish him. I meant to ask, how did you make Bakugo throw up and all that stuff? I didn't see you do anything. Zero questioned the boy, who was now fully dressed and walking out of the room with him. Oh, I used one of my quirks. It lets me create any type of gas and emit it along as the necessary chemicals are inside my body. I hadn't ever used it before, so I was only able to make nitrous oxide, Izuku explained to the boy as they approached the classroom. It's a colorless gas, which is why you couldn't see it. Wow, that's super smart. And you had never used it before, which makes it extra smart. The other boy awed him, sliding the classroom door open. Well, if it isn't Izubro, Ijiro said, jumping off his desk. Come on, we need to leave before the siren sees you, he whispered to the greenette, to not alert the mentioned woman. What was that, Kirishima? Saki appeared beside the two as if by magic. Run, Izuku, Kirishima wailed as he dragged the poor lad out of the room. Get back here, Asahi bolted after the duo. The next day, you will be deciding class representatives, Aizawa grumbled to the class, who cheered at the premise of doing normal high school things. Immediately the members of the class were shouting out the reasons they should be a class representative. Izuku, however, had no interest in the role. He barely had enough self-confidence to keep his sad excuse of being afloat, never mind an entire class. Everyone, Ida hollered over the crowd, gaining the attention of most of the room. We should civilly vote over who are the representatives. A few skeptical looks formed among the group. What's stopping people from just voting for themselves? Asui croaked before the others had a chance. Well, that means whoever gets voted in is truly worthy of the mantle, he explained with a proud look in his eye. After everyone's votes were tallied up, the results were displayed on the board at the front. Momo Yaoyorozu 4 votes, Izuku Midoriya 3 votes, Tsuyu Asui 2 votes. Izuku stared at the board in utter disbelief. How had he managed to pull this off? Well, that settles it then. Yaoyorozu is class representative, with Midoriya being her vice representative. You two will have to have decided on your classmates' roles by the end of the week, or they will be randomly selected for you, Aizawa lazily informed them as they prepared for their first teacher. At lunch, good job on getting vice rep, Izuku, Saki congratulated the green-haired boy, who was currently wallowing in sorrow over his current predicament. They were sitting in a booth together as they ate their lunch. At least they were, until Ijiro and Ashido came over to ruin their peace and quiet. Congrats on your placement, man, Ijiro unknowingly echoed to Izuku, who just groaned in response. Hey, dude, are you okay? Ashido questioned him, tilting her head to make eye contact with Izuku. You've had such a downer attitude since homeroom. Yeah, I just don't think I can do this, he admitted to the group. What do you mean? Ijiro immediately went to defend the boy from himself. You are super smart and are good at thinking on the fly. The praises fell on deaf ears, unfortunately. It doesn't matter how smart you are if you can't form a sentence without stuttering to save your life, Izuku rebutted, catching his friends off guard at the accuracy of his self-appraisal. Like, I can't even talk to pretty girls without stuttering, he lamented. Saki perked up at this. Well, you can speak to me just fine, the girl said. Unfortunately, Izuku didn't get to respond in time. That's because you're ugly, Ijiro commented very matter-of-factly, forming a tick on Saki's forehead. Shut up, you red-haired asshole, she shouted back, causing another argument between the two. Izuku just tuned them out. After being around them for almost a full year, he had gotten pretty good at it. Just think of it as a learning experience. Ashido tried to quell his worries, which partially worked. To be a top hero, you need to learn speaking skills for interviews and stuff. Izuku was about to reply but was once again cut off, but this time it was by a high-pitched alarm tearing through the hall. Perimeter breach, level 5. All students retreat to their classrooms until this alarm stops. Immediately, there was a swarm of students rushing for the exit, causing a mob to form at the doorway. Unfortunately, Izuku was currently being trampled by said mob. Falling to the floor, Izuku felt a sharp pain travel up his arm from his hand. Taking a glance at his hand, he saw blood leaking from a largish cut in his hand. It seemed that at some point in his time making friends with the floor, Izuku had managed to slice his hand open. "Hey, are you all right?" a feminine voice asked the poor boy for the second time today. Looking at the source of the sound, he saw a ginger-haired girl reaching out to drag him away from the mob. Grabbing her outstretched arm, Izuku recognized her as one of the girls who Saki was talking to yesterday. "Whoa, you're bleeding." He had accidentally used his bleeding hand. Sorry," Izuku stammered, quickly pulling away his hand to not get any more blood onto the girl. Oddly, he felt the tug of his quirk at the back of his mind and the slight energy drain. Quirk, muscle up. The quirk transferal picked up the traits of the most recent one for all user, Toshinori Yagi, making the user taller and more muscular than the average person, meaning you are slightly stronger than normal. The user can also temporarily strengthen themselves by increasing their muscle mass. Transmutation type quirk. Huh? He questioned aloud. Why had his quirk activated? Was it due to one for all? "Hey, Greenie, you there?" The girl snapped him out of his funk, although he would be asking the vestiges later. Seeing she had his attention, she took the chance to introduce herself. "I'm Itsuka Kendo. I already know your name from Asahi, so there's no need for your introduction." Rude, Izuku thought as the girl continued. "We should probably get you to Recovery Girl to check out your hand," Kendo said. Looking at the door overrun by scared students, the two decided that wasn't the best route to take. But unfortunately, the other exits were also filled to the brim, so they had no other ways to leave the building. What do we do now?" Izuku meekly asked Kendo, who had taken a seat to preserve energy. "I dunno, look around," she half-jokingly said, sparking an idea within her companion. The boy stretched out his arm, firing off a black eye to scout the area. He was captivated by the window, specifically the area behind it. It was teeming with reporters, just barely being held back by Aizawa and Present Mike. It seems they had managed to bypass the UA barrier. "It's the press," he said with a blank face, causing Itsuka to burst out into giggles. "Really? That's what all this fuss is about?" Ha. The comedy of the situation finally reached Izuku, and even he began to chuckle. The duo's giggle fit was cut short, however, as their attention was diverted to a commotion at the door. Izuku had tried to leave. It seemed that Ida had also twigged to the situation, as he was on top of a sign shouting at the other students to stop being such bad role models. Seeing that the mob had calmed down, Itsuka and Izuku decided now was the best time to get out of the room and join the now civil group to exit the room. Friday, so everyone. Midnight boisterously started the class. "As usual, today we will be going to a separate training site for our practical lesson, so go gear up and meet me at the car park." "And Bakugo," Kayama said, the cheer disappearing from her voice. "Go to class 1 Fahrenheit to do your theory work." She then dashed out of the room. As usual, Izuku had been at UA for almost a full week and had gotten accustomed to how most hero lessons went. 3 days a week they did practical lessons, which usually consisted of a mission or quirk handling lessons where Midnight watched the students train their quirks and developed a fighting style, pitching in every now and then to help give them ideas. On the days in between this, they did hero theory lessons, which taught them laws and basics about being a hero in a classroom environment. "Have you had any progress with your quirks?" Ijiro idly said to Izuku as they sat on the bus towards their mystery destination. The two were sitting in the mid-section of the vehicle and were just having a small chat while the larger group had a loud discussion. "Well, I did get a different type of quirk I have never heard of before, but other than that, nah." This caught the attention of the majority of the congregation, who had seen over the week that he knew practically everything about quirks. "How can that even be possible? You're such a quirk nerd," Ijiro shouted, gaining the attention of most of the bus now. "What does quirk viewer say?" The two boys continued the conversation, not realizing that almost the whole class was listening. "Well, it classifies it as a transmutation type and it mutates me to be bigger. But then I can also activate it to make myself larger," he explained to his friend, "and I'm not a nerd. So it's a mutation and transformation quirk mixed." Asui butted into the conversation unexpectedly, causing Izuku to become flustered. "How do you know about that?" Izuku's shaky voice asked as Ijiro gained a defensive look. "We've all been listening, man," Kaminari called from the back. Looking around, Izuku was mortified at all the faces staring back at him, a spark of interest in their eyes. "Can I ask you a question?" Ada announced to Izuku, raising his hand as if he was in a classroom. As Shoot the Broccoli Head replied nervously, "Can you really copy quirks? I heard that boy shout it the other day, but I would like to hear it from you." The taller boy asked. "Well, it's really none of your business." Ijiro began his rant at Ada. Izuku knew it was from a place of caring, but he would prefer his friend didn't start a fight with everyone curious about his quirk. "Yes, I can," Izuku stated, cutting off his friend. He had decided that if the class was to find out, it should be on his terms, plus he couldn't find a way to escape the question. "How?" Gyro piped up, causing Ijiro to direct his annoyance towards her. "I need to ingest their DNA." The greenette once again shut down Ijiro. Soon enough the entire class, bar a few, were peppering him with questions about his quirk and the other quirks he had acquired. Each and every time Ijiro was prevented from rating at the questioner by Izuku, who just answered the question blankly. The class had begun to run out of questions, and Izuku was pleasantly surprised. All of his classmates had been openly accepting of his quirk, and some had even complimented it. "Well, Midoriya, I don't know about the others, but I think that your quirk is pretty useful," Momo said to the boy. "Actually, I would like you to have mine." "Yeah, you can have mine too," Kaminari once again shouted from the back, causing a domino effect of "me too" and "have mines" to echo through the bus. Sadly, Izuku knew he couldn't accept all these quirks. "I can see copy a few quirks and now, B, but I see can't T take them all," he tried to explain to the class, who just brushed him off. "Oh, Midoriya, don't be so humble. We don't mind," Uraraka said from in front of him. "And no, really, my brain would shut down. Why warn me about that?" Izuku went silent. He hadn't meant to let his ghostly friend's name slip out of his mouth. The rest of the class went silent since Izuku just said he would die if he took too many quirks. "What?" Ijiro screamed, along with the rest of the class. "You never told me about that." "And who's why?" Well, shit, he had done it now. Well, I have a L limit that can get increased T through T training," Izuku explained to the class. "And why is A?" He really couldn't think of anything to say. How do you tell someone you have a group of people living in his head, separate mind made to combat the brain deadness of my quirk? There are actually 8 of them in there. The class looked at him with sympathetic looks, even Ijiro. "You should have told us you had DID. We would have understood," Yaoyorozu said to him with a soft voice. "No, it's not that. They can't control my body." "Well, they can control my quirks, but other than that, nothing else." Izuku argued the claim. "Guys, help me." He accidentally spoke to the voices out loud. Suddenly a black mouth sprouted from under Izuku's shoulder, the gruff voice of Degoro speaking through it. "Name's Degoro Banjo." He introduced himself, and so far so good. The students seemed intrigued, and Izuku likes nevermind abandoned ship. Deactivating his quirk, silencing the asshole who was currently laughing it up in Izuku's mind, another mouth released from Izuku. "My name is Nana Shimura. Nice to meet you." Some of his class were taken aback. It was a woman. "My name is En Suzuki." Another tendril shot out. "Hello, I'm Hikage Shinomori." Izuku was amazed that they could do this. Finally, the last tendril extended from his form. "I am Yoichi Midoriya. Please look after Izuku." "Awa, Izuku's personalities love him." Mina laughed. "I do not love him." Okada's voice echoed from a tendril. "If he dies, I die." "That hurts, Okada." Izuku murmured. "How did you guys even pull this off?" he asked, switching back to his inner voice. "We practiced while you were asleep." Degoro returned. "Hi Asahi," he said with a sly tone. Izuku silencing him once again. "We're here, kids. Midoriya, I will set up psychiatric help for you when we get back." She partly joked as the bus screeched to a halt. As the kids clambered off of the bus, they grouped together. Izuku was approached by Takoyami, who had blood dripping from his finger. "I see us as kindred spirits due to an incessant part of our quirks. I hope you will accept my quirk," he said as he extended his hand, to which Izuku dabbed his finger in the blood and quickly swallowed it, hoping the taste didn't linger. Quirk, shadow clone. User can create clones of themselves using their shadow. This can also be used on the vestiges to materialize them into the real world when they were at their physically strongest. The current maximum amount of clones you can make is 3, but this can be increased. Energy is also used to create these clones, and, depending on how strong the vestige was, can only be used for a certain amount of time, activated by clapping users' hands. Emitter-type quirk, branch-off clone type. Izuku stood there wide-eyed. He could basically bring back the dead. Deciding to test his new quirk, Takoyami watched in awe as the boy clapped his hands and a dark form shot from his shadow. The shadow quickly morphed into a humanoid shape before fully colorizing and looking like an exact copy of Izuku. "Can you hear me?" Izuku tested if the clone could hear him through his mind, which it nodded to. "Midoriya, are you ready to come inside, or do you want to play with yourself more?" Midnight called with a smirk, causing a few students to snicker and Izuku to turn bright red and deactivate his clone. Entering the building, the students were presented with the sight of a giant area. Different disaster zones splayed out as if movie sets. A figure with a space suit stood waiting at the end of the walkway to greet them, causing Uraraka to squeal. "Hello Class 1A, welcome to the USJ. I'm the pro." The astronaut was cut off by Uraraka fangirling. Oh my god, it's 13. She's the best rescue hero in Japan and has saved over 20,000 people from disasters, the girl said in a tone not dissimilar to an otaku seeing their favorite idol, which it kind of was. "Well, it seems I need no introduction," the hero chuckled. "This is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or the USJ. Here we will be showing you the basics of rescue work and you will get to do some yourselves." Allowing the students to murmur among themselves, Midnight walked over to the fellow hero and lowered her voice to make sure she wasn't heard. "Where's Yagi?" she whispered to 13, who held up 3 fingers in response to not draw attention. Kayama tissed to herself. "You try to set up a surprise for the first years and he's a fucking no-show," Midnight murmured to her friend, who lightly chuckled. "Whoa, they even have fake villains," Kaminari awed, catching the 2 women's attention immediately. A massive purple-black mist had formed in the center of the facility. A man covered in hands and a giant hunk of a man with a beak and exposed brain walked out of the mist, along with an army of villains. "Those aren't fake," Midnight shouted to the group. 13. "Watch the children," she ordered, jumping down to fight off the villains. Ripping her suit's fabric, she released her famous gas, putting many of the villains to sleep immediately, and the ones who resisted the mist were sloppy due to their grogginess. As her friend dispatched the villains, 13 sprang into action. "Okay everyone, quickly make your way back to the buses." She began to direct the students towards the door. "Where's All Might?" the blue-haired man growled to his misty friend. "We can't let them leave until All Might comes." "Stop them, Kurogiri," he screeched, rapidly clawing at his neck. As the students approached the door, the mist man shot out of the floor and obscured their way to freedom. "Sorry, but I can't let you leave until we have killed All Might." This sentence sent a chill down everyone's spine. The space hero quickly activated her black hole quirk and began to swallow up the villain, giving Ada a chance to get past him and run to the door. "Go get help," 13 ordered the boy, who was prying open the door. The villain began to approach him at a rapid pace, almost reaching him if not for the hand that shot out and grabbed his physical body, dragging him back just enough to allow the boy to escape. The mist then focused his attention on the pro-hero, using a warp gate to reflect her attack, causing her to begin to shred herself. Right before he could portal all of the students away, the same green-haired boy stamped on the floor, causing it to crack and fire his classmates into the sky away from the gate. Unfortunately, Izuku wasn't as lucky as he plummeted through the floor and into an area which looked like hell incarnate. The streets were ablaze, the buildings were collapsing, and he could sense about 50 villains. Using a black hand to catch himself on a rooftop and slow his descent, Izuku began to survey the area to look for an exit. As he ran through the streets, he was suddenly ambushed by a quill rocketing past his face, missing by a hair's length. "Found ya." A woman with quills for hair cackled as she sent another barrage of quills towards the boy, who redirected it using orbit. Amplifying gear shift by 1x, he blasted off towards the villain at gear 16, taking her down with a swift uppercut. Sensing the presence of 10 more villains, Izuku slingshot himself up to the rooftops before he was seen. As he leapt from roof to roof, Izuku felt his quirk stirring in his chest. "Calm down, boy, the pros will be here soon." Endo tried to soothe the boy, mostly to stop his home from evaporating. Izuku sensed the exit to the fire zone, but it was guarded by around 50 villains, so there was no way Izuku was getting out through there. He looked up to realize that the roof of the dome should be made of a light metal, thus easy to break. After a few minutes of searching around to make sure there were no alternative exits, the boy attached 2 black hands to some buildings and activated gear shift at gear 12. He then hardened his arms and head to prepare for impact. Once stretching his tendrils to their maximum, he stopped resisting and fired off towards the roof, easily piercing through the roof without sustaining any major damage. Once he looked down at the central plaza, all of his joy vanished. There he saw his teacher beaten to a bloody pulp while the large beaked man loomed over her barely conscious body. This sight made Izuku feel something he hadn't felt in a long time: pure rage. He had come close to feeling it before, but never to this extent. His quirk roiled in his chest. Black body demanded to be released, and Izuku felt something snap within his quirk. Kid." Daigoro spoke, nervousness clear in his tone. "Your quirk just evolved." Izuku took no notice of the man as he boosted all the way up to gear 32 and blasted down to the scene using a finger blast, landing a few meters from the men and causing a web of cracks to form around the impact point. "Who the hell are you?" the blue-haired man asked in a nonchalant tone. Izuku's eyes just bore into the man. "Oh well, not gonna talk. Namu, kill him." As he said this, the giant monster began to move. Before Izuku could even blink, the monster was in front of the boy, reeling back its fist to hit the boy. Quickly, the boy enhanced his hardening quirk by 2x and braced for impact. Just as he did this, the blow smashed into him and sent him flying back. It felt like he had been hit by a bus going at Mach 10. Checking himself, he saw that due to empowering his obsidian, he hadn't been immediately pulverized. Kid, that punch upped your score by 1x. Try to avoid those punches, Nana hurriedly said, causing Izuku's eyes to almost pop out of his head. Even Bakugo's enhanced Mega Blast had only given him a 0.1x boost. This guy was on par with Prime All Might. Wait, Prime All Might. Izuku hatched a plot and immediately deactivated all of his quirks. A large figure with 2 long strands of hair rose from Izuku's shadow. As he colored, it showed that the number 1 hero was standing behind the boy in his Golden Age outfit. Blasting off at top speed, the man and beast clashed, with All Might getting a few good hits in before suddenly dematerializing. Izuku couldn't hold the clone for too long as his stamina wasn't high enough. The beaked man slowly walked towards Izuku, who in a last-ditch effort shot a black bullet at him, slicing through the flesh of the creature. Another idea flashed through Izuku's mind as he watched the wound heal almost instantly. Picking him up by the arm and about to deliver the finishing blow, the Namu stopped as Izuku tore at his flesh using hardened teeth. The Namu's blood poured into Izuku's mouth as he swallowed it. I think we've sent him insane, Namu, the smaller villain remarked with a hint of amusement. Just kill him already. Izuku gained a feral glint in his eye as a piece of information flowed into his brain. He then activated all of his enhancement quirks and pulled back as hard as he could, severing his arm completely and launching himself away from the beast, grabbing Midnight as he flew. Getting far enough away, Izuku looked down at his newly created stump. It went down to his elbow, and this would possibly affect his hero work. Or it would, if it wasn't for the fact it was slowly but surely reforming using his mist, which had begun to seep from his wound. The Namu seemed to have a regeneration quirk that, when copied by Izuku, fused with smoke, giving him a new faucet to the quirk. Surveying the area, Izuku saw that Kayama's quirk had begun to wear off on many of the villains, who immediately started to move towards them. Izuku's mind raced as he tried to think of a plan to get him and his teacher away from the 40-plus villains, but his body was too battered to even begin to move and he just slumped down to the floor defeated. Suddenly, there was a loud bang at the entrance of the building as a giant man now stood in the plaza. He had 2 long strands of golden hair which shot out of his head, and his muscles tightly hugged the confines of his outfit as if they had been stretched to their limits. The ever-present smile on the man's face was now replaced with an anger-filled grimace. "Never fear, for I am here," All Might said to the children. A barely conscious All Might stood in the center of the destroyed USJ, the carnage of his battle having almost destroyed the central plaza. "I need to get out of here," he thought to himself as his lungs, or what was left of them, felt as if they would pop from the strain of holding up his muscle form for so long after he had exhausted his daily limit. He had spent far too much time dispatching the villain. If he was in his prime, he could have finished the job in only 3 punches. As he felt his form slipping, Toshinori saw a blue-haired man sprinting toward him, his hand outstretched and a psychotic glint in his eye. "I've finally got you, All Might," he manically screamed. All Might didn't have enough energy to move. Toshinori watched as the hand moved closer and closer as if it was in slow motion. Suddenly, a look of pain crossed the boy's face as a projectile flew past the two. Izuku stood a few meters away with an arm extended. His skin hardened around his hand, and a mixture of anger and shock on his face. "You little shit," the man-child screeched. All Might looked back to see that his hand had been wholly cleaved off, just a stump remaining. The heroes appeared at the door just at this moment, rushing to treat the injured and detain any villains. A purplish mist formed around the young villain as an ominous voice spoke. "We must retreat, Tamura, we are outnumbered," he warned the boy, only making him even more enraged. "No," Tamura shouted, as if having a tantrum, "he's cheating. He has multiple quirks, and he took my hand." The boy looked ready to murder Izuku, which he had a very high chance of doing if left unrestrained. "I'll kill you." He lunged towards Izuku, but was suddenly swallowed up by the very same substance emanating from the mist man, disappearing instantly. "I apologize for my associates' behavior," the tall man spoke, surprisingly politely. "We shall be taking our leave now," he said as he was absorbed by the same gas as the earlier boy. "I see you, bro," Ijiro hollered, escaping ectoplasm's grasp and running to the battle site. "Are you okay?" Glancing down at Izuku's lack of a hand, the boy seemed to blue screen. "Who did this to you, Izuku? I will personally rip them to shreds for crippling you like this," he said with a murderous aura. "I did this myself," Izuku explained, holding up his stump to show Ijiro the thin traces of smoke swirling around it. "And it's gonna regrow," he said with a grin as his friend's eyes became saucer-like. "I haven't checked yet, but I absorbed 2 quirks after I got teleported away." A look of thought crossed the boy's face as he made a realization. "Now that I think about it, they both came from the same guy." "Well, what are they?" "They might be linked," Ijiro tried to hypothesize. "The first one was just added to my smoke quirk, giving me the ability to regenerate using smoke. I'll check the second right now." Izuku said, activating his quirk viewer. Quirk, shocker, C-rank quirk, allows the user to absorb part of the impact from a physical blow, giving them the ability to either fire it back out or store it more effectively in kinetic store, thus nullifying it. Currently, you can absorb 1% of a hit. Emitter-type quirk, branch-off reinforcement type. Looks like they were two different quirks, Izuku pondered aloud. He's the only person I've ever gotten to reactions from, so he must have had multiple quirks. Looking at Ijiro, he saw a slight confusion in his eyes. What's up? It's just, every time you've told me about a quirk you never mentioned a rank before. Izuku did a double take at his quirk. How had he managed to overlook that? Just as he was about to query Quirk Viewer, the two boys were quickly ushered away from the area as a mountain of steam erupted from All Might. Izuku didn't resist as he understood the situation. Once Izuku returned to the others, he was bombarded with questions, most of which were if he was okay, and many freakouts over his missing hand. How did you lose it? Kaminari inquired, only to be smacked over the head by an enraged Gyro. You don't ask about that idiot, he could be traumatized. She scolded the boy, who was clutching his head in pain. By its fine, Izuku defended Kaminari meekly. He was just curious. Turning to his blonde friend, Izuku proceeded to explain the incident. I saw that he had a R regeneration quirk, so I bit him. Unfortunately, he had in my arm, so if I didn't escape IW would probably have had all my organs pulverized. Some of the class's faces became pale as they connected the dots. So how did you escape? Sadly, Kaminari was even denser than Izuku was, like approaching black hole levels of dense. Well, I had to rip it off, Izuku said shyly. A look of sadness appeared on Kaminari's face. Ada put a hand on Izuku's shoulder, like a doctor giving bad news. Well, if you need anything to help you adjust to your new life, do not hesitate to ask me for support. Oh, no, it's gonna grow back, Ijiro said nonchalantly, getting half of the class glaring at him. It's not the time to joke around, Kirishima. Izuku has been crippled, Asahi said with the disapproving the rest of the class had. It's very insensitive. Well, no, Izaburo told me it would. A look of desperation crossed Ijiro's face as he turned to his best friend for help. Come on, man, help me out. Ijiro could have sworn a wicked smile had crossed his friend's face as he spoke. No, sadly my arm will not be growing back. What? You said it would. Don't listen to him. Ijiro protested his innocence, but he was drowned out by the class calling him an assortment of terrible things. This culminated in Shoji and Sato dragging him back to the bus. Still screaming, please believe me. It's gonna grow back, please. Izuku, you asshole. He shouted as he was heaved through the doors. League of Villains lair. I assumed that the mission went poorly. A voice spoke through the screen. Shigaraki had destroyed half of the bar in a frenzied rage as he screamed profanities at a green-haired fuck. No, Kurogiri began to explain to his boss. A boy kept the children away from my quirk and managed to stall enough for All Might to show up, who defeated the Namu. He said while sounding as disappointed as possible, so pretty calm. He cheated. Tamura whined as he destroyed another chair. He was a cheater master, how could we beat him? He lamented, watching the chair turn to ash. Clarify to me how he cheated Tamura. The voice asked, clearly intrigued by this boy. He had multiple quirks like you. I thought I was your masterpiece, he accused, betrayal clear in his voice. Trust me, Tamura, I have no relation to this boy. He reassured his protege. However, his ability is rather interesting. Kurogiri. The voice snapped, alerting Kurogiri. I want you to observe this child, see if his quirk is of use to us. He ordered the man. Yes, master. Kurogiri vanished from the building, off to his mission. Tuesday. Welcome back, class. I hope you enjoyed your extra day at home. Aizawa greeted the class in his usual monotone voice. Due to Midnight having to recover from her injuries from the attack on the USJ, you will be having your Foundational Hero Studies class covered by 3 pro heroes. Before the man could explain any further, Ada's hand had shot up. Yes, Ada? Aizawa almost rolled his eyes. Mr. Aizawa, why are we getting 3 heroes teaching us? Why not just one? The boy asked. Well, if you had let me finish, I would have told you that UA is trying out a new teaching method and saw your class as a good fit seeing as you are a teacher down. Aizawa explained. The method brings in a selection of heroes that are all in different types of heroism to best help students get a grasp of their options in the future. These teachers will be teaching you from now until the UA Sports Festival. Speaking of, you have 2 weeks to train for this festival and all of your practical FHS classes will be quirk training based. The man paused to observe the class. Any questions? Silence. Then I'll take my leave. Your first period teacher arrives in 8 minutes. He called over his shoulder as he walked out of the room. As soon as the man had left, Ijiro was out of his seat and over to Izuku's desk. What the hell, man? You totally threw me under the bus yesterday. His friend only giggled to himself at this statement. Anyway, did you find out what's up with the quirk ranks? The boy asked as he fiddled with Izuku's hair. Over the almost year the boys had been friends. They had developed such a strong friendship that they could do all the touchy stuff without it seeming weird for either of them. It did look a bit romantic to others, however. Oh, well you see. It turns out my quirk evolved because of my emotional state during the USJ attack, which means a bunch of things changed. I don't know what else has changed, but I do know what the ranks mean. Izuku explained to his red-haired pal. They signify the strength, complexity, and versatility of a quirk. Ranks. F rank. The quirk is extremely limited in strength and versatility, a very basic quirk which has very few functions and has small combat and general uses. Around 40% of the population has a quirk of this rank. E rank. The quirk is largely lacking in all categories, only being useful in very few select circumstances. Becoming with this type of quirk is not recommended but can be achieved through an ungodly amount of hard work. Under 3% of the population is born with these quirks. D rank. A quirk with a lowish amount of versatility and raw power. These quirks aren't very complex and have a minimal chance of being wielded by heroes. Around 7% of the populace have this rank. C rank. A relatively versatile quirk with a moderate amount of strength and a slight increase in complexity. A few heroes have a quirk of this strength. Over 10% of people have a quirk this strong. E rank. A rather strong quirk with a large amount of versatility and are pretty complex. The majority of heroes have this level of power. 25% of the population have this rank quirk. A rank. A quirk that is very strong and versatile, having multiple facets and being perfect for heroism. Around 10% of people have a quirk this powerful. S rank. A quirk with legendary levels of power, versatility, and complexity, being useful in any circumstance. Just under 5% of the population has this power. U rank. A quirk that affects other quirks, a power that can help one rule the world if they felt like it. Those who wield these types of quirks could begin and end wars depending on their mood. Only 0.0000001% have this kind of quirk. Consider yourself lucky if you have one. Bullshit, Ijiro called, gaining the class's attention. I know your quirk is powerful, but if you take too many quirks your head explodes. That isn't a god-tier quirk. Although he had a valid point, Ijiro was missing a large piece of information. But remember, I have had this power for under a year and already have 16 quirks. Now, imagine if I had had 10 years like everyone else did. Not to toot his own horn, but Izuku had a pretty good quirk. If I wanted, I could just copy Endeavor's quirk and incinerate half of a city with enough training. The room went silent as Izuku felt almost everyone's heads turn to look at him. Todoroki's eyes bore into him in particular. Wow, that's pretty bad, even for you, Ijiro stated, clearly amused at his friend's predicament. Oh, shove it. Ijiro chuckled to himself as he was shoved back to his seat by a black hand. Looking through his quirk log, he saw that his quirk capacity had skyrocketed to 36, which was almost double what it had been. He also noticed that all of his quirks had a percentage and a fraction next to them. After a bit of digging, Izuku discovered this was how long it would take for them to rank up and how many times the quirks could rank up. Seeing Cementos enter the room, Izuku deactivated his quirk viewer and began to pull out his school equipment. He would have to do some more research later. At lunch, after finding a secluded table to eat his food, Izuku reactivated Quirk Viewer, but strangely it didn't show his quirk, but the quirk of the girl in the row in front of him called Dog Head, allowing the girl to have the facial features in Alaskan Malamute. After a few seconds of reading his schoolmate's quirks, Izuku finally discovered how to focus his quirk on himself. This must have been an effect of his quirk evolution. "Hello, Sensei," Monoma shouted from his side, causing the greenette to recoil from the assault on his ears. "How has your day been? What pieces of knowledge will you provide me with today?" The blonde asked him, much akin to an excited puppy. "Don't shout so loud," Izuku said, checking his ears for blood, just in case. "Also, just call me Midoriya. I'm not your sensei," Izuku commanded the boy, who seemed unfazed. "As you wish, master," Nito bowed, causing his master even more embarrassment. No, master is even worse," Izuku whined. "I apologize, my lord." It was hard for Izuku to tell if this boy was being serious or not. "Just go back to sensei, it's the least embarrassing." The sensei caved. He couldn't stop this loony. "Anyway, sensei, how has your quirk come along? You must be plenty more powerful after fighting those villains at the USJ. Monoma casually plopped himself down onto the seat across from Izuku. "Nope, I only copied 2 quirks," Izuku replied as he ate his food animalistically. His 10-pack didn't maintain itself. "How so? You didn't try to copy them?" Nito was astonished. "Nah, not really. Even if I had, most people don't let you bite them, especially if they are trying to kill you." Izuku had become far more relaxed around his Gakusei after realizing he couldn't destroy the boy's godly image of him. It was nice to be able to be completely chilled out around someone. It was like he was around Ijiro. That would pose a problem. Monoma rubbed his chin and thought, "I have an idea." he cried out suddenly, causing Izuku to choke on his food. "You can copy my quirk," Nito explained as he plucked a hair from his head. Trying to back away, Izuku noticed he was trapped in a corner. "Monoma, dude, that's not a good idea." Too late. The hair had been shoved in his mouth. Nito held a hand over Izuku's mouth and nose as he stared into the boy's eyes. "Swallow," he whispered. Finally, Izuku gave in to the lack of oxygen and swallowed the hair, causing his quirk viewer to alert. Quirk update. The quirk inheritance can now copy a target's quirk through physical contact with the user's fingers anywhere on the skin of the target. Another effect of copying the quirk copy is that quirks copied will now be marginally stronger than previously. Invest in gloves, for your sake. Oh shit, Izuku stammered, unable to conceal his shock or fear. It was hard to tell. "What is it, sensei?" Monoma was surprised as his superior didn't curse often. "Are you feeling ill? Monoma, do you have any gloves?" the boy said seriously as he placed his hands on the table to keep them in his vision to not accidentally touch someone. "I need to cover my hands." "And no, would you like me to go get some?" Nito rushed off to go complete his task set by Midoriya as fast as possible. Having sensed the severity of the situation, Izuku then heard a sound which sent his blood cold. "Hey, Midoriya," Kaminari called, jogging over to the Greenette's table and raising his hand for his patented friendly hand clasp. Izuku was now presented with a conflict. Even activating kinetic store to speed up his thought speed, he could accept the hand clasp, showing his friendship with Kaminari but accidentally copying his quirk. Or he could reject it, looking like an asshole to his friend and possibly others. Luckily, Nito came sprinting back just as Izuku entered the clasping distance, separating the two as he delivered Izuku a pair of bright pink rubber gloves. "I have your gloves, sensei," he chanted before he was unintentionally crotch shot by Kaminari, falling to the floor while writhing in pain. "Oof, dude, are you okay? I didn't mean to hit you like that. I'll give you a free hit on me." The boy profusely apologized to his fellow blonde, giving Izuku a chance to equip his tightly fitting gloves. Monoma rolled to face his sensei, pain evident in his expression. They were the only call color left. He managed to choke out. In class, Momo stared at Izuku's newest fashion statement. It was as if the boy had something new every time she saw him. The class were currently waiting for their new foundational hero teachers to show up. "Hey Dorobo, what's with the gloves? You a pansy or something?" Bakugo had been allowed to attend the next few training sessions, seeing as the event would be internationally broadcast and he would make the school look bad. Thus, unfortunately, he was now pestering Izuku about his new pink gloves. Most of the class just tried to ignore his offensive comments. Being tapped on the shoulder by Momo, Izuku turned away from the blonde mid-sentence, causing him to blow a fuse and begin ranting at the boy, clearly being tuned out. "So I was wondering, how come you are wearing gloves? You don't have to answer." Although she wouldn't admit it, Momo was very confused by the choice of clothing, and she decided to ask more elegantly than the angry Pomeranian. "I accidentally copied Monoma's quirk, which fused with inheritance, making it so I can copy things at a higher strength." Midoriya was cut off by congratulations from Momo, which were far too early. "Well, that's good. But it doesn't inform me about the gloves." The girl pried further. "The downside is that I can copy quirks by touching someone's skin with my fingers." Izuku seamlessly continued, hushing his friend instantly. Well, I can see how that could be a problem." Momo's sweat dropped, suddenly realizing the entire class was silent as three people stood at the front of the room. "Well, if you two are finished, we will introduce ourselves." A stern man with a blue suit and wooden helmet and arm braces spoke, making the two turn beet red. "I am Shinya Kamihara. You can call me Mr. Kamihara, and you may know me as my hero alias Edgeshot, the number 5 pro hero. The woman to the left of me is Yute Kyama, pro hero Mount Lady, and the man to my right is Shinji Nishia, pro hero Kamui Woods. We will be your FHS teachers for the next 3 weeks, so I hope we can get along. Meet us at Training Arena Delta in your hero costumes." The gray-haired man explained as his two fellow teachers stood as stiffly as posts beside him. Mount Lady Izuku could understand, seeing as she was a relatively new pro, but Kamui. As Mr. Kamihara finished his introduction, he and the other heroes walked out of the door to Training Arena Delta. "What do you think of the new teachers?" Midoriya asked Kaminari as the two made their way towards the training hall, trailing behind the class as the blonde had forgotten how to put on his hero costume. "I don't know nothing about Mr. Nishia, and I only know Mr. Kamihara because he's the number 5. But I definitely know Miss Takeyama." He spoke with a pervy look about him. "I can only hope she shows me a few techniques, if you catch my drift." You're disgusting," Izuku stated, sliding the door of the ground open to see their classmates being brutally berated by two heroes for poor quirk handling or incorrect fighting stance. The third teacher seemed to be daydreaming off in a separate section of the room, unaware of the verbal assault being inflicted upon children only a few meters from her. "You too," Nishia barked from the other side of the area. "Where have you been? The rest of the class was here 5 minutes ago." He swiftly ushered the two boys towards the rest of the group. Izuku got to work immediately, creating a shadow clone of himself and testing his new shocker quirk by having his clone punch him to help him see his kinetic discharge. After gauging his output level, he moved on to Black Bullet, attempting to increase his bullet's movement speed and his aim with the quirk. It was amazing how an F-rank quirk and a D-rank quirk could produce such a powerful result, easily a B-rank ability. Next up was his newest method with Orbit, completely blocking out any outside stimuli. Izuku took a deep breath and held out his arm. The wind around his hand began to stir as nearby rubble started to lift off of the ground. Compressing even further, the wind became even more erratic as tiles began to crack. Almost there. Planetary style, blah. Hey, are you using multiple quirks? A surprised voice cried from right next to him, completely causing him to break focus and release his hold on his power. Turning to his side, Izuku saw a very perplexed Takayama and her two very disappointed-looking coworkers. Yes, didn't you read the file? Mr. Kamihara said with a dangerous edge to his voice, which the woman seemed to completely miss. I read some of it, but come on man. That thing was, like, 80 pages. The woman protested as the two men just sighed. It was 30 pages and you had a month to read it. Her wooden friend flatly stated, Midoriya, would you mind explaining your quirk to your teacher, please? The man put an extra emphasis on the word teacher, which was once again ignored. Oh, okay, Izuku shakily responded, still recovering from his sudden shock from Takayama. The woman looked keenly towards the boy, eager for an explanation. Well, my quirk L lets me copy others' quirks permanently. B, but the quirk C changes S slightly. He briefly educated the woman, leaving out a few minor details such as the voices, the DNA consumption, and the new types of quirks. Wow, can you copy mine? As an example, she quickly added to hopefully salvage her image as a respectable adult, which she had already lost, plucking a hair from the woman's head. Izuku quickly downed the hair with practiced ease. You did that too easily, you said as she looked at him with evident disgust. After a few seconds, Izuku felt the slight tug of his quirk and examined the information. Quirk Titanification. This quirk allows the user to form a much larger body around themselves. This body has no genitals and can vary in height from 3 meters to 25 meters and can regenerate at an extreme rate. The user has complete control over this body. However, they must injure themselves with the intent to activate it, and if in full body form can go berserk, the user is healed of all damage once they enter the body. Emitter-type quirk. Well, go ahead and use it then, his teacher demanded as he processed the information. Wait, you'll need to go outside if you grow to my height. Grabbing Izuku by the arm, Takayama dragged the boy towards the training field. Hey, I'm taking this kid to the field. We'll be back before the end of the lesson, she called over her shoulder as they left the building. Well, to activate my Q quirk I need to hurt myself. You stared at the boy with surprise. She had assumed that it would just take intent to grow like hers. Oh, well, that's fine. You can go at your own pace. She then grew up to her giant form. Just grow to your limit so we can get a scale of you to me, the woman called from the ginormous distance between them. Adopting a thinking face, Izuku began to brainstorm ideas he could use to activate his quirk. Okay, so I need to harm myself. The easiest way would just be to use a knife, but I don't know if it's a good idea to try to slice my hand off. I could. After a few minutes of waiting, Takayama became impatient with the boy's predicament. Deciding to check on him, she just managed to spot him chowing down on his hand. Suddenly, an almost blinding flash of light consumed the area as a giant bony arm shot out of the source of the light. And then another, then a head and legs. These were then wrapped in a thick coating of muscle before the skin finally covered the body, signifying the end of the creation. Standing in the middle of the field was an enormous humanoid, only missing genitals and lips. The beast's eyes were a piercing green, and his luscious green locks now hung more loosely around his head. He watched in mild terror as what was her student opened its mouth, the teeth being visible to the cheek, steam shooting from the newly created gap in the teeth. An ear-splitting roar came from Izuku's mouth and echoed around the area, shattering a few windows on the main UA building. Damn, kid, you put on quite the show there. No response, kid. Takayama turned to the boy who seemed to be frozen in place, the only sign of life being his erratic breathing. She decided to touch Izuku's shoulder, a big mistake. As soon as you made contact, the beast swung its huge fist at the woman's face, who barely dodged the attack. What the hell, man? You could have hurt me. How she thought Izuku wouldn't have known that was beyond understanding. But this warning didn't stop the shell of rage from attacking again and again. The boy was swinging wildly at his teacher as if he were a scared animal backed into a corner, seeing as there had been a giant light from outside as well as all of the windows in the building shattering. Most of the staff were outside and on guard. Even All Might seemed to be taking an interest, as his protege was now a giant naked monster as if from an anime. They jumped into action as soon as Izuku swung his fist at his temporary teacher, who had now begun to run away from him. Damn it, we need to restrain him. Kamui cursed as the other heroes showed up on the scene, ready to smash the boy's head in. All Might, Nezu called to the taller man. Go and try to disable his arms. It will prove to greatly decrease his threat on Takayama. The blonde only nodded as he launched himself towards Izuku, unleashing a Detroit smash straight at the boy's left arm and almost severing it. A wave of relief washed over the group as steam billowed from the Titan's skin. The decreased mobility provided by the limp arm allowed Mount Lady to finally begin to gain distance between herself and Izuku until he decided to adapt. What is he doing? Snipe wearily asked as the creature stopped dead in its tracks and tightly gripped its injured arm. Slowly the heroes noticed the arm begin to stretch into form before it was fully ripped from the body. They watched on, stunned to silence. What the fuck? Katsuki screeched, alerting the teachers and Izuku of his presence. What are you doing, young man? Get back inside, Kamui ordered the boy, only for more students to pile out of the building. Is that Izuku? Asahi asked as the creature seemed to be crouched on the floor, possibly in pain. The thought of her friend being in pain caused the girl's heart to twist in ways she hadn't thought it could. No, well, why yes. But the man couldn't finish his sentence as a loud rumble shook the ground. Quickly turning to look at the target, the group saw Izuku's large form rapidly approaching their location, and he didn't seem like he was happy to see them. Saki's blood ran cold when she caught a glimpse of the creature's face, with its piercing eyes so full yet so lifeless, its wide smile mocking the kind boys. Quickly, we need to get inside, now. The creature was now only yards away, going quadrupedal to get onto their level and unhinging his jaw as if getting ready to eat them. A few of the girls, and Kaminari, screamed as they rushed towards the door, but it was clear that they weren't going to make it in time. Izuku moved ever closer as the fear of death gripped the students' hearts, as he was about to reach the gathering. And I mean inches away, Mount Lady hollered, crater crash, as she drop-kicked the boy across the face, sending him flying away from them. The creature's eyes dimmed as a jet of steam fired from its nape. Ijiro was the first to go check on the beast, shortly followed by a hesitant Saki. The two pulled out a semi-conscious Izuku from the nape, fresh burn marks lining his skin. All Might, transfer the boy to Recovery Girl. We shall make sure none of the students are injured, Nezu ordered the man, who simply nodded and sprinted off to the infirmary with Izuku in hand. Nezu faced a new dilemma. Could he keep Izuku Midoriya as a student at UA High? Izuku awoke to an assault on his senses. His ears rang with a strange buzz and the sterile white of the room burned his retina. Only when he moved to cover his eyes to banish this sensation did he realize his arms were cuffed to the hospital bed, specifically in Quirk's suppressant handcuff, doing what any other person would in his situation. Izuku immediately began thrashing his arms as hard as he could, managing to bend the bed frame that was attached to the cuffs. I wouldn't do that if I was you. The squeaky voice interrupted Izuku's attempt to escape, causing the boy to look towards its source. A small white figure into Izuku's view. Although the details were very blurry, he managed to identify the creature's pointy nose and round ears. I am Nezu, the principal of this school, and I saw you made quite the disturbance today. The confusion on Izuku's face must have been evident as Nezu felt the need to explain the incident further. From my position, I could charge you with attempted assault and the attempted murder of minors and professional heroes and immediately expel you from my school. This threat caused Izuku to sober up to the situation immediately. Wait, I didn't do anything. I only did as Miss Takayama told me to. Izuku quickly blurted out as a weak defense. I don't even remember anything after that. Well, I do, but it's only some weird dream. This caught Nezu's attention as he gained an intrigued gleam in his eyes. Could you enlighten me on this weird dream, please? Nezu pressed the boy for some further information, so that he could make a better judgment, of course, not to fulfill his hunger for intel on the boy's quirk that was eerily similar to the greatest villain of all time. Well, it was really dark and meaty. I don't know how else to describe it. Oh, it was also super hot, and I felt you unusually angry. Izuku explained the fleeting memory as best he could, leaving out no details. The rodent seemed to understand his terrible description of the dream as he just nodded along with Izuku's commentary. I couldn't move my arms or legs, as if they were T-trapped. I was pretty afraid. As Izuku said this, Nezu seemed to make a mental breakthrough, raising his hand to silence the boy. I have heard enough. The thing spoke as he signaled for Cementos to free Izuku from his cuffs. It is clear that you are in control of the beast you summon. This made Izuku's heart drop. Was he going to be expelled? Could he still be a hero? However, this was only through your emotions. Your monster acted as if it was a feral animal in danger at first, which aligns with your emotional state at the time. It was then hyper-aggressive, trying to eat your classmates, which also correlates with your emotions in the situation. I tried to eat people, Izuku cried, completely caught off guard by the statement. Ah, yes, you did. Nezu clarified to the near catatonic boy. Moving on, we discovered an unnaturally high amount of epinephrine in your system, meaning you were also not at fault for your rage either. The male explained. You will not be receiving any punishment for the events today. However, you will be expected to attend after-school quirk training with your homeroom teacher. This was practically a punishment itself, and with that, the principal walked out of the infirmary with Cementos in tow. The next day at lunch, fortunately for Izuku, the morning had been pretty uneventful. He had avoided eye contact with everyone and stayed quiet, only greeting Ijiro when he came over to chat. Currently, Izuku was wandering around the lunchroom looking for a table to sit at, with very little success. Every table he saw seemed to have an aura of fear surrounding them whenever he approached. Even his class seemed afraid. Finding an empty table, Izuku sat down and began to study the quirks around him as he ate, looking at their descriptions and thinking about possible uses for the quirks and how they could be strengthened. He used his free hand to jot down notes on the different quirks and their ranks: 4 eyes, extra joints, plastic manipulation, wave motion, permeation, manifest. Manifest would be a good quirk to copy. Not only would it be good for assault but also for mobility and defense. I wonder if the user can stack manifestations, like bat wings with rock. Can they eat fossils to get dinosaur attributes? Little did Izuku know, the subject of his current scribblings and his friends were sitting right next to him and heard everything he was muttering about. Do you hear that, Amajiki? You're gonna have to start taking notes. A blonde boy laughed from the other side of the table, causing Izuku to finally break his focus from his notes and onto his surroundings. A blue-haired girl was sitting next to him and seemed to be intently scanning the boy's notes on her quirk, as the other boy across the table, Amajiki as the blonde called him, seemed to become flustered and complained to his friend. I must say, those are some detailed notes. How did you know our quirks? The periwinkle lass asked with a tilt of the head. It's my quirk. It lets me see and understand others' quirks. This had been Izuku's go-to lie whenever a stranger asked about his quirk. It saved a lot of explanation and kept Izuku safe from experimentation. But you talked about copying it earlier. The blonde outed him for his lies, causing Izuku's face to turn a deep shade of red. I can also do that, he shyly whispered, earning a laugh from the boy. I'm Mirio Tagata, and these two are Tamaki Amajiki and Niger Hado. Tagata introduced the two boys and threw a thumb towards himself. And we're your upperclassmen. I hope we can get along. Izuku saw the obvious opening to introduce himself and took it. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Just that second the bell signifying the end of lunch rang, causing Izuku to quickly put back his plate and run to class. During foundational hero studies, as Izuku entered the training hall, he decided to just focus on developing new techniques with his quirks and hopefully fund a few new combos. Izuku had begun to think of his quirk like it was a video game with his different quirks being attacks. It was very strange for the vestiges. Speaking of vestiges, seeing as Izuku didn't feel comfortable asking to fight anybody because of their clear fear, Izuku had decided to just spar with a shadow clone, specifically Deku. Izuku dodged and weaved between the black whips being swung at him, slowly making his way towards the bald man. Once in range, Izuku swung a 2x enhanced fist at the clone, who blocked using a shield of black whip. Seeing the boy was stunned, Deku took the chance to swiftly slam him into a nearby wall, causing a web of cracks to spiral outwards from the impact point. Come on, kid, you need to keep your head in the game. Deku scolded the greenette, who was currently crawling out of an Izuku-shaped hole in the wall. What distracted you so much? Standing to face the man, Izuku explained. I just had a light bulb when I saw you use black whip to make a shield. I never thought to use it that way. Well, now you know what to practice then. Deku chuckled, fading into dust as Izuku dispelled him. Sitting down on the floor, Izuku began to play around with Black Body, and after 10 minutes managed to make a round plate about 10 inches in diameter. Although it was called Black Body, it actually allowed Izuku to create any shape from his black matter as long as it was connected to his body and he focused hard enough. He had successfully increased Shocker's input to 2% and Muscle Up's increased to 0.7x. Izuku then decided to test out a new orbit technique. Using his quirk, he began to spin the air around in a circle, faster and faster, until eventually, he had created a miniature tornado. He then used orbit to fire the Dust Devil towards a piece of rubble, watching it completely rip the boulder into tiny little pieces. Quickly untangling the wind, Izuku started brainstorming a name for his newest attack, only for Gyro to walk over to him. Hey, Midoriya, the girl began as she twiddled with her ear jack. Do you have any tips to help me fight with my quirk? I'm kinda nervous about the 1v1 section of the festival since my quirk doesn't have any real attack power without support items. Well, have you tried stabbing people like you do with Kaminari? You could even amplify the stabs using your vibrations. This statement made the girl's eyes go like saucers as realization washed over her face. I never thought about it like that, she exclaimed, looking at her earlobes with a newfound enlightenment. Thanks for the help, man, Gyro said, giving Izuku a high five before he could process it. Here's my quirk, as a thank you gift. The girl then scuttled off to go test this fighting style out on her latest victim, sparring partner. Why, you're welcome. Izuku said to no one in particular. Quirk, vibration, B rank, allows the user to create vibrations, shockwaves in a specific area of anything they're touching. These can be from the strength of a heartbeat to the level of an earthquake. Emitter type quirk, branch off manipulation type. Izuku immediately set out to test his new quirk. Picking up a fist-sized piece of rubble, he activated his power at 10%, causing the rock to begin to rapidly shake in place. Getting an idea, Izuku narrowed his power's range to only a millimeter thickness in the middle and then cranked the power up to 100%, splitting the stone clean in half. Izuku repeated this test on a much larger piece of rubble, seeing identical results. He then tried this on the floor, managing to separate a section of the floor from the rest and then using orbit to spin the segment around. This would be very interesting to play with. After school, transform again, Aizawa's flat voice ordered, making an exhausted Izuku transform into another 3-meter titan for the 5th time. Izuku was currently training with his teacher to help him get accustomed to being in his Titan form so he could increase his epinephrine tolerance, as Aizawa had explained. After heavy experimenting, the two discovered that Izuku couldn't use his other quirks while in this Titan form, but he could use his hardening. However, it seemed to take a more blue shade of color. They also learned that while in this state, Izuku couldn't speak in any way apart from roars, which posed a problem when trying to get information from the boy while training. He also had the heightened regeneration and strength previously seen in the attack on the students the day before. Aizawa had been instructed to cut Izuku out of the Titan if he ever freaked out again. The two had also found out that once he got to 4 meters, Izuku could feel a significant increase in the focus needed to not freak out. As Izuku dropped to the floor from fatigue, Aizawa finally allowed the boy to go home and rest. It was going to be a hard few years. 1 week later, evading several hardened punches, Izuku leapt back, grazing the ground and causing a mini sinkhole under Ijiro using Vibrate. Using the extra time he had bought himself to his advantage, the Greenette used a combination of vibration and orbit to detach pieces of concrete from the ground and then fire them off like a catapult. Unfortunately, these shots were far too slow for his opponent, who quickly evaded the attack and made a beeline for Izuku. Thinking fast, Izuku once again raised a piece of the floor, but instead of launching it catapult style, Izuku created 4 orbits in a row beside it that were spinning at insane speeds. He then released the rubble, which went flying towards Ijiro at a far greater pace, not giving him enough time to fully block and only hardening his vital areas. Once the boy was knocked to the floor, Izuku shot 2 slime balls at Ijiro's arms and feet, binding them as they hardened on impact and preventing the boy from moving. And the winner is Midoriya. Ashido cheered, signifying the match was over. Izuku liquefied his friend's chains as he quickly sat down to take a breather and allow his mind to recover after creating so many consecutive orbits in a row. "Wow, GG man," Ijiro called as he jogged over to Izuku, throwing him a bottle of water without warning and letting it bash him off the head. Izuku hastily unscrewed the bottle cap and chugged the entire water bottle, savoring the flavor of the cool liquid as it traveled down his throat. "You totally had me beat, and you didn't even use that many of your quirks. You only used Orbit, Vibrate, and Slimo, right?" "Nah, I also used a little bit of kinetic stockpile to dodge your punches," Izuku corrected the boy as he finished off the last of the remaining water and tossed it off Ijiro's head as revenge. "Well, it was still impressive," Mina praised, running over to the two. Her excited aura overwhelming the boys as she began childishly retelling the battle as if they hadn't been there. And Midoriya was like BOOSH, and Ij went down like ah, and then Midoriya shot the snot out like, "Could we please not call my slime snot? It makes it sound gross." Izuku interrupted her as she was mid-sentence. "Yo, Terashima, wanna fight?" Kaminari called from across the hall in an area mostly cleared out of rubble, the perfect arena. "Yeah," the redhead bellowed 3 times as loud, sprinting off to duel with Ashido only steps behind him. Looking away from the trio, Izuku decided to practice his quirks while he had free time. Summoning Black Body, Izuku easily cycled through the basic shapes, even creating a few complicated shapes such as octagons and pentagons. Stretching his arm out, the boy cast a large black sphere, or shield, around his body, shrouding himself in darkness. He gave an experimental push of the shield, which held up against his brute strength. Next, he sprouted 2 bat-like wings from his back, the only difference being that these were a solid void of black. He had gotten inspiration for this technique from Amajiki's Manifest quirk, specifically the wings his quirk could allow him to use. Izuku had seen this as a valuable way for him to move across large distances. Unfortunately, just because he had wings doesn't mean he knew how to fly. The most he could do was launch himself up into the air and then hit the floor hard. Shuddering at the memories of his failed attempts, readying his wings and squatting down to steady himself, Izuku flapped his wings fiercely, soaring about 10 feet into the air. Izuku began to panic at the unintended boundary push. He had never been this high before, and it was triggering every fight or flight. The boy started to flap his wings frantically, which actually kept him in the air. Keeping his eyes open, Izuku saw that he wasn't plummeting toward the earth as he had predicted. He was flying. He was flying. The pure joy that overcame Izuku seemed to distract him as he immediately lost his flat pattern and fell. HHH was the last thing heard before a loud crack was heard through the training hall. Izuku had broken his leg. After school, an ear-piercing roar echoed through the UA campus as a 5-meter titan ran on all fours after a training bot, crushing it between its hardened jaws. The titan went limp as Izuku pulled himself from its nape since he had finished Aizawa's training exercise. Over the past week, Izuku had managed to push through to 5 meters in his titan form, which had presented a few changes. His titan's face was now built of what appeared to be bone as well as his fingers. This allowed him to deliver more devastating bites to his enemies and to pierce things better with his claws. His posture was also changed, seemingly more built for quadrupedal movement instead of normal human running. However, his titan's ever-present soul-chilling smile was still ever-present along with the creepy green eyes. This change only appeared in his 5-meter state as his 4 and 3-meter forms, as they didn't have any of these changes. "Midoriya, are you finished?" Aizawa called up to the boy as he jumped down from the evaporating corpse. "We managed to get your titan's flesh examined in time, and the results are in." The man spoke as he read from a list. The titans seem to be created from a gaseous substance that becomes solid flesh and bone when energy, which is probably why they evaporate when killed and why they're so light. He explained, "The large flash of lightning when you first transformed was most likely the energy you subconsciously released to create a titan of that size." Izuku stared wide-eyed at the complete revaluation of his quirk. "Oh, and you might be able to control the shape of the titan. I partially create a titan," Aizawa added. "You might want to practice that." And then he left without elaborating any further, keeping Izuku in a perpetual state of confusion and questioning. Another week later, "Hey, sensei." Nito beckoned from the 1B table, signaling for Izuku to come over, which he did. "How are you feeling about the sports festival?" "I'm super nervous," the blonde said while he watched Izuku wolf down his food with no regard for onlookers. "Izuku," Saki hissed from across the table, like an embarrassed parent scolding their child, "eat properly." The boy immediately complied for his own good. The last time he had opposed the girl he had had a marble to the face and a very loud telling off in front of everyone. "Wow man, you're so whipped." One of the boys laughed, causing Izuku to turn bright red. Izuku bowed his head in shame, as Nito just continued blabbering as if nothing had happened. "Anyways, if I can't copy a good quirk at the start of the rounds then I'm done. Plus, the quirk has to be useful to the situation. I wish I your quirk." Izuku decided to not inform the boy about the mind-blowing effects of his quirk. "I'm sure you'll do great as long as you try your best." Izuku tried to encourage his friend, using the term very loosely. This seemed to fill the other boy with a new wave of invigoration as he immediately glomped Izuku in a spine-crushing hug. "Oh sensei, you are so kind with your words. I can only offer my best for you." Izuku was unable to escape Nito's overwhelming strength, eventually just giving in to the very unnecessary affection. In a time, Izuku managed to squeak out, "So how do you feel about the sports festival? Have you got anything up your sleeve I should know about?" Nito asked, releasing Izuku from his python-like grip. Well, there are a few moves I've got in my arsenal," the greenette said with a sly grin, rubbing his hands together like a comic book villain. "Care to share?" Nito asked with curiosity in his voice. Izuku whispered his devious plans in Nito's ear, to which the two boys cackled hideously, like two gossiping witches. "Oh, that'll get him," the blonde encouraged his friend, adding fuel to the fire. The lunch bell then rang as the two put away their plates and separated to their individual classrooms. Izuku walked into his classroom and he could feel the buzz in the air as chatter about the sports festival filled his ears. If he was being honest, he was pretty excited too, but that feeling was tiny when compared to the amount of anxiety he felt about the event. He wasn't too worried about the event in particular, but more about people's reaction to his power. Would he be shunned as he had been before? Before he could think about his nervousness any further, Izuku sensed the unfamiliar sight of only one teacher heading towards their classroom, unlike the usual three he usually sensed. The door swung open to reveal a heavily bandaged Midnight. Well, it's not like anyone else could see her face, only Izuku really. "Hello, my precious students. I have returned." Her muffled voice called from under the excessive amount of bandages. "Miss Kayama, are you sure you are in a fit state to teach?" It had awkwardly hassled his teacher. "Your injuries seem quite severe." "A mere flesh wound, my boy. Now, who wants to play some dodgeball?" The enthusiasm that was dripping from her tone clearly hadn't spread to the class, who was just confused. Miss, if you don't mind me asking, why are we playing dodgeball?" Momo politely asked the teacher, whose smile didn't falter in the slightest, from what Izuku could sense. "Well, Yaoyorozu, it will help me gauge your growth since we last met, as well as teach you some situational adaptation, as we call it in the industry. And trust me, you'll need that for the sports festival." Midnight explained to the girl as the class got more excited. To the changing rooms, she chanted as the children rushed towards the door. In the gym, the class stood lined up in their gym uniforms, split into two teams. Team A and Team B. Team A consisted of Shiro, Bakugo, Ajiro, Todoroki, Koda, Jiraiya, Ida, Shoji, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, with Team B consisting of Midoriya, Aoyama, Uraraka, Tokoyami, Asui, Sado, Ashido, Hakakure, Asahi, and Kirishima. So the teams were pretty unbalanced. Alright kiddos, here's the rules. 1. Anywhere on the body counts. You aren't in preschool anymore. 2. You can use your quirks however you like. 3. Quirk manifestations don't count as body unless it's a mutation. Where that counts as your body. The teacher explained as if a drill sergeant. Any questions? Seeing as there were no objections, the teacher sent the two teams to their respective sides of the room and counted them in. No quirk use until I say go. Ready, the students prepared themselves. Set. The students got ready to activate their quirks. Go. Kayama screamed as the class sprang into action. Izuku narrowly dodged an explosion-propelled ball from our favorite Pomeranian. Looking around, Izuku saw that his team was severely outmatched. Not to say they were bad, it's just zero gravity wouldn't do much if the ball was going at Mach 10 towards your face, and invisibility was useless if the user is trapped in a glacier. That was a close call, Ajiro called, hiding a piece of rubble blasted out of the floor by a certain comet-like ball. You could have gotten seriously hurt. Good thing I have this to hide behind. Ajiro was cut off as another tank shell blasted straight through the rubble as if it was paper mache and smashed straight into the poor lad's face. Kirishima is out, Kayama announced as Izuku just stared in horror at his fallen comrade. You're next to Robo, Katsuki growled from across the war zone, which instantly sent Izuku's blood cold. The blonde reeled back his arm and blasted off a giant explosion, sending a supersonic ball towards Izuku, the fastest yet. Izuku sped up his perception to the maximum. He didn't have the time to block the ball, meaning he would have to dodge as fast as he could, because even in slowed time, that ball was coming quickly. Jetting up gearshift to maximum throttle, he entered gear 55 and flew out of the ball's way, leaving a trail of steam leading after him. The boy came tumbling to a halt. Not having a way to quickly decelerate, it seems that he had lost Katsuki's attention, for now, picking up a ball. Izuku locked onto his target, Kaminari, activating gear 8 on the ball and creating a 4-meter Titan arm around the ball. Izuku activated stockpile 2x on himself and launched the ball towards the blonde, getting a clear chest shot. Looking at his team, Izuku saw that there are only 3 of his teammates left. Tokoyami has been eliminated. Looking around at his team, Izuku saw there are only 2 of his teammates left, Asahi and Aoyama, both using their quirks to propel their dodgeballs at higher speeds. Unfortunately, there were still 7 players left on the other team, which still consisted of Bakugo and Todoroki, catching a ball thrown by Shiro. Izuku used his black body to hold down Yaoyorozu and get her out with the ball. It was a bit cheaty, but it was a necessary evil. Suddenly, disaster struck, as both Asahi and Koda were eliminated by a combo from Ajiro and Shiro, leaving Izuku as the only member left. Go Midoriya! Ashido cheered from the sidelines, ironically only causing Izuku more stress. Creating multiple orbits around himself, Izuku began catching every ball thrown his way, trapping them in his pseudo-force field. He then began to rapidly spin the balls, creating enough wind pressure to blow around his shirt and hair. He then released them all simultaneously, making them fly towards his opponents and even managing to knock a few out of the competition. But as he was distracted, he felt a spherical object lightly bounce off his arm. His eyes locked on the direction of the impact, and he saw one person, Koda. He must have gotten distracted while doing his super flashy move. Midoriya is out. Team A wins. Midnight cheered as Midoriya just stared in disbelief and inner shame. As the daily hustle and bustle of Musutafu echoed around the city, businessmen making calls on their phones, the horns from the ever-present traffic piercing the air. A train whizzes through the metropolis, on which is seated our green-haired protagonist, who is currently vibrating with nerves. OHCRAP is roughly what is going through his head at the moment. I'm gonna be on TV. I'm gonna punch people on TV. My quirk is gonna be on TV. The boy inwardly squealed to himself, until a wave of clarity came to ruin the mood. My quirk's gonna be on TV. Izuku immediately began to panic about people's relations. What if he was seen as a freak? What if they were scared of him? What if he got kidnapped for experiments, like a human lab rat? These thoughts were interrupted by a voice. Are you okay, kid? Looking to his left, the greenette was greeted by a bald, middle-aged man with 3 strange star-like flesh protrusions on the sides and top of his head. He had a concerned look on his face. Why yeah, Izuku lied. I'm just a bit nervous. The man didn't look convinced. Come on, kid. You've nearly put a hole through the floor with all the tapping you've been doing. After being alerted to his involuntary movement, Izuku actively had to stop his foot from tapping, getting a chuckle from the man. "So what's up?" Seeing that the man had no ulterior motives, Izuku opened up about his worries. Well, you see, I am a UAF first year, and I'm really afraid that my cute quirk will make people scared during the sports festival today. The man gave a low hum before opening his mouth to speak again. "So that's the issue? What's your quirk, kid?" Noticing that the boy tensed slightly at the mention of his quirk, the man tried a different approach. "Never mind. How about this? Whenever you feel scared of your quirk, think of your dad cheering you on at home. It always worked for me." "I don't have a dad." This instantly made the man backpedal. Well, you know what? I don't usually watch the sports festival, but I'll buy a ticket and cheer you on," he exclaimed, sweat beginning to visibly form on his brow. Izuku was now the flustered one as he also began making excuses. "Why, you don't need to do that. Why, you're probably be busy. And no, I insist. I'm retired. I have nothing else to do." Finally, the two arrived at UA, where they awkwardly walked in the same direction in silence and eventually split up at the main building. Under all of the embarrassment, Izuku was secretly glad he had someone to cheer him on. Stadium, Hioluu listeners, and welcome to UA's 107th Annual Sports Festival. Mike's voice echoed around the stadium as cheers filled the air. The crowd's enthusiasm only made Izuku's nerves even worse. "God, I feel like throwing up," Izuku murmured to himself as he and his fellow first years strode out onto the field, making the crowd's roars even louder. "Come on, man, it's all for us. Soak it up," Kaminari cockily stated as he closed his eyes and adopted a posture not unlike a lord addressing his people. "That's the problem," Izuku muttered under his breath. "It just makes it even worse when they start booing." Midoriya's nerves are warranted in this situation. Momo piped up, making the two boys turn towards her. "This is our first appearance to the hero world. If we do bad, then we have a chance of dooming our hero careers." This only boosted Izuku's already intergalactic anxiety levels to a new level as the boy was visibly shaking. "Today's event will be commentated by Eraserhead and yours truly. Our host will be the wonderful R-rated hero, Midnight," Mike announced as the mostly healed Midnight stepped up to the stage, winking at a few audience members and cracking her whip. "At you for the introduction, Mike. To begin the festival, we will have the highest scorer of the hero exam make a speech." Every member of Class 1A stiffened as Katsuki made his way towards the microphone. This was going to be painful. "I pledge," the blonde began. The silence of the stadium was eerie as the microphone screeched, "To be number one." Katsuki's calm demeanor as he proclaimed his strength seemed to enrage the other first years, and the crowd as boos now echoed around the stadium. It was surreal for Izuku to watch his childhood bully get bullied. "How could you say something so dishonorable?" Ada scolded the boy, even though he was over a yard away. Thinking she should probably stop the multiple verbal assaults going the boy's way, "Thank you for your unique speech." Moving on, our first event will be our signature obstacle race, where our students will be pitted against each other in a quirked race full of multiple different hurdles to test their strength, ingenuity, and creativity. Only the first 42 of them will make it through this round. Race starting tunnel. Izuku exhaled heavily as he was pushed and shoved by his peers. Not that it was their fault, seeing as they were all cramped into the tiny hallway. Feeling the buzz yet, Izuku? Degoro teased the boy, who was mentally imploding from his nerves about the race. From what he could see, Ijiro was towards the front of the pack and Asahi was about 2 centimeters from his face. "Move it, Greenie, you're crushing me," the girl complained to him as if he was the only cause of their predicament. It's not my fault. There are too many people here," he rebuked after his friend's complaint. The speaker suddenly screeched to life as the squirming of everyone calmed down. "Start," in classic UA fashion. The abrupt announcement had most of the students just standing there confused. Ice encased Izuku's legs as well as everyone else's. Todoroki had created an ice sheet to slow the competition, well except the muscle hunk that was Izuku. Easily ripping his feet from the thin ice trap, the greenette quickly sprinted out of the tunnel as did a few other participants. "Oh my god," Izuku said to no one as he looked at the battlefield in front of him. There were about 10 zero-pointers attacking students. The loud groan of metal filled his ears as a mech launched its fist towards another batch of helpless students. Izuku quickly shot out his black body and shoved them out of the way before they could be pulverized by the machine. Seeing that his schoolmates were safe, the boy began to dodge and weave between the metallic monstrosities using black body, his accidentally decided quirk for the festival. "I can't believe I used my quirk so recklessly." He had planned to use his multiple body-augmenting quirks to get him through the race, to not draw much attention. He still planned to win the festival, but he just wasn't ready to out himself as a multi-quirk user. In his peripheral vision, he watched Todoroki instantly encase a zero-pointer and then whizzed past him at a crazy speed. Kicking up his gear to 10, he jetted off towards his next obstacle, the fall. Well, listeners, it seems our top racer is a member of Class 1A. How do you raise such speed, Demon's Eraser? Mike's enthusiastic aura seemed almost immediately dull as Aizawa spoke in his cold, monotone voice. We make sure to not waste any time. Logically using every second of training time to the man was cut off by Mike again. Blah blah blah. We don't care about your stupid training schedule. The blonde childishly mocked his friend. I don't know why you are like this, Aizawa mumbled, barely audible to the microphone. This is my time to shine, Asui said to herself as she flawlessly leapt between the pillars and wires as if it was second nature. Seeing this performance, Izuku decided to make his move as he hopped off the cliff's edge and shot out a black hand, latching onto the earth and swinging between the pillars like Tarzan. Seeing he was hidden from view, the boy used emission to send jets of oxygen out of his waist to help himself maneuver midair. As he was doing this, a certain boy with an explosion quirk blasted through the area, shattering the rock Izuku was watched onto and sending him plummeting towards the ground. Seeing he didn't have enough time to send out another tendril, the greenette fired as much oxygen as he could and then activated vibrate on them, causing the air molecules to heat and then expand, creating a powerful explosion and launching the boy out of the pit and into the air. Soaring through the air, Izuku took in a huge gulp of air. It seemed that the boy had overshot the mark by quite a bit. Even his sixth sense couldn't sense the ground. He was easily around 7-5 meters in the air, flailing around like a dying fish. After recovering, the boy shot out his black wings, sending himself flying towards the minefield with one beat of his wings. After gliding towards the blast zone, Izuku looked ahead to see Bakugo and Todoroki neck and neck blazing towards the finish line. I can't just mess around anymore. If I can't get into the top 3, then the big hero agencies won't notice me. Although sounding like an asshole, the boy's train of thought wasn't wrong. If he wanted to be big in the hero world, he needed to show impressive skill or else he would be ignored. Amping up gear shift to gear 40, Izuku became a blur as he soared across the field, the multiple pupils around him like statues, locked in place. Feeling his stamina depleting, Izuku dropped down to gear 10, still absolutely rocketing across the field. However, reaching the other two boys, Izuku did the only logical thing one would do in his situation to get ahead, set off the mines below them, propelling himself forward while blasting the other two to the side. As he approached the enclosed tunnel, the greenette dispersed his wings and catapulted himself through as the other two made a mad dash towards him. Exiting the tunnel and sliding to a halt, he looked up at all the people cheering him. Unfortunately, so was a certain angry Pomeranian. DOROBO, the blonde shouted as he blasted out of the tunnel. What the hell do you think you're fucking doing? Beating me like that? He was clearly miffed about the competitive race. Next to appear from the tunnel was Todoroki, seeming less than pleased that he was beaten by, not one, but two people. A few seconds later, Ida came skidding out into the arena, and slowly, more and more students began to finish the race. Izuku was now sitting down on the grass taking in deep breaths of air. His lungs were burning from overusing emission and gear shift. The boy was broken from his trance as a bottle of water was tossed at his head. Looking to the source, he saw a very out-of-breath Asai. Yaorazu is making everyone refreshments. You should have heard us calling you dumbass. The girl huffed, lacking the energy to say the insult with any real conviction. Sorry, I was really tired. Izuku scratched his head with a blush, just making Asahi more annoyed. You should be apologizing for overusing your quirks. Yeah, you came first, but you need to be able to join in for the next activities too, Asahi said surprisingly sincerely. I almost thought you were worried about me. He joked with a slight grin, downing his water bottle in one swig. Turning bright red, Asahi looked away, only to be met by a thumbs up from Ashido. Shut up. She lightly murmured. Okay everyone, our 42 students have finished their race. So let's move on to the next activity. Midnight spoke over the microphone, a giant wheel raising behind her. Wheel of Fortune, what is the next challenge? She said like a game show host, the wheel beginning to spin rapidly. After a few seconds, the wheel slowed to a stop on the challenge, Cavalry Battle. For the cavalry battle, each student will be given a band with the points they were given from the race, with the 42nd place being worth 5 points and increasing by 5 upwards. However, Midnight's glasses glinted with an evil light. First place is worth 10 million points. Izuku felt the aggression in the air increase tenfold as everyone had their sights set on him. You all have 15 minutes to get into teams of no more than 4. Izuku watched as everyone around him created a bubble of antisocialism around him, immediately separating themselves from him. He frantically tried to recruit any members, but it was no use. His stupid 10 million points had driven everyone away from him. That was until a ray of sunshine pierced through the clouds of Izuku's metaphorical rainy day. Hey, Izumbro, wanna make a tea? Yes. Izuku didn't even give Ijiro a chance to finish the question as he latched onto any form of companionship possible. Whoa dude, you need to chill, it's not like I'm gonna run away. Although it was meant to be lighthearted, all this did was increase Izuku's praise of Ijiro. It looks like it's just us two for now. Got any ideas? I know I'll probably be on top because of your strength quirks. We could use a piggyback formation so we're easily mobile. If we don't lose our headband, we should win, Izuku explained to his friend, who just nodded along, seeing as his buddy was the thinker. I can use my black body to steal the headbands if we get the chance. So you should focus on defending our headband. Good thing I'm built for defense, Ichiro emphasized with a clash of his hardened fists. Time is up. Get in your teams and you will be given your headbands, Midnight called over the mic. You ready? Izuku asked his red-haired friend as he hoisted him onto his back. If you are, Ichiro replied, tying his headband around his brow. On your marks, Izuku readied his feet to run. Get set. He allowed kinetic stockpile to flow through his veins at a smooth 2x, go. The boy immediately leapt into the air, dodging the ice wall that immediately encased his previous position. Using black wings, he blasted his team back and out of the way of another ice wall. Todoroki had it out for him. DOROBO, Katsuki screeched as he blasted himself towards Izuku, who just swatted him away with a giant black hand, shooting out 2 black feet from his shoes. The two began to walk meters above the other teams, at least until Isui began to crawl up said legs to try and reach the other team's headband. He quickly dissolved the legs and began to leap around the field after increasing his kinetic stockpile to 3x. A small ball whizzed past Izuku's face that only missed because of his increased perception and sixth sense. Looking to his left, he came to see a very determined-looking Asahi with her team consisting of Itsuka Kendo, Ryako Yanagi and Setsuna Takagi. Ichiro swatted away a floating hand as he valiantly defended their headband. Izuku, we need to move or else we'll get overwhelmed, the boy warned. Just as that was said, another glacier was sent out by Todoroki. Seeing he was cornered from both sides, Izuku knew he couldn't dodge this next attack, so he did the next best thing and launched Ichiro into the air with a fully powered throw. Neck deep in ice, Izuku couldn't move his arms or legs and Ichiro was going to hit the ground soon. I could know, what will they react like? Izuku's mind flashed back to his encounter with the old man earlier that day and decided, fuck it, he had to win. Biting through his bottom lip, Izuku was engulfed in a bright light, catching everyone's attention, Class 1AS especially. A giant, bone-covered face with piercing eyes and a gaping smile burst out from the ice, letting out a city-rumbling roar. It quickly leapt up to catch a flabbergasted Ichiro in his large hands. Claws, you can control it, the red-haired boy asked, getting a nod from the giant beast in return. DOROBO, Katsuki once again wailed, catching Izuku's attention. A ginormous explosion was all Izuku could see as he turned his head to face the blonde, his bony face armor cracking and singing it slightly. Luckily, Izuku managed to stabilize himself before he dropped Ichiro, who was very concerned for his safety. Just as he recovered, the greenette was once again assaulted by Todoroki, who began to freeze the titan itself. I'm too big of a target, Izuku mentally panicked as an ice pillar was sent through his titan's gut. Steam erupted from the creature's nape as the boy hastily hopped out and ran with his friend, not even letting his burns heal. We only have 5 minutes left, Izuku called out to Ichiro, who only nodded along. As long as we can keep her headband, we should be fine. Todoroki snatched their headband while Ada used his Recipro burst to quickly move the team away. Izuku hadn't had any time to sense it. Never mind, prepare. New plan, full assault. We need to get that headband back, Ichiro shouted as Izuku jetted after the dual-haired boy's team. Todoroki won't use his left side. I'll keep us on his left to hopefully negate his attacks. As I dodge, you grab any headband you can, the boy instructed, to which his companion nodded, setting their plan into action. Izuku jetted towards the group, dodging several ice attacks as he did so, sending out 10 black hands to occupy Yaoyorozu and Kaminari with Ida stuck in place as his engines cooled off. Whoa, slow down, I can't keep up, Ichiro complained as he clung onto Izuku for dear life as he flipped and twisted throughout the air, which was very nauseating. Oh, sorry. The boy slowed down as he approached the team, giving Ichiro the perfect chance to snatch their headbands. At least that was until Todoroki's left side flared up, burning Ichiro and forcing him to back off. Time, Mike called from the commentator's booth. Ichiro went pale. We got no points. I'm so sorry, Izuku, the boy's melancholy attitude radiating from his being as his head hangs low. Don't worry about it, Izuku uncharacteristically chirped, annoying Ichiro slightly. What do you mean don't worry? We don't have any points, he shouted at the boy, who had a huge shit-eating grin on his face. Did we? Izuku childishly spoke, pulling out a headband worth 615. Finally, Ichiro began to listen in on Present Mike's announcement with Team Midoriya in 4th place right ahead of Team Shinso in 5th place. Congratulations all 18 of you for making it to the final section of the UA Sports Festival. This round, you will be doing 1v1 fights in a tournament. Midnight was explaining the next event. She was interrupted by 2 hands shooting up into the air. Is there something the two of you would like to say? The woman asked, slightly annoyed by the interruption. The boy from Izuku's class, Mashiro Ajiro, spoke first. Yes, I don't remember anything from the cavalry battle round, as if I were asleep. Therefore I would like to withdraw from the festival. This statement left the crowd shocked, as well as most of the other contestants. Me too, the other boy spoke up, far less confident than Ajiro. It just wouldn't sit right with me, you know. Pinching the bridge of her nose, Nimari let out a long sigh. Sure, go meet your classes in the student viewing area. The two boys left the field as the woman began her speech again. As I was saying, you will be competing in 1-versus-1 fights where the winner of one match versus the winner from another match. This will continue until there is one final winner. The curtains of the stage lifted behind the hero, showing the brackets for the upcoming matches. Katsuki Bakugo and Ijiro Kirishima, please prepare for your matches. And with that, the children were dismissed. In the prep rooms, I can't wait to turn that asshole into red paste, Ijiro growled, sounding eerily similar to said asshole, with Izuku just quietly nodding along, hoping his friend would eventually calm down. What do you reckon my chances are, Izu? Will I win? He asked as if Izuku was a prophet, which he wasn't. Currently, most of the class was hanging around in the preparation room before the match, just idly chatting with each other. Well, I'll be rooting for you, Izuku said, trying to dodge the fact that Katsuki would most likely win the fight, which wasn't unnoticed. What the hell is that supposed to mean? The red-haired boy shouted, getting a snicker from Asahi, who was sitting on the table opposite theirs with Hakeger and Mina. Something funny, marble dispenser? He asked in an argumentative tone. Just thinking about when you lose this match, you overgrown pebble. The girl easily matched Ijiro's hostility, shooting him a dangerous glare. Hey, Izuku thinks I'll win, don't you, buddy? He said too confidently. No, he doesn't, do you, Izuku? Asahi argued, making both look at the poor boy for backup. Well, I see can't play F favorites. Izuku tried to deflect the questions, badly. Yes, you can. Both parties shouted simultaneously, making Izuku flinch from the noise. Come on, bro. Don't let yourself get seduced by this succubus, Ijiro said, grabbing his friend's shoulders. As succubus, Asahi repeated, her face turning crimson. Well, you're a %. $PS dollar sign. The girl retaliated, getting her friend's attention now. Me a %. $PS dollar sign. Says the dollar sign %PS. PS dollar sign $, trying to steal my BFF. Ijiro retorted, both of them needing to be held back from physically fighting. Why does it always end like this? Izuku complained as he held back his equally strong friend. Come on, Saki. Let's work on those breathing exercises we know, Ashido said as she dragged her friend back to her seat. We don't want your boyfriend any more scared than he already is. This only put Asahi into an even stronger rage. Everybody make some noise for the first 1v1 match of UAS 107th Sports Festival. Mike's voice echoed through the stadium as the crowd went ballistic, whoops and cheers filling the stadium. Please welcome the two contestants, Katsuki Bakugo and Ijiro Kirishima, to the arena. The crowd became even wilder as the boys finally appeared, staring each other down from opposite ends of the stage. The tension between the two could be cut with a knife, the dangerous glare they were shooting each other as they stepped onto the arena not breaking once. Now boys, I want a sportsman-like attitude when you lose, and don't hurt each other too bad. If you are knocked unconscious, unable to move, or knocked out of the marked zone, you are out and your opponent wins. Do you understand? Midnight explained, getting a grunt in response from the opponents. All right, she said, raising her whip into the air. Begin. Nimari shouted, cracking her whip. Immediately, they both leapt into action, Ijiro hardening his body as Katsuki launched himself towards him, blasting the redhead with a powerful explosion and pushing him back a few meters, on the edge of the border. Shit, Ijiro thought as he barely dodged a second blast. Sprinting further into the center of the circle, Ijiro planted his feet firmly into the ground to fully negate the force of the explosion coming his way and countering with an uppercut to Katsuki's gut, sending the boy sprawling into the air. Using this new opportunity, Ijiro grabbed his opponent's leg and smashed him into the floor, getting a resounding oof from the crowd. Up in the student stands, Izuku was furiously scribbling in his notebook, writing down every little detail of the fight for future analysis, catching the attention of many of his classmates. Watch your writing, Asahi asked, leaning over the boy's shoulder to look at the scrawls of his notebook, which were barely comprehensible to her. Noting down how they fight for future analysis. It is useful to help Ijiro grow his fighting style and improve with his quirk, as well as help me get ideas for my quirk, Izuku over-explained to a distracted Asahi, who was busy admiring his writing speed. How cool, she said, shrugging her shoulders. How do you feel about your fight with Ashido? Asahi idly asked as she ate her snacks. While I don't want to fight my friend, I also don't want to lose, Izuku continued as he noted the fight. Refocusing back on the match, we find Ijiro on the winning side of his battle. Having Katsuki pinned to the floor, he decided it was time for a taunt. What's wrong, firecracker? Aren't you meant to be number one? He said with a grin. Big mistake. Shut it, shitty hair. Katsuki barked, his hands lighting up a vivid orange as he let off the largest explosion he ever had that match, sending Ijiro flying across the ring and nearly tumbling out of bounds. He then began his blitzkrieg on the poor boy, pummeling him with large blasts and giving him no chance to escape. Inch by inch, Ijiro was pushed back closer to the border. Bakugo cackled as he finally pushed him back with a rocket-propelled punch. Katsuki, Bakugo is victorious. Present Mike wailed, signaling the end of the match. Ijiro just sat there stunned, his brain still processing the information that he had just lost. Could Denki Kaminari and Asahi Saki please make their way to the preparation rooms? Your match will begin in 10 minutes. Aizawa's monotone voice called over the speakers, causing the two students to make their way towards their rooms. Wish me luck, Asahi said as she stood up, bumping Izuku's shoulder on her way out. I can't believe I lost. Ijiro moaned to an uninterested Izuku, who just kept jotting notes on the fight. I had him pinned and everything. He just magically broke free and kicked my ass. The boy continued. You shouldn't have annoyed him. Bakugo gets scarily strong when he's pissed, Izuku said, still scribbling in his book, completely oblivious to Ijiro's shocked face. You said a swear. The redhead awed, pointing accusingly at Izuku as if he had committed a heinous crime. So, you do it all the time. Izuku shrugged as he looked at his friend strangely. But you never swear. Not at me anyway, Ijiro said with the same shocked look. Your mom would never let you say such things. I am 15. I think I'm allowed to swear, he mused, watching his sputtering companion. But it goes against your character. You are shy and careful, you don't swear. I'm loud and brash, I swear a lot. Ijiro waved his hands in emphasis. You never used to swear. Thoughts for later, the match is starting. Izuku ended the conversation, focusing on the match. Everyone please welcome our two contestants Asahi Saki and Denki Kaminari, Mike shouted from the commentator box, not even using his microphone this time and sending the crowd wild once again. Kaminari strolled up to the stage with an unusual amount of confidence. Even winking at a few of the girls in the crowd, Asahi was far more nervous, trying to not look at the audience whatsoever. Even when her family were calling her name, she tried not to get distracted. I want a sportsman-like attitude when you lose and don't hurt each other too bad. If you are knocked unconscious, unable to move, or knocked out of the marked zone, you are out and your opponent wins. Do you understand? Midnight repeated, getting a nod from both students. Raising her whip into the air, she cracked it. Begin. I don't want to hurt you too bad, Saki. Midoriya would get mad, so I'll go easy on ya, Kaminari quipped, a grin spreading across his face as he charged electricity in his hands, letting it crackle between his fingers. That's why you're gonna lose, Asahi retorted, charging up 3 marbles to fire at her opponent. Kaminari dashed forward. If he could get a single fingertip to touch the girl, it was game over for her. Thinking quickly, Asahi fired a shot at the boy's face, knocking him back and dazing him enough to get out of his reach. Recuperating from the blow, Denki sprinted for the girl as he ferociously flung his arms at her in a desperate attempt to shock her. As he did this, Asahi used her other 2 marbles to tip Kaminari up, leaving him defenselessly falling towards the floor. Quickly, she swung her fist upwards at the boy's jaw, connecting and making a loud thump as she knocked him unconscious. Asahi Saki wins. The announcer called as 2 recovery robots came out to collect Kaminari and deliver him to Recovery Girl. Could Hinata Shiro and Shoto Todoroki please make their way to the prep rooms? Aizawa lazily announced, lowering the crowd's mood with his voice's mere tone. So, what did you think of my match? Asahi chirped to Izuku, who was still scribbling in his notebook. I'm impressed with your use of ranged and melee combat. If you made a fighting style incorporating those attributes, then you could definitely become a great hero, Izuku said with a smile that made Asahi's heart flutter and her face heat up. Where is my praise? Ijiro complained from the seat next to Izuku. I've been in the battles too. You lost. Izuku snapped at Ijiro. That's why you get no praise. Asahi giggled at the 2 boys' shenanigans. Well, sorry, Ijiro mumbled, slumping into his seat. Mike began to shout the boys' introductions, but Izuku wasn't listening, just watching and writing down the match. Shiro began to make his way towards Todoroki, using his tape to launch himself across the pitch. Suddenly, the entire side of the arena Shiro was on was encompassed by a giant glacier structure. Todoroki wins instantly, Mike announced as Todoroki began to melt the iceberg he had created, freeing Shiro from his imprisonment. Holy shit, man, Izuku exclaimed, not noticing Asahi's shocked face. Todoroki's going all out. You swore, Asahi scolded the boy, who just groaned. You never swear. Not this again, Izuku cried as Ijiro and Asahi managed to finally find common ground. Could Mina Ashido and Izuku Midoriya make their way to the prep rooms? Izuku swallowed thickly as he walked down the tunnel to the arena, his nerves getting the best of him. You'll do great, young Midoriya. You have trained for this for weeks. All Might tried to calm the boy, which partially worked. Speaking of which, I have a request of you. Reaching the edge of the path, Toshinori put a hand on Izuku's shoulder, a rare genuine smile plastered on his face. When you are out there, I want you to announce to the world I am here. I will try my best, Mr. Yagi, Izuku said as he heard his cue to leave. Wish me luck. Everybody give it up to our two opponents, Mina Ashido and Izuku Midoriya. Izuku walked out of the tunnel, feeling the crowd's eyes burn into his back like mini lasers. Looking across the ring, Izuku saw Ashido, who he gave a meek wave to in the hope of lowering his levels of stress, but after seeing the serious look on her face, he was sweating even harder than before. Now, I want you two to have a sportsmanlike attitude for this match. Sore losers will not be accepted. You are out if knocked unconscious, pushed out of the ring, or can't move. Do you understand? Midnight asked, to which Izuku gave a weak affirmation. All right. Raising her whip into the air, Midnight cracked it above their heads, making Izuku flinch. Begin. Izuku immediately used Black Body to shield himself from a hail of acid shot out by Ashido. However, a bit of acid still managed to burn his legs. In retaliation, the boy fired off a black cluster at Ashido, which she easily dodged while skating across the floor at rapid speeds using her acid. I can't hit her because she's skating all around me. A plan formed in Izuku's mind as he charged up Vibrate in his hands, tremor style, earthquake. He chanted. The floor Mina was on quickly crumbled under the intense vibrations Izuku's palms were emitting, making her lose her balance and nearly tumbled out of the ring. Suddenly a jet of acid flew from the girl's hand, propelling herself away from the ring edge. You won't get me that easily, she chirped as she landed on stable ground and began to pelt Izuku with acid shots. Crap, I need to lose her attention. Slamming his foot onto the ground, a wall of rock shot up in front of the boy, separating the two. He then quickly sent out a shadow clone of himself, successfully distracting Ashido. It's plan B then, he thought as he mentally commanded the shadow clone to kick up as much dust as possible, which it easily did, and then transformed into smoke drifting his way towards his opponent. Thanks for the help, Izuku thought to the clone as he desmoked in front of Ashido, causing her to slip from fright. He then charged up 2x kinetic stockpile and delivered a strong gut punch to the pink girl, launching her towards the barrier. Hoping to soften the blow, Izuku shot out extra fluffy slime where the girl was going to land. Surprisingly, Ashido used another acid jet to prevent her disqualification again. You nearly had me there. But that won't work twice. Landing, she blasted copious amounts of acid at Izuku's shadow clone, damaging it to the point it had to return to his shadow. Now fight me one-on-one, Ashido said with a feral grin. As you wish, Izuku said as he activated both muscle up and kinetic enhancement to the max, growing to an astounding 6 feet 3 in. Exposing yourself to a girl on TV. You're pretty ballsy, Midoriya. Ashido grinned as Izuku realized his mistake. Someone who is 6 feet 3 in won't fit in a uniform for someone who is 5 feet 9 in, causing much of his gym uniform to rip entirely. Fortunately, the boy's crown jewels weren't showing, but the majority of him was, making his face go beet red. I didn't mean F for T this, Izuku stammered, getting back into a fighting stance. Let's just get on with the match, he said, regaining his composure. Ashido began by speedily sliding towards the boy, launching multiple large acid globs at him in hopes to burn him or control his movement, which utterly failed. The boy easily avoided these using a combination of Gear 10. Muscle up and kinetic enhancement at X45 made the blobs seem to be moving in slow motion as he simply walked around them. Seeing Izuku teleport in front of her made Ashido accidentally let out a wave of acid in a panic, which successfully managed to cause a burn across the boy's chest. Izuku leapt backwards as he felt his flesh sizzling from Mina's last attack. And when he looked at it, yep, it was bad. He could only watch as his skin disintegrated, exposing raw muscle underneath, easily a 3rd-degree burn. Holy, Midoriya, I am so sorry. Ashido had a look of fear on her face as she gazed upon Izuku's exploded flesh. She seemed ready to throw up. Taking advantage of the girl's stunned state, Izuku slammed his foot into the ground, launching Ashido into the air using float impact, and launched out a giant black tendril to latch onto her. Spinning round rapidly, Izuku released float impact and Black Body, sending Ashido flying out of the ring, not having the energy to give her a padded landing. Ashido is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins. The crowd went crazy as Mike announced the results of the match. But Izuku was more focused on staying conscious. Using his quirks at the max throttle and using smoke to heal his injuries had left the boy's energy reserves at rock bottom. Luckily, recovery robots came to deliver him to Recovery Girl. As he was being carted off to get healed, Izuku allowed himself to fall unconscious. Izuku, Izaburo, Asahi and Ijiro busted through to the door of Recovery Girl's office, almost scaring the woman to death. Is he okay? He isn't hurt too bad, is he? Ijiro said, rushing over to Izuku's side like a worried mother, making Recovery Girl chuckle slightly. Yes, he is fine and will be able to participate in the next match. You shouldn't worry about him so much. He regenerated his arm fully a few weeks ago. she said, looking at the boy's mostly healed chest. You can also ask him since he's awake. Ijiro jumped back as he saw Izuku begin to laugh even though he had his eyes closed. Did I trick you? He asked with a cheeky grin, making Ijiro go bright red in embarrassment. Shut up before I put you back to sleep, he stammered, making Izuku laugh even harder. Anyway, since you're okay, get out of here, Recovery Girl said, pushing the trio out of the room. So what happened in the other matches? Izuku asked, walking to the cafeteria with his friends, desperate for any sort of sustenance to replenish his stamina. Well, the match after yours was Takage versus Ida. Takage won because Ida ran straight through her and out of the ring, Asahi explained as Izuku bought an ungodly amount of food. Then there was Yurazu and Takoyami. That fight lasted a while, but in the end, Yurazu was pushed out of bounds. Aoyama's fight was weird. He went up against some purple-haired dude, but he just kinda walked out of bounds, she said while scratching her chin. And finally, Kendo versus Uraraka. Kendo just batted Uraraka out of the ring. So who are you versing next round? Izuku asked while stuffing his face with whatever he could find. Oh, I'm going against Takoyami. I think I have a decent chance of winning. I don't know about your match though, she said, cringing as she remembered his opponent. Huh, why not? Izuku said, finally pulling his attention away from his food. You're going against Todoroki, Ijiro finally said, making the boy drop his food in shock. Oh no, that was all he managed to squeak out. Hey man, it's not that bad. I think you might win. Ijiro tried to comfort his friend as the two visited the many amenities of the sports festival, Asahi having split off a while ago. Between the battle rounds, the school allowed participants to see the different attractions for a few hours to recharge before their battles, which only supplied Izuku with even more time to stress. He froze half the arena. Ijiro, I have no chance of winning, Izuku retorted as he stuffed his gullet with as many sweets as possible. You sure you need this much energy? You're draining your allowance, the red-haired boy remarked as he watched Izuku buy another 3 packets of Kenpedo. You should stress eat. It's a bad habit, he lectured his friend. You're lucky you don't have 2 healing quirks constantly healing micro tears in your muscles, Izuku angrily murmured as he walked along, already emptying 2 Kenpedo packets. Hang on, 2. I know smoke heals you, but what's the second? Ijiro asked, looking at the boy strangely. Oh, skin shot is also constantly healing my skin, did I not tell you? Izuku asked as he bought yet another pack of sweets. How do you eat so fast? Ijiro was cut off as a small child barreled into his side, causing him to keel over, winded. The child in question had dark blue hair styled into short pigtails and pink eyes. She also seemed to be around 4 or 5 years old. What's wrong, kid? Are you lost? Izuku compassionately asked, not concerned with the wheezing Ijiro just feet away from him. I lost my mommy. And I don't know where she is. The girl sniffled, clearly upset from losing her family. Well, if you want, I can help you find them, he said, offering his hand to her, which she gladly took. I'm gonna help this girl find her mom. When you're done being a drama queen, meet up in the stands. And with that, Izuku left his injured friend writhing in pain. Mister, the girl said, tugging on Izuku's arm. Why are you wearing gloves? Oh, it's so my quirk doesn't activate on anyone, he explained. It requires finger contact to work. Hopefully, this would curb the girl's curiosity. But you didn't use that in your fight, she countered his explanation. Time for the misdirect. Well, my quirk can do a lot of things, he quickly lied. Like what? This kid was relentless. Mine lets me turn my skin really hard, she said, changing her hand into a pink, blue material. Mine too. He diverted the subject, hardening his arms to show his obsidian-like skin. The girl was awed at how his ability was so similar to her own. Anyway, what's your name? Izuku asked, hoping to quickly find her parents. Aoi Saki, what's your name? She asked as the two wandered the stalls, getting very strange looks from the people around them. Midoriya. The familiar voice of Asahi called from the left of the duo. Izuku turned to see an entire family unit of people with Asahi right in the middle of them. Sissy, the AI called as she let go of the boy's hand and ran towards the group, who happily embraced her as Izuku just watched on in horror. He was going to get an earful from Asahi for this, seeing as she already saw him as a dirty pervert. What were you going to do with how Asahi didn't get a chance to accuse him of anything before the woman only a few inches taller than her with light blue hair and eyes to match utterly glomped him in a spine-crushing hug. Well, Mom, what are you doing? Asahi sputtered as she watched in horror as her mother clung to the boy she crushed on. Oh, thank you for finding my baby. What could I ever do to thank you? Even if Izuku wanted anything from the woman, he wouldn't have been able to say it as his body had a severe lack of oxygen at the moment. Let him go, Asahi shouted at the woman, beet red from embarrassment. Okay. Izuku took in a huge gulp of air as his lungs were finally released from the woman's grip. So, you must be the Izuku Midoriya that Asahi talks about so much, she said, once again embarrassing her daughter. Anyway, I'm her mother, Keiko. The girl you rescued is AI, her little sister. I'm so sorry for the trouble. We got separated in the crowd and I'm just so glad it was my daughter's boyfriend who found her. Izuku found himself turning atomic red hearing this. Barely keeping his composure, Asahi was no better looking, ready to commit matricide. Well, it's really no problem. I just so happened to run into her. Plus, it's a hero's duty, alright, he said, trying to ignore the mistake of the two's relationship. Well, seeing as you don't have any company, would you like to walk with us? Keiko asked, catching the two teens off guard. And no, Mrs. Saki, I wouldn't want to intrude, Izuku said, trying to escape any further awkwardness. But this woman was as relentless as her daughter. Nonsense. And please, call me Keiko. Seeing no way to break free of this without being rude, Izuku finally agreed to the woman's demands. Wonderful. Asahi, be a dear and introduce him to the family, Keiko ordered as they once again began to wander the stalls. The speed at which Izuku had been abducted was astounding. Well, this is my little brother Kei, Asahi said, pointing to a boy around 9 or 10 with similar hair to Keiko, but instead having bright pink eyes. Next, Asahi pointed at a woman with purple hair and pink eyes. She seemed to be a little bit older than Asahi and was the tallest girl in the family. This is Rin, my older sister. Finally, she pointed to a large man who was around 6 feet with fiery pink hair and eyes to match it. The hostility terminating from his form seemed to completely bypass Asahi. And this is my dad, Hiroshi. And nice to meet you all, Izuku stammered, getting differing responses from each family member. Are you really my sister's boyfriend? Because you don't seem like her type, apart from your bod, Rin asked, catching Izuku off guard with the personal question. We're just friends, Izuku explained, hopefully quenching the girl's curiosity. It's just she's always talking about you. And whenever she thinks she's alone, Rin was cut off by a very embarrassed Asahi, who tried to change the topic. Hey, Kei, Izuku might be able to help you with the quirk problems you've been having cause he's a geek on that stuff, Asahi said, forcefully shoving Izuku toward the boy as she began to scold her sister quietly. So, what seems to be the problem? Izuku asked as casually as he could in this situation. Oh, well, my quirk is called Silly String. It allows me to create string made from a strong material from my body and manipulate it, but no matter what I can't get it to go further than 2 meters from me, so it's practically useless for hero work. Do you have any ideas to make it work better? The young boy asked Izuku, who adopted a quizzical look before getting an idea. Maybe you're looking at it wrong. Instead of trying to increase your reach, increase your control. If you can make constructs using the string, you may be able to make weapons like claws or a hammer, he suggested, watching Kei's eyes light up with a newfound understanding of his quirk. I never thought of it like that. Thanks, man, he said as he immediately began to experiment with his quirk, finding he could make long claw-like appendages, although they were shaky. Wow, do you have any other ideas? The boy asked, clearly excited to play with his quirk. Well, if you got enough control, you may be able to make things like armor and lockpicks and basically anything you could imagine as long as it stayed within 2 meters of you, Izuku said, rubbing his chin. How did you become so smart? The Kei asked, clearly beginning to idolize the older boy. Well, my quirk is similar, Izuku said, summoning Black Body and cycling through some basic shapes he could make. It's how I made my wings in the obstacle race. Hey, Midoriya, can we chat? A new voice said to the boy's right, turning. Izuku saw Todoroki. Sure, Izuku replied, saying his goodbyes to the Saki family and following Todoroki to the place he wanted to chat. So what do you want to talk about? I want you to go all out next round, not the stupid shit you've been doing up to now, the heterochromatic boy bluntly stated, his serious expression piercing Izuku's soul. And may I ask why? Izuku meekly asked, his composure slowly crumbling under Todoroki's intense gaze. It's because Endeavor's watching. And I want to show him I don't need his quirk to become number 1, he said, catching Izuku off guard. The man is obsessed with beating All Might. And once he realized he wouldn't be able to do so, he settled on having his offspring do so instead. And he married my mother just to have the most powerful child he could, which was me, the boy explained, clenching his fists in rage. This wasn't a happy marriage, however, and once my mother snapped, he had her shipped off to a mental hospital. So I must prove that I don't need his power to be the best. But it's not his power, it's yours, Izuku simply said, silencing Todoroki. Take it from someone who's inherited 17 quirks. Your lineage doesn't control you or your quirk. You need to decide if you want to go all out, because if you don't, I will beat you. And with that, Izuku left Todoroki in silence. Hello everyone, and welcome to round 2 of the 1v1 battles. For our first battle we have Asahi Saki and Fumikage Takoyami. Mike announced. The crowd went wild as the two competitors walked up to the stage, raring to battle. Kayama raised her whip and cracked it in the air, signifying the beginning of the first match. Asahi began with a barrage of attacks aimed towards the bird-headed boy, who summoned Dark Shadow as protection against the Pinkette's attack, deflecting them back. Shit, Asahi murmured as a rebounding marble skimmed past her face, leaving a nasty gash on the girl's cheek. I need to weaken Dark Shadow. Sliding under a swipe from the shadowy beast, Asahi formed her plan based on her basic knowledge of Dark Shadow. I've got it, she cried as she vaulted over Dark Shadow's leg sweep and began to sprint around the field rapidly, producing marble. These weren't her ordinary marbles, however. These marbles were designed to be as reflective as possible, limiting Dark Shadow's movements to certain parts of the arena. Slowly but surely, her plan took effect as the creature's movements were much more restricted and she had trapped him in one spot. I've got you now, she shouted as she aimed a dropkick at the boy's gut in an attempt to push him out of the ring. However, her plans were thwarted as Dark Shadow emerged once again to deliver a blow to her legs, sending her careening off course towards the ring edge. Thinking fast, Asahi let out a soccer ball-sized marble at high speed towards Takoyami's chest, making contact and sending him sprawling backwards out of the ring just before the Pinkette reached the edge of the arena. Fumikage Takoyami is out of bounds. Asahi Saki wins. Mike cheered over the speakers as the crowd roared with excitement. Izuku only watched in awe at Asahi's problem-solving skill, to Eijiro's dismay. Come on, man, don't get seduced. Eijiro cried a little too loudly. What? I've not been seduced. She's my friend. Izuku argued in protest, mostly to lose the glares he was getting. Could Shoto Todoroki and Izuku Midoriya please make their way to the prep room? Thank you, Aizawa monotonously requested over the intercom. Izuku's mind was racing as his thoughts were focused on analyzing any possible piece of information that could help him in his upcoming fight, which wasn't much. Todoroki was a complete null in his 1A battle compendium, only ever needing one glacier to finish the job. Wait, maybe that's it. Make him tire himself out using his ice, Izuku triumphantly thought as he strode down the tunnel. Everyone give it up for our two contenders, Shoto Todoroki and Izuku Midoriya. Izuku exited the tunnel to see the smiling faces of the crowd, hearing the different people shouting in support of him or Todoroki. Looking over the arena, Izuku saw Todoroki also exit his tunnel, shooting the greenette a frosty glare as he made eye contact. You two know the rules by now, don't be a dick if you lose, Midnight explained as she raised her whip into the air. Ready, set, go, she chanted as she cracked her whip above the two's heads. Immediately, Todoroki sent out an ice attack from his right side, which Izuku barely dodged, pumping his enhancement up to 3x as he made touchdown with the ground. Can't get me that easily, Izuku taunted as he stuck to the left of the boy, avoiding his ice attacks the best he can. Todoroki had a harder time directing his ice to the left. As Izuku approached him, Todoroki took drastic measures, shooting a massive ice wall up between the two to block the boy. Whoa, Izuku shouted as he skidded to a halt in the face of the wall. Placing his hand up against the wall, Izuku quickly activated vibration to shatter the wall, but it was too late. Todoroki had already prepared for the boy's arrival, instantly sending two ice pillars hurtling towards Izuku. Twisting and contorting his body, Izuku managed to dodge the first attack, but the second pillar clipped his forearm, encasing it in a thick layer of ice. Seeing Todoroki begin to skate towards him in his trapped state, Izuku decided to just bite down on his shirt as he used hardening to slice off his encased forearm. Izuku then began to use one of his new techniques, activating Orbit. He began to strengthen the power of attraction higher and higher by increasing the field's density until a small black flicker began to spark inside of it. This flicker began to grow and grow until it was the size of a soccer ball. Instead of a flicker, it was now a solid black spherical mass. Eraser, did your student just make what I think he did? Mike shouted, enthusiasm dripping from his voice. I think so, Aizawa shouted in a rare moment of excitement from the man. Planetary style, black hole, Izuku cried from the arena, which could be heard by the entire audience. The stage began to deform as all the ice Todoroki had created was easily demolished by the cosmic disaster. Todoroki only barely managed to hang on himself. After a few moments, Izuku released the power from the giant mental strain, but this didn't mean he was inactive. Boosting up to his max kinetic stockpile in Gear 10, Izuku zoomed towards the dual-haired boy, giving him no time to react and causing him to subconsciously activate his left side. Izuku flipped backwards before landing a few meters away from his opponent, who was glaring daggers at him. Stop half-assing this, Todoroki. Use your full power, he cried as he once again launched himself at the boy. Using an ice wall, Todoroki tried to shield himself from Izuku's wrath, but the boy easily smashed through it as if the ice was paper mache. You won't win with only your ice. The ice user then sent a flurry of icicles flying at the boy, and these did manage to skim his flesh, leaving him with a few slash wounds. How will you become number one when you can't give 100%? Izuku once again tried pleading with the boy to use his full strength, to no avail. What would your mom think? This got a reaction from the boy, lighting up like a fireplace. You don't get to talk about her. Todoroki growled as even more ice came crashing towards Izuku, but he wasn't done. She wouldn't want you to reject yourself like this, he cried as he continued dodging these attacks, upping his gear to 20 to keep up. Shut up. He continued throwing any attack he could at poor Izuku, even unconsciously including some of his fire in the attacks. You don't know anything. I know enough, Izuku continued as he tried to dodge attack after attack, getting several burns in the process. It's your quirk, Todoroki, not his. This statement seemed to snap something in the boy as his left side fully went ablaze as if a wall of flame had encased him. Izuku only watched on as he saw Todoroki's grinning face through the tornado of fire. I'm not gonna half-ass this anymore. Come at me. Todoroki's competitive energy easily jumped to Izuku, who immediately charged up all his enhancement quirks to the max using kinetic store. He immediately shot up to an impressive 8 feet 2, even larger than All Might's muscle form, as electricity shot from his body at the sheer energy his body was emitting, even healing his arm fully with smoke while he was at it. Todoroki was no slouch either, however, as he began to form a flurry of giant ice pillars which he shot towards Izuku at astounding speeds, as well as shooting a massive flame torrent at the boy. Izuku jetted forwards at incomprehensible speeds, causing a huge boom in his wake and atomizing the floor he was standing on, grabbing onto Todoroki's left side, which was spewing flames so hot they melted his gloves completely, and launched the boy towards the edge of the ring. Todoroki quickly fired out a still device to catch himself before he left the border, but Izuku was having other plans, reeling back a fist to deal the winning blow. Seeing this, Todoroki also prepared an attack, shooting a giant jet of fire at the greenette. Midnight. We need to stop this before one of them dies, Cementos cried, firing out a stream of cement to put between the boys, with Midnight releasing her gas to put them to sleep. Thank you, Midoriya, Todoroki said before both of the teens released their attacks, completely demolishing Cementos' walls and causing a giant explosion once they collided with the superheated air. The area around the arena was filled with a thick cloud of dust, leaving the entire stadium in silence as they waited to see the victor. As the dust settled, a huge figure could be seen at the edge of the stage, barely hanging on while the other was smashed into a wall on the other side of the pitch, letting the grime settle even further. A green tuft of hair could be seen sticking out from the huge figure, which was now shrinking back down to the far smaller form of Izuku. After a long battle, Izuku Midoriya is the victor, Mike cried as the crowd erupted with cheers for the very naked Izuku, which became even more apparent as the dust settled even further, especially to a keen-eyed Pinkette. Could we please have medical transport for both contestants? Please, Aizawa spoke over the intercom. Only for 4 robots to whiz in and whisk away the boys to Recovery Girl. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.